T-minus mean?
We just went live as you said that. Actually,
Chat.
I don't know if they can hear you. Actually, yeah, they should be able to hear you.
Okay.
T-minus means like time to zero. That's what it means. It's a countdown term. It's like current time minus this equals 0. So T is time, and then you say, so when I say T minus 2 minutes, that means 2 minutes until launch or till 0 time.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
I was trying to think about it. I was like, what is T-minus? Hi, chat.
Well, if you don't get anything out of the stream chat, you now know what T-minus means, so you can leave. No, I'm kidding. Welcome aboard, chat. I'm Roderick Helmsman, and with me as, well, I guess I could say as always now, is my wonderful co-host, Rosa. Say hi, Rosa.
Hi!
And welcome to, this is the final episode of Helmsman Reacts, because after this, I am taking a mini vacation back home to my hellhole of Denver for a convention with a friend. So there won't be a stream next Saturday. But the following Saturday is the first edition of the rebranded show, which is going to be called Welcome to the Foxhole, or WTF for short. So yeah, you could say goodbye to Helmsman Reacts after today. Anyway, hi Ecubin. Hi Mr. Cordell. Hi Sir Primed. Taiping was high as fuck. Hi Tuxedo. I think that's all I got so far. Rosa living in the walls and pipes at the airship. That's okay. He's good company. Oh man.
Hi Marco. I think you missed Marco.
Did I miss Marku? Sorry, Marku. Hi, Marku. I only have so many windows. I don't know why Marku didn't show up on my little Streamlabs chat. That's weird. But, oh yeah, that's right. I see him. He just said howdy. Why would he not show up? Andy, Streamlabs. There's always something. It's always something with technology. It
might be set to like top chat or something.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, Marco's here. Hi, Marco.
Hi, Marco.
How's it going, bud?
I was gonna say
I'll never miss you.
Yeah, he's a regular. So, well, anyway, hello everybody. We got so much to cover tonight that I have two browser windows full of tabs open. Because if I put them all into one window, I was probably gonna click the X instead of the tab because they're so tiny. So I had to split it into two different windows. Everybody say hi to Marku and acknowledge that he is here, damn it. But anyway, I guess we can go ahead and get started here. Do you have any announcements yourself before we get started?
No. I hope you guys are ready to deal with me on a regular basis.
Oh, they already do. They love you. we all deal with you on a regular basis. Come on.
Yeah, it's just permanent thing. I live here now.
That's right. She lives. She's in the, like she said. She's in the walls. She's in the walls and the pipes. But anyway, I guess we can get started by just saying what you did for the week. Kind of catch up. See what's going on.
I streamed.
I was gonna say
all week.
You have a lot that you've done this week.
I have. Let's see. I have streamed. I didn't stream today. I canceled today's stream, which I do feel bad about. But also, I should have never planned a stream for today to begin with. Today was
work-life balance. Work-life balance.
Yep. That being said, I do still owe chat this week's Ring Fit Friday, which is going to be on tomorrow. So I'll do that tomorrow. But as far as what I've already done for the week, let's see. I started the week on
Do you have a D&D
Sunday
session?
Huh?
Oh no, you had the planning stream.
Yeah, I had the planning stream on the Sunday. So I planned out our week on Sunday. That was a 12-hour stream. I fought Ornstein Smo on Monday for 7 hours. And then that night, I prepared for an all-nighter chat where we played the new Black Myth Wukong game for basically 24 hours straight. We played it for, I think, a little bit more than 23 hours. We played it for, like, let's see, 11 hours and 47 minutes, 11 hours and 32 minutes. Yeah, so, like, a little bit more than 23 hours, chat. But before that, we watched a really good movie. It was great. I watched a movie about a guy killing terrorists, which are my favorite movies. I love those movies. Military movies with the guys kill terrorists, they're great. And the cinematography was fucking awesome. Alright, they had like really smooth reloads and like gun, like, you know, like gun displays, and everything was fucking gorgeous, alright? It was gorgeous, chat. We watched people fucking die. Dude, it was a good movie. It was a damn good movie. What was it called? It was,
just a bunch of nameless army bros just killing muzzies. This is great.
Well, they weren't nameless. They had little nicknames.
Well, I mean, can you name them all right now?
Yes. The main character, his nickname is Playboy, but sometimes at the start they would call him Fruit Loops because he was like freaking out because he was like, oh fuck, I think I left my snack. I left my Fruit Loops. I can't find my Fruit Loops. And the other guy was like, oh come on, really? This is the guy that we have with us. A new guy is out here looking for his cornflakes, and he's like, no, they're Fruit Loops.
Okay.
But basically, our protagonist is this like slightly autistic, like Air Force guy, right? Kind of. I think he's Air Force. He wasn't supposed to be there on this mission, right? This mission was like the top dogs, the like Secret Service guys, or the really really good guys, right? That they were looking for, right? Or that he was with, because they were looking. There was like a rescue mission, and then long story short is that like they basically like, you know, they came into this like party or whatever, and like on the way there, it was called the Land of Bad, right? One of the characters, who's I remember like the main guy's name was like the main like kind of like leader type person of like the group. His name was Sugar. That was his name.
Okay.
And he looked like a mix of like M&M and Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Not Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Cinnamon Toast. What was the name of the fucking YouTuber? What was his name?
Well, don't ask me. I don't know.
YouTuber from the old ages. What was his name?
Oh gosh, I didn't get into
Cinnamon Toast Ken. That's it. Ken.
Oh, okay. I didn't get into YouTube until later. I'm still pretty ignorant to early internet or early YouTube kind of stuff.
Yeah, I did get into YouTube like growing up a bit. And like there was certain people that I would watch. Like I very much like I grew up like watching like certain YouTubers. Like I watched a lot of like feuds. Around the time they started getting big. But like I was always on and off with YouTube because I was always dealing with IRL stuff. And then like if I was distracted enough with IRL stuff, I just wouldn't watch YouTube. And then if IRL stuff was boring, I'd watch YouTube. I used to watch Good Mythical Morning like every day before school. Like that was a thing during like my school era. That was just like a routine because literally like their episode would drop as I was eating my cereal every morning.
Perfect timing.
So it was literally perfect timing where like I'd get a bowl of cereal, I'd sit down, and then GMM would start.
Hi, Purple.
I think it's like 7, right? It was like 7. And I would just like I would watch it while I eat my cereal. Right, I'd finish the episode, finish my cereal, then I'd go to school. It was great. It was like literally perfect.
Nice. I had like Disney fucking like Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers and shit like that for that time period of my life.
It's cool. I don't know. TV was just never reliable. The thing with TV was just like if like there's no. It's obviously like once you finish something, then there's the next thing. And so like I would always get distracted. I'd always be late. But with JMM, I was never late because I had like a routine, you know, because it was perfect. And is it 7 a.m.? I think it was like 5 a.m. when the episode's released. I can't remember. But whatchamacallit? What were they going with this? Oh yeah, so the Sugar, the guy, he looked like if like Eminem and like Cinnamon Toast Ken had like a baby, right? That's what this guy looked like. All right. And he was like really cool, really effective, calm under pressure, whatever. And then he exploded. Him and the other guy. There was another guy, the black guy. His whole thing, right, was like he's kind of like the asshole of the team, right? He's like the asshole of the team, and he's the one that was basically telling the new guy, right, who's not supposed to be there, basically like oh, like, you know, like because the new guy, he relies on technology, and like he's basically like he's the guy that like communicates with the person who's in the Air Force, like piloting a drone, right? He's the guy that talks to the drone people, and he like, you know, maps things out, and he like, you know, does all that stuff, right?
Liaison combat, like a field coordinator.
He's the gadget guy.
Yeah.
He's the gadget guy, and so the other guy was like, oh yeah, you know, like, you know, like there's nothing like, he was saying how like he hates like drones and stuff because it takes away the human element,
the humanity, yeah,
out of combat, right? And he was like, oh, well, I mean, I you know, I think that this is a good thing. I think it makes it less barbaric, right? And the guy was like, really? You think blowing up a bunch of like you think blowing up with 20 people, right, with a missile is less barbaric than me shooting them? Look, at the end of the day, warfare is always the same, no matter what. Like once you know, strip away all the guns, all the bullets, all the gadgets, all the rockets, all the everything, right? Everything comes down to man killing man, whatever, right? He's kind of this like, you know, he's that guy, right? He's that guy. And then he flexes on his arms. He has the tattoos of the title. It says like what was it? It was like I just said the title. I forgot it already.
Army movie number 297 million.
The Land of Bad. That's what it was called. The Land of Bad. Yeah. But anyway, so TLDR is that there's another guy who's nice to the newbie, right? Who gave him his snack since he couldn't find his Fruit Loops. And TLDR is that they're at this wedding, right? Not wedding. They're like stalking this guy. It's like arms dealer guy. It's like Russian arms dealer guy.
Oh, okay.
And then the Muzzies show up, right? They're in the Philippines. Yeah. And then the fucking Muzzy gang shows up and they start killing like everyone, right? Like at first it looks like they're gonna make a deal. And then the Muzzy like they shoot the guy, the Russian guy, and then they like decapitate his wife in front of him.
Damn.
And then they grab his kid. Oh, it was very visceral, like to watch.
Yeah,
and
damn.
They yeah. And wait, hold on, it gets better. Then they grab his kid, and they're about to like decapitate his kid in front of him. But then obviously like you know, the army bros, they step in, they shoot, they start shooting people. They shoot the fucking Muzzy leader in the leg, and like, you know, like it gets crazy, right? And you know, Muzzy sounds cute. It is. Muzzy is the name of an old like, it was like Rosetta Stone, but like for kids. It was like an old like language learning program for children.
Okay.
Anyway, tangent aside. The nice guy gets shot, but it's cool because he has this really cool scene where he's like on the ground, like Call of Duty style, like post-mortem, like he starts shooting people with his pistol and like killing Muzzies. And when he's on the ground, like covered in like bullet holes, like bleeding out and shit. Right? So then he dies, right? And then the other two guys are like, oh fuck, you know, we gotta move, we gotta go, whatever, right? And then like the new guy, he's like freaking out. He's like, what about this guy? It's like, bro, he's dead. He's dead. We gotta go. And then they get hit by a rocket.
Oh. And
we think that we think that they're all dead and it's just a new guy. Right? So the new guy's running away, and it's basically him talking to the Air Force guy, who's like an older Air Force guy.
This is the Russell Crowe lookalike, right?
Yeah. Who's like yeah, the Air Force guy, older Air Force guy who's on the phone, you know, just trying to keep him, you know, calm and trying to get him out of this alive, right? Meanwhile, back at the Air Force base, I'm not gonna give a full fucking description of this.
I mean, you're halfway there.
TLDR! Fuck. TLDR is Mr. Sugar, whose name I do remember. I don't remember anyone else's name, but I do remember his name. Alright? He lived, and so does the other guy.
Okay.
And so Sugar goes, and he has this really cool scene where he shows up wearing like a cool like hoodie over his head, and he like murders some guys, and he saves our boy, our boy Fruit Loops. Okay, after he gets captured. Okay, and then they go, and then they try to save the third guy, right? The Land of Bad tattoo guy. And it doesn't go well, and they all get captured. And then the M&M man gets shot in the face.
Oh.
The top of the head, actually, I think, if memory serves. He got shot up, he was bleeding out, and they dragged him out, and then on video they shot him, executed him. And then they were gonna like, there was a plan before they went in where they were gonna have the Chair Force guy basically nuke the place after they got out. But their comms went down. All their comms were broken. And then the TLDR is that basically they were all, because they were trapped in there, right? The place got nuked, but they were able to survive because the guy was in the water. And then they got out, but like they didn't really have any comms, and they were calling back at like the Chair Force place, but the Chair Force place told the old guy to like leave and go home because he'd been there like all day. But like they were all watching like a sports ball game, so they weren't paying attention to the phone, so they didn't know that like the guy was still there and he was about to get blown the fuck up. But then the Chair Force guy time traveled so that he could basically like man turned on fucking hyperspeed so that within 5 minutes he can go from the store back to the fucking military base, so he can basically yell at the guy to call off the fucking explosion, and then everyone lives. And the whole point of the movie is
Muzzy's bad.
Chair Force bad. Oh. That's it. Don't watch sports ball while you're on a army base or Air Force base or whatever. Pick up the phone, chat. You never know; it might be aborted.
So,
that's the lesson. But also
overall
watching
quality B-movie army action movie.
Honestly, no, the quality was really good. Like, dude, like the scenes like at the start when they were like shooting at the guys, and like just like the slow-mo of like the gun like shooting, right? The close up of the guy doing like a quick like reload, right? Like that was cool. I don't know, like I think that it was really good. Time travel. There's no actual time travel. It's just the explosions were supposed to be paced 15 minutes apart from each other. But literally it was like, 5 minutes to the explosion, 2 minutes to the explosion. The guy's still at the fucking store. The guy literally drove like. Because they just kind of cut to him kind of arriving at the store, like driving over there. And so it made no sense because it was like the timer in the background for when they were going to drop the bombs was like way, way like slower than the amount of time that was actually happening on scene. It was one of those like D&D combat things, you know, where like the time doesn't really add up with how much has actually happened in combat.
Yeah. Like
where it's like, everyone's going around like attacking and doing all this stuff, but really according to like the D&D like rules, 10 rounds is only like, 10 rounds of all this action, all this stuff happening, all this drama, all this conversation, everything happening. 10 rounds is a minute.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The movie was running on like D&D rules, basically.
Fair enough. You know, actually,
the bomb was gonna drop in 15 minutes, but like half an hour worth of movie content happened in those 15 minutes.
That's funny. Well, it sounds like a banger. I know that I was like passively watching it with you guys, but I had to leave like halfway through. So maybe I'll watch it on the flip side.
I kind of want to watch it again just because it was good. But anyway, that aside, after that movie, I took a nap. It was supposed to be a 3-hour nap. I slept for like an hour and a half, and then I was up for 24 hours, a little more than that, like 28 hours. I couldn't sleep. Explain that shit to me,
You
chat.
can never sleep.
I was up all night playing Wukong. Woke up, took like a 30-minute break just to get some water, get some food, etc. Right? Back to playing Wukong. Played Wukong for another 11 hours and change, right? Finished the stream. Tried to go to bed. Couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep till like 4 in the morning. I just couldn't. Explain that shit to me, chat. But 28 hours later, I continued on with the rest of my week, which contained other things, such as more Dark Souls one-handed.
Army of Two.
Which is pretty fun. Or Army of Two, yeah. We did a little bit of Dark Souls 2, but Peto felt sick. And then yesterday, Friday, we were supposed to do the Ring Fit, but Peto ended up calling out of work, so I was kind of hanging out with her in the morning.
Okay.
But I decided to swap Army of Two to Friday and move Ring Fit to
It's supposed to be today.
The issue is that Ring Fit's supposed to be like a morning thing. Because it's like a bit of effort to like put together and have to shower afterwards and stuff, you know? Better do in the morning so then I have time in the day for the rest of everything else. Part of why I canceled was because I don't have time to like do it and then go shower and then come here. But the reason why we can't do it in the morning is because Fridays, I also have the members only sessions where I do D&D with Jay.
Right.
And those go late into the night. Yeah. So.
All in all, the fact that you only had to scrap one stream this week is kind of remarkable.
Yeah, I did. So. Let's see. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was 9 streams. I think that would have been the 10th.
And you had your podcast on Wednesday too.
Oh yeah, and I had a podcast on Wednesday too. That's true.
Yeah. So.
That counts.
Yeah, that's totally counts.
And I have this now, which also counts.
I was gonna say this stream counts too. And you have another one tonight too, right?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Mamako ones are only like every 2 weeks, whenever he wants to.
Every once in a while, kind of thing. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. Well, is that it? Is that? I'm afraid to ask if that's it.
No, yeah, that's it. We finished Army of Two 40th day, so Devil's Cartel will officially start next time we play Army of Two.
Nice.
Which I'm excited about. Everyone hates that one, but that's my favorite because I can customize the masks in game.
That's the first one that I played, and I liked it. But then I went back and played the other two, and I was like, oh my god, I fucking love these games.
That's pretty much what happened to me. I played them in reverse.
Okay.
I played the third one first because I really liked Ghost Recon Future Soldier, and I had my eye on Devil's Cartel because it seemed like more of the same stuff. And so my best friend at the time I was in middle school got it for me for my birthday, and we played through it together. Because we had played Future Soldier together. And so after we played through it together, we went back and we played the other two. We played 40th Day, and then we played the original one. So we literally played them in reverse order.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of skewed my perception of the characters. Because going into the other ones, after you've already dealt with the ending and stuff of the third one, it's a little weird. I still liked Salem. I still really, really liked Salem. So I still played Salem every time. But I don't know. And now that I'm playing them in the proper order for the first time, it feels even weirder because I feel like Salem from the first game and from the last game are the same person, and Salem from the second game is a different person.
Oh yeah, you're saying that how he's his personality changes in the second one. He becomes more jaded and stuff. Yeah.
Not really jaded. It's more because Salem never was the type to care. It's Rios that becomes more jaded in the second one, right?
Oh, okay.
Rios is very much Rios is the big guy, right? He's the big guy, but he's the good guy, right? He's the guy that's he's really he's very stoic, right? He wants to do the right thing in the first game. In the second game, he doesn't really seem to care very much about anything. And I think part of that's just because the game kind of lets you pick your morals.
Oh, so they kind of had to blank slate him a little bit. So that you can kind of imprint your decisions onto him.
Kind of. Yeah, I think that's part of why. But it's just kind of weird. It's just weird the way they did it, because the characters' personalities feel really, odd. And I guess, they feel kind of empty. Neither of them, feels quite as extreme as they were in the first game. In the first game, they had very much, a very, natural kind of, dude-bro relationship. Even the dialogue, it doesn't sound like scripted dialogue. It sounds like pretty normal, dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk, and, there's no, because they would just talk all the time, just naturally during combat, but it wasn't just, repeated lines over and over again. It was dialogue that was related to what specifically is going on. So you would have things we'd, get to, a boss fight, and Riz would be like, oh, that's the guy. And Salem's like, yeah, no shit. Right? And it's, pretty, normal dialogue you would have with, your friend while playing the game. It's pretty natural dialogue rather than, being hyper-scripted.
It's the pre-millennial... tee lol random bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of because it's not necessarily that it's random. It's just that it's natural, right? It comes off. It's natural. It doesn't come off as scripted. It's this is how people talk to each other. You know, they don't give a fuck about the scripted, the specific ways of saying things or the specific, all that nonsense. It doesn't feel scripted, right? The lines don't feel scripted, which is nice, right? Mm-hmm. It feels like there's actual relationship between these two characters. And you can actually get some personality out of the characters, right? Again, Rios is very much like, he's very invested in what's going on, he's trying to figure out what's going on, he wants to do the right thing, etc. Salem is just like, Rios, shut the fuck up, stop being a woman. Like, no one cares, alright? Just fucking do your job, let's get paid, let's get the fuck out of here. Right? There's no conspiracy, there's no nothing, like, put your fucking tinfoil hat away, let's just fucking focus on your job. Right? Because Salem doesn't really care. He's not in it, he doesn't care about morality or anything like that. He just cares about getting the money, getting out, moving on with his life, and then gambling all of his money away. Like, he's there for the experience. He's not there for, like, the honor of it. Right? Mm-hmm. And so Salem is inherently kind of a shit guy. Right? That is his personality.
He's like a true merc.
Yeah, exactly. He's a shitty guy. They're both former army, right? But, you know, he's kind of an asshole. Right? Mm-hmm. And he likes going out to combat because he gets to see the world and stuff. Right? He gets lots of money, he gets to spend on stuff. You know, he really does live just the merc life, right? That's kind of what he wants, right? But he's best friends with Rios, who's a good guy, and that's kind of what grounds him.
Right.
So he ends up doing the right thing in the end, no matter what. Because he's kind of following Rios' lead, right? Mm-hmm. Rios is kind of, like, older than him, a bit more experienced. You know.
He's more of a leader.
He's more of a leader, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Than Salem is. Salem just kind of does what he's told because, you know, that's what he wants to do. He wants to do what he's told.
Yeah, he's the kind of person who, like, he's like, I don't really care. I guess.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You know, but he's like at least humble enough to know that he needs somebody to keep his shit in check, and that's how he views Rios.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Rios is his best friend, right? He knows as long as he follows Rios, everything will be fine because Rios is, you know, he's got his shit together, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, like, he just wants to follow orders and make his money. He doesn't want to think too hard about anything, right? That's who he is. In the second game, Rios is no longer, like, very, like, the dialogue feels really strange, right? The dialogue feels like you took both characters and, like, so, maybe it doesn't help that he's played by Nolan North, but Salem feels like very much like a Deadpool kind of, like, jokester kind of character who's just kind of making jokes all the time, doesn't really take anything seriously, right? Which is fine, it's kind of part of who he is, right?
And Nolan North has a natural voice for that kind of a character.
Yep. But the thing is that Rios completely reciprocates it. So Rios is the same way now, right? Where he's kind of jaded, doesn't really care, and just kind of goes back and forth and makes, like, the jokes, right? Like, dude, this fucking line, just explain this to me, right? How the fuck Rios, the stoic guy from the first game, right? There's a line where, who was it? I can't remember if it was Rios or Salem that brought it up. That one of them was like, oh, like, you're, like, going through a zoo, and one of them's like, oh, do you remember, like, that last time that we, like, went through a zoo in, like, one of these places? And Salem was like, oh, yeah, how the fuck could I forget that horrible thing you did to that panda? Right? And Rios like, well, you know, someone's gotta keep the bloodline going, or something like that, right? And Salem's like, I mean, yeah, I had to fucking bail you out. Next time that you fucking decide you're gonna fuck some, what was it? Like some looking for an animal, like not extinct, some endangered wildlife, you know, you should, like, maybe, like, be a bit more careful or something like that. In fucking lore, Rios has fucked a panda. Why? Like, a lot of the, like, those conversations don't feel natural, for one. They feel really, like, scripted. Like,
it's very forced.
This is edgy.
It's, like, forced edgy.
Stupid.
Which is just, comes off as cringe.
Exactly. It's just super fucking cringe, right?
Yeah.
It's completely out of character for the way that Rios was presented in the first game, right? He clearly doesn't give a shit, right? And then Salem, on the other hand, sometimes has lines where he's, like, actually, like, more, like, he's like, the more calm one, right? Mm-hmm. He's the less crazy one out of him and Rios, who just, Rios seems completely jaded, doesn't care. Like, it sounds like, when Rios talks, sounds like he's just, like, high out of his fucking mind, just like, yeah, dude, I did all this crazy shit, I do all the crazy shit, I'm that guy, I'm that dude, right? He has that kind of, like, vibe, where Salem comes off as the more talkative one, just, I guess he's named by North, who's, again, you know, like the yap. And, like, you know, he just comes off as the more competent and, like, focused one, who actually cares about what's going on. It's a complete, like, it's not a role reversal, but just kind of both of them being brought to the center and a little bit too far to each other's side, right? But they're still both, for the most part, very malleable, and they're just kind of like, they feel like very hollow characters. They don't feel like the same character, right? And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But in the third game, which people hate, right?
They
Rios
go back
is
to
the
the way
guy
they are in play, like they
kind
are
of,
in game 1.
Yeah, Rios is like your mentor, right? And Salem ends up getting betrayed and he ends up becoming the bad guy. A lot of people don't like this, right? Because it's like, yeah, like Rio, I don't get why Salem would ever like feel like Rios really betrayed him, right? Salem wouldn't betray Rios, right? And that's true. And that's why I think a better way to have done the story. I haven't gone through it yet, so it's kind of spoilers chat for those of you that haven't played the game, or maybe are waiting for me to play through it so you can watch me play it. But the TLDR is that the two new characters that you play as basically kind of prevent Rios from saving Salem. He's like falling out of like a helicopter or something like that. And because of this, Salem is then saved by the cartel, who he now thinks are his new friends because Rios betrayed him and the cartel saved him. Right? It's very mindless, but it's still kind of in character for Salem. But at the same time, it's like they have gone through so much, you know? Like, it's out of character for Rios to not go try to find Salem's body and make sure that he's dead. Right? For one. It's out of character for Salem to just take this one-off thing and be like, that's it, it's over. My friendship with Rios is over.
Yeah, like one instance.
Yeah. Right?
That's all it takes, yeah. It's
like it's just really weird. I think a better way to have done the story would have been if Rios died. And then now without Salem having his grounding, Salem
he
is then
have
kind of
that
falls
anchor anymore.
Yeah, he falls into his lesser nature and is like, well, the cartel's more, it's more profitable.
Yeah.
And without his anchor, he ends up becoming a bad guy, right? Over the course of the game, and then he ends up becoming the bad guy rather than him just being gone for the whole game and being like, surprise, he's alive and he's a bad guy. Like, I don't know. I think it would have made more sense, right? At least to me.
Or you could have had it, or like Salem, like maybe it's like Salem ends up getting the biggest paycheck he could possibly get from the cartel, and maybe like turns out that like he has like a wife or an ex-wife or something like that he still is in love with, and like that influences the decision. And Rios is like, you can't throw your lot in with man. It's like, hey man, they got my wife. I have to do what they say. It's kind of like a forced, friends to enemies kind of.
Yeah.
You could, that's another
something like that.
With,
like
where,
Salem's kind of like a gambler, right? So like,
Salem like
or something like that. Are you fucked up?
You can have like that moment, that splitting moment where like Salem, like it breaks Salem's heart to have to like basically like betray Rios, but like he has like no other choice at this point. But then like Rios is like, I'm not giving up on you, man. Like you could have that whole that kind of like romance kind of thing. Yeah, 100%. Like that's I think that's
you could do something like that
direction.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's several ways to do it than the way that they did it.
Rios is orange seated, Salem is schmo.
Kinda, yeah. They could have done a lot of ways the way they did it, but I still don't have a problem with the way they did it personally.
Okay.
But that's pretty much it. I can't think of like anything else.
Okay.
Oh, it's super like impactful.
I will go pretty quick then. I helped my parents shovel some rock for a little landscaping project and tweaked a nerve in my back. So I'm dealing with that all weekend. And then streaming wise, I also started Black Myth Wukong, but I'm not like you who does marathon streams. So the boss I was able to get up to and beat was the Black Wind Monk guy.
That was a fun fight.
That's as far. Yeah, he was giving me some trouble too. It took me like probably a couple dozen tries to get him. He was giving me fucking problems.
I don't remember how long he took me. I don't remember how long any of them took me.
I took.
I don't really count. I just kind of like. I'm like, okay, next try.
The snakefish guy probably took me. I want to say like 6 tries. I think. That one was weird because like I got worse as I kept playing him. Like I got him like halfway down his life bar in the second phase, like my first try, and then every subsequent try I got like worse and worse and worse. But then like I guess beat him. I guess I don't know. That was weird. And then I had a good amount of trouble with the bobblehead Thanos guy in the beginning too. But once I figured out the combo stagger gimmick, I was like, oh, okay. I don't know. Like I feel like I've played harder Souls likes, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like I personally think that
it's
Sekiro is harder,
simple.
but that's because I need to go back and play Sekiro to see if that game still gives me trouble or not. I have a feeling I'll have a much easier time with it now.
I want to watch you play that game.
Yeah, I do too. Actually, I kind of want you to backseat me on that one. But I'll get to that eventually. But
I will train you.
You will be my Sifu. There, look at that segue.
There you go.
Yeah, so I also streamed Sifu yesterday, which was a ton of fun. I was like, I wonder how, because I played it earlier this year, and I like mastered the game. Like, I beat the whole game at the age of like 23, which means 2 deaths, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I got really fucking good at it. I platinumed it and everything. You know, I got like the full like Zen, where you had to like not kill the boss, which means you have to beat every boss twice with less moves. Because they have to do moves that focus on their stagger bar and not their life bar, you know? And it's like, man. I played it yesterday and I was like, man, I was fucking good because I am not that good right now. I got further than I thought it would do. I got to the 4th level boss, which I did not think I was going to get that far.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to be too rusty
skills,
to get
like,
there.
they do rust. It's crazy. Like, they do rust if you stop playing those games. I thought that Sekiro was gonna give me more trouble when I went back to it.
Yeah.
But I was surprised with how quickly I picked it back up.
Yeah, I knew that I was gonna be rusty, and I was like, "There's no way I'm finishing this game tonight." Like I could, like when I was good at it, I could in a stream finish it. I could finish the whole game in like an hour probably. But I was like, I know that I'm not getting to the final boss. I know I'm not beating this, but I want to see how far I can get. And I managed to get to the 4th level boss, which is way further than I thought I would. So I was happy. And then I played some of the arenas as well, which are they're fun, but they're hard. Holy crap, those arenas are hard. But honestly, the whole game is pretty damn hard. Like it's just one of those games that just demands you to master the combat system, and the way that you progress and stuff through the game, it makes you want to indulge that ask. You know what I mean? Like it's really well designed that way, which is why I'm like really, really stoked about playing. What is it? Abdicator?
Absolver.
That game's gonna be fucking fun. So I did that, and then what else did I do this week? I started watching a show called Delicious in Dungeon. It's this random Netflix anime that popped up on, well, Netflix obviously, and this show is fucking retarded, but it's funny. It's literally like a Dungeons and Dragons party. Like it's very like the meta is very much like acknowledged. Basically, you know, like they explain like inside the dungeon you can resurrect, you know. As long as you're like, so, because like this, they have like this gimmick where like the dungeon has like this magic spell cast on it that tethers people's souls to their bodies. So as long as that tether is maintained, you can resurrect them, which is kind of like the whole premise of the first season. Like the whole the show starts off with them like in like one of the lowest levels, and the main character's sister gets eaten by a big red dragon, and then then he escapes, and he's like, I have to form a new party and get down there, so that I could save my sister, get my sister's body so that I can resurrect her, basically. And they have to do it, like, in a relatively short amount of time, because, like, the more and more a body is destroyed, and in her case, like, literally through, like, digestion, the less and less likely a successful resurrection will happen, basically. So he gets this new party, he gets this, like, this elf girl who's, like, like she's like the mage. Like everybody very much plays their stereotypical roles. Basically. Like but the whole premise of the show, like it's so strange. Like the premise of the show, like I gave you the plot or the motivation for the plot, but the show focuses around the fact that after that encounter with the dragon, they lost all their possessions and their money, so they don't have enough money for provisions and food. And so they opt instead to just cook and eat whatever monsters they kill inside the dungeon. Hence the name of the show, Delicious in Dungeon. And so
the show is like focused on like the cooking aspect?
Yeah, the show is literally focused on cooking monsters and how to cook monsters and eat them. And they run across this dwarf that's been like living inside the dungeon for a long, long time. And the dwarf like has figured it all out already. which again, it's like really dumb plot wise. Like, why would you just introduce a character that already has the entire conflict of like how to successfully cook and eat monsters, just add it to the party? Like, you just remove that entire conflict out of the plot. Like, why would you do that? But this dwarf basically teaches them like how to cook the monsters and make them delicious. And so like the whole like every episode is
the
name of every episode is literally like one or two monsters, and then like how, and like it's like slime brisk, like that's the name of it. That's how the episodes are named. Yeah, exactly. It's literally like a monster dish. And like you could tell that the show really is focused on the cooking, because like the whole dragon thing, like you think that there's going to be like some secret thing, something goes wrong, like they reach the dragon and something happens, and then blah 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 blah. They have to rethink things, But like it's not a spoiler at all, really. Like they get down to the dragon, and they come up with a plan to kill the dragon. It works. They kill the dragon, and then they like dig like a tunnel into the dragon's body to get to the stomach, pull the stomach out, and then they pull out like the skull of his sister, and they pull out all these bones. They separate out the bones of like dogs and shit, and they reconstruct her skeleton. And then the mage just does a resurrection spell, and using the meat of the dragon to bring the sister back to life, and it just works, and she's fine. And then they just move on, and that doesn't even happen at the end of the first season. It happens like in the middle of the first season. So it's like it's like they really don't care about the plot. All that they care about is just like cooking and eating monsters. That's what the show is really about. I was like, oh, what is this plot going to be like? What, it's like, surely this plan with the dragon's going to go wrong somehow, right? And there's got to be more to the sister, but
no,
like, nope,
everything goes well.
Everything goes perfectly as planned, and that's it. It's like, what the fuck? It's so strange. And then they just continue on in the dungeon. It's like, okay, like, it's bizarre. It's really dumb. But like, if you're looking for like an anime to have on in the background, like the best parts of it is when the elf like complains about the food. Because they're like, oh, we can eat these little critters, like, and all this other kind of stuff. Like, they find out that living armor is animated by critters that live between the plates of the armor, and they like have like these tendons that they use to flex around, and that's what makes the armor move and all this kind of stuff. But basically, they realize that you can cook and eat living armor. Okay. I will say though that in order to do a show like this, the creator had to like, because this is based off of a manga. You can tell that he had to like really think through like monster anatomy to like figure out all of these different dishes and how like to make like how would I make living armor something you can eat? It's like, well, what if the plates were like multi-layered and there's like creatures that live between the plates and blah blah, and then like you'd have to take these creatures out and how to get these creatures out of the plate armor, and then how to cook them and eat them and make them delicious. Like you could tell like it actually takes some thought to make this shit work.
Yeah.
Which is like the one part of the show I could appreciate. That and the fact that the elf is funny because she just like complains, like, I don't want to eat that. Like that's the brunt of her character. It's like she does magic and complains about the food. That's it.
That's great.
But she's funny, and and honestly, the main character, the brother, the guy, he's like a stereotypical warrior kind of guy. He could be he could be funny too at times, but the humor is mostly comes from the elf, and yeah, so that's a show on Netflix. And I also, for the first time in years, I rewatched Kung Pao, which is like a martial arts spoof movie with Steve Odekirk, the guy who directed the Ace Ventura movies from back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. I think it's probably one of the funniest movies ever made, and I did like a little on the fly watch party with it. A couple of people watched it with me, and it was a lot of fun. So that's what I did. Anyway, okay. I guess with our weeks done and nearly an hour in the can, let's get to
I've finished my entire bag of Nutella biscuits.
It's time to get to the news. I don't even remember what my first story is. Let me minimize this. Oh, that's right. I guess the first couple of stories actually are follow-ups. do you remember the story about the NASA astronauts that had like a 2-week trip planned and it ended up like they might not come back until next year?
Yeah.
Well, that turns out to be the case. So the decision has been officially made that they will not be returning to Earth until February. So the trip is only supposed to be like 2 or 3 weeks long or something like that, and that has turned into like 6 months.
Wait, this was published like today?
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. I actually, from when I was in like GameStop era, right? After the thing that happened with GameStop and like Wall Street Bets, I've actually been following Wall Street Bets on Reddit. Just for funsies. And someone on Wall Street Bets said they're gonna announce today, Boeing's gonna announce today that they can't return their astronauts home and they're gonna have to go with the plan with SpaceX.
Yeah, some people have that insider knowledge, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like someone posted it was like yesterday. I saw it and I was like, oh, that's interesting. They're like, yeah, get ready to like buy Boeing because it's about to get cheap, or something like that.
Yeah, this is a huge stand on Boeing because you know what? Remember the big stink about it is that Boeing has a very tarnished reputation now, and this is yet another black eye on Boeing. And the salt in the wound was that a SpaceX rocket is what was going to actually return the astronauts home.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening. They are going to return them. So it was supposed to be. Oh, it's only an 8-day. The original mission was an 8-day mission, docked at the International Space Station, and now they're gonna
back in June, dude.
Yeah,
it's only been 2 months.
Yeah. So June, July, August.
That's half a year.
Dude, that is 9 months. That's more than half a year. Holy shit. But you see here, the two of them that are stuck there, they will return as part of a SpaceX Dragon Crew 9 mission. So they're returning on a SpaceX craft, and once the Boeing craft is fixed, it's going to return to Earth without anybody on it. It's going to be automated. So, yeah, Boeing stock is about to become a buyer's stock, because it's about to plummet. In fact, it probably already has.
I can probably check it.
I'm actually curious. Yeah, let me. I should bring it up.
Do you want to go on screen, or
yeah. Let me do it real quick.
Oh wait, then.
Boeing stock. Okay, it hasn't cratered yet. This is the 1 day.
Yeah, looks fine for now.
It's okay. What's the 5-day? Okay, let me show this. This is the 5-day. So it's sitting at 174, which is still pretty high. But look at this. This is the... That's a big one.
Yeah. What was it at?
I don't know. This was just Tuesday. What the hell happened Tuesday? I don't know.
Also, the 1 month?
Let me go to the 1 month.
There's June. I think that's
this is July.
Announced what happened. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this was, I think, the initial incident here. Is this drop?
Where were they at? Go up there.
They were at a high of 196, 196.73.
That's pretty good.
That's really
They've gone
high.
down by like $20. That's
like 10%.
Yeah, that's a chunky.
That's a chunky
percentage.
drop. But I would think that this is gonna dip again. It's gonna dip again.
Yeah.
And they're already pretty close to their 5-month low, which is down here, like 103. Actually, not that really.
No, yeah.
No, that's 163. Sorry, 163. They've actually been. That's not awful still.
Yeah, honestly. It's not.
So, because you have to remember that the vast majority of stockholders for stocks like this, like Boeing, aren't people. They're investment firms.
Yeah.
So, because they're the ones that can afford, like a normal person can't afford like a huge share of stock at $175 a pop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
And it's not worth it for a normal person to invest in a company like this typically because, it's gonna hover between $20 kind of indefinitely up and down. So it's like if you have like, if you can spend $1,000 on 5 stocks, of Boeing, it's like maybe you make $100.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
It's just not. It's not worth the investment,
dude. I started using fucking after the thing that happened with GameStop, just for funsies. I grabbed what's this shit called? Is it Robinhood? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's the trading app.
It's like a stock trading app?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I got a stock on there for a company called Viking Pharmaceuticals.
Mm-hmm.
So something like that. Viking Therapeutics, that's what it was. And so, because basically, when you sign up, they're like, oh, yeah, you can get a free stock for this and that, right? And I got a free one for this company, and it was $2, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I got it. Right? And I was like, okay. You know how much that stock is now? I regret not buying more of that. It was literally $2. It's $64 now.
Yeah, that's the time to buy. The time to buy, honestly, after the release of Star Wars and the Yasuke game, AC Shadows, because I have a feeling that those two games are going to cause Ubisoft to kind of bottom out, because they're already at $5 a pop. I would not be surprised if after those releases they go down to under $4. And at that point, if you just spend $100, you can get a couple dozen shares of Ubisoft, and it'll if it creeps back up, let's say it creeps back up to maybe $10 or $15. I mean, you've doubled your money. You know what I mean? On only $100 spent. So it's 100% increase. Whereas you buy Boeing stock, spend $1,000 on 5 stocks, and maybe you get you're just not going to make your money back on that investment.
Yeah.
So,
dude, I had checked Viking Therapeutics earlier this year, and they were $80. I think that was their high, March, right? And that was when I noticed it. I was like, damn, I should have bought more of this.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You got to be careful about the stock market, though, is that it very much triggers a FOMO.
Yeah, you never know.
It's very much a FOMO game, and that's kind of what gets you. You can't oh man, I should have done this, I should have done that. You can't.
Yeah,
you
really
can't have that attitude. Or else you will not be successful. But yeah, that's an update to this story. Is that they are scheduled to come home in February via SpaceX, and their rickety whatever the fuck rocket is gonna go back to Earth empty. So just another red stain, black eye on Boeing's reputation there. And then the next follow up is from last week. You remember that wrongful death, forced arbitration fiasco that Disney got into last week?
Yep.
They have decided they have tucked their tails, and they're going to go to court in it. They're going to give the guy his day in court as he wants. But the thing about this is that the cat's like already out of the bag. Like they've already got the black eye. And
look at what they say. Did you read like what they say about it?
This is right here. This is their statement here. We believe this situation warrants a sensitive approach to expedite a resolution for the family who have experienced such a painful loss. As such, we've decided to waive our right to arbitration and have the matter proceed in court. So
there was like another thing they said. I don't know if it's here, but it was some like really like slimy like oh yeah, of course we really care about the people like type shit.
Oh, right? Just the corpo boilerplate bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is what you expect from Disney these days.
Yeah, which is like, motherfucker, you already brought this up.
Yeah, this thing.
Why'd you bring up the arbitration if you believe that this warrants a sensitive approach? Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're doing this. They're not doing this because they believe this statement they put out. They're doing it because of the PR backlash they got. That's why they're doing it. Like it's kind of clear. And the crazy thing is that like this, waive our right to arbitration. It's like that should be your default. Like you should look at every case individually, and then if you have the right to arbitration, when necessary, you should exercise it. But it shouldn't be the default position. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like their approach is completely backwards. And it's very clear that this is all done because it's like they look this flat out evil. Like you know what Disney should have done? It's like we're like multi-billion-dollar company. We pay our legal team because the guy only asked for $50,000. Remember, like,
yeah,
we pay our legal team like $500,000 a day, probably, just to deal with all this crap. Because it's like, how many lawsuits come at Disney? Like, I showed you the graphic last week and how much shit Disney owns and is affiliated with.
Yeah.
Like, how many lawsuits are they dealing with every single day? You know what I mean? They've got to be dealing with hundreds a day. They got to be paying millions and millions and millions of dollars just to their legal team to handle all this crap. You know what I mean? It's like, you see this $50,000 wrongful death, this horrible thing happened to this guy at this restaurant that, yeah, Disney doesn't own and operate it, but it is their land, it's their building. They're leasing the building to the restaurant. They have some duty to protect. You know what I mean? You see this lawsuit come across your desk, you say, this is awful. You know what? I'm not going to give you $50,000. I'm going to give you $100,000, and we're going to pay for all your funeral expenses because this shouldn't have happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you do.
Like that would have been really good PR.
This is nothing. This is absolutely nothing to us as a company, but it's everything to this man as a human being. And so that's what we're gonna do. You know what I mean? And it's like we pay our legal team multiple times this every day. You know what I mean? Like, we can afford to help this guy out. Like, that's the move you make. That's what the Disney of old would have done. Like, if oh crap, what's his name? Eisner. If Eisner was still in charge of Disney, Eisner was the guy before Bob Iger took over. Eisner, like, he made a lot of bad decisions with the company, but you could tell that he actually had a love for the company. Bob Iger doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And Eisner, absolutely, he would have been like, no, we're going to give double what this guy is asking for because it's nothing
Eisner,
to us.
I only knew her.
And
what's this?
And we're going to help.
Dude, do you want to give me mod privileges real quick?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Here.
How do we do that?
Boop. So you're gonna hover over my name, you're gonna click on it. There should be an option to give mod privileges.
Okay. Standard or managing?
It is fine.
I'll give you managing. Okay. There you go.
Boop.
Oh, who does? Oh, Paul. Fuck you, Paul.
I just typed him out. I didn't ban him. I just typed him out.
Come in here, all butthole in my chat up.
I just noticed that. I was like, it's kind of funny.
But yeah, this is the thing though, is that they're doing this now in court. But that PR black eye is still there. Like, this doesn't erase that PR black eye.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And it's like I can't remember.
That bad PR isn't hit no matter what. Like,
I literally can't.
You already got the bad PR, and you could have avoided it. Right?
Yeah,
and that doesn't go away. People remember that.
I literally can't think of the last time that Disney made a good PR move. Like, I was trying to think back, like, all the shows, all the press junkets that they've gone on. You know, like for the Acolyte, which it was nothing but like We're Whamming and, you know, Power of Many, and, you know, let's put this weird bald black woman out on the stage and go, yes. You know,
they got rid of all the activists.
It's like, why do you think that this is good PR for your show when, like, after all of this publicity, nobody knows what the fuck the show is about? Because all that you've talked about is, like, black women. It's like, nobody knows what this fucking show's about. Like, we're going to get to the Acolyte later today, though. And that's, like, you go before that, and you look at, like, Ewan McGregor shitting on fans for, like, hating on Obi-Wan Kenobi show, which deserved it because that show is shit, and it shouldn't have been.
Wait, who?
Ewan McGregor, the guy who plays Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh.
Yeah. He made, like, a car video shitting on fans because they were, like, ripping apart the Reva actress because she was, like, a shit. She wasn't a good character, and her motivation was dumb. And that was also the show that, like, made, like, lightsabers, like, not this super awful, like not like the super deadly weapon anymore, because that's the show where like Reva got like completely like run through with the lightsaber, and she just kind of shrugged it off. Like she got hurt, like she didn't die from it. She didn't die from it. Basically, it's just like every movie where someone's and game or anything, anytime somebody gets fucking run through by a lightsaber, they're dead. Like except the strong black women, you know. So it's like, so that show got fucking eviscerated by people, and
shitting on the fans is a really great way to get fans to come to your side, huh?
It's just like it's the worst that you could do, and like Disney seems to be like
that's works like every time, dude.
It seems to be their primary strategy,
right?
Like all of their PR is like, let's shit on the fans and call them incels and racists. It's just like, guys, I don't think the anti-fan marketing. I don't think it's a winning strategy. Yeah. Like the numbers have been played out so many times at this point.
Incel and Nazis and blah 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 blah.
Like you need to tell your actors and actresses.
Watch your thing then. Wait, no. Why aren't you watching the thing? You need to watch the thing, you stupid bigots. It's like, but you don't like us. Like,
that's the thing.
But we want your views. Well, then why do you hate us?
They think they can morally shame people into like watching their shows.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna work.
Like,
dude.
Imagine the arrogance. Like, I can't imagine having so much arrogance as to think that I could like look down my nose at somebody and then that will make them do the thing that I want them to do for me. It's like, what? Like, people are crazy.
If you don't do what I want, I will call you a
ghetto sounding Sith lady. Oh god, I don't.
I'm into that.
Yeah, the Reva character was so unpopular that they tried to crowdfund a like her lightsaber on Sideshow, I think, and they were like, if this project gets enough funding, then we will actually like produce the lightsaber and sell it to people, and it didn't even get half of what it needed.
Damn, yikes.
It's like, oof. But yeah, Disney is really seems to be going out of their way to prove themselves to be an evil company these days. So it's pretty wild. So okay, those are my two. I knew it was going to be shit before it came out. Everybody knew, Mr. Cornell. Everybody knew. Especially because remember that Obi-Wan came out after Boba Fett, and Boba Fett was like, it came after season 2 of The Mandalorian, and Boba Fett had like remember it had the squad of rainbow colored mopeds. I don't think you know what I'm talking about, Rosa.
But I have no idea. I need to look up a picture.
Yeah, in this show, the Boba Fett show, there's a gang of like outlaws or whatever, and they ride these like space motorcycles, and they look like mopeds, and each of them have like a different color. So it's like the gay moped brigade.
Can you look this up, please?
Yeah,
I need to see this. Also, someone's at my door. Hold on a minute.
Okay, hang on. Let me look it up. See this. There it is. Oh, that's a tiny picture. It's so tiny. Okay, there we go. This is it. This is the super.
I'm back.
This is it.
What
right
the
here.
fuck is this? The Power Rangers?
Yeah, this is the moped biker gang from the Boba Fett show.
Hold on,
Look at this.
I need a fucking full screen image. You got red, blue, yellow, and green. It's literally it's the Power Rangers.
Yeah, it totally is. And this is the boss bitch of the gang, because of course it's led by a boss bitch girl. Just another. What do you call it?
Emo chick.
Just another emo. Her arms
grungy
are like
emo teen.
Yeah,
super skinny arms, like pale white. The like dark makeup on the eyes, the dark red for the lips. Yeah, just classic emo. Why are they ruining emo?
Yeah, it's just. If I can zoom in, but It's kind of blurry, but.
I mean, she's
And look
hot.
at these.
I mean, she's
And look
hot.
at these. Why are there like 6 rear view mirrors on this thing? Like, what the fuck are these bikes?
Dude, this reminds me of cause dude, they used to.
This looks like something out of Back to the Future 2.
Yeah, kinda. There's bikes that are designed like that, but like they're like for show.
Yeah.
They're like art pieces usually.
So, yeah, this was the Book of Boba Fett, and this show was so bad that there was an episode where the main character Boba Fett wasn't even in it, because they had a show or they had an episode dedicated to the Mandalorian, because they knew that Boba Fett couldn't hold up his own series in just a 6-episode show, so they had like a whole episode that was just about the Mandalorian again.
Dude, the idea that Boba Fett, one of the most fucking popular characters in Star Wars, can't hold up his own show is fucking insane. How do you fuck up that bad?
Yeah, it's... Dude, the whole Disney, like, expanded universe on Disney Plus is such a god-awful shit show. There's only one good show that came out of it, and that was Andor, and nobody watched it. In fact, the only show that had less viewership than The Acolyte was Andor.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's bad. Like, anyway, we're gonna get to The Acolyte later in the... Reminds me of those super kitted out Japanese motorcycle gangs. Yeah, but the Japanese make it cool. Like,
yeah.
They know
make
how
everything
to,
cool.
They know how to make anything cool. So, anyway.
What is this? In the West you make fun of porn? We make porn cool.
Flags and unmanageably modded lowriders with giant seat backs. Yeah, it's like a very like 50s diner kind of appeal, I guess. I don't know. It's still lame. Is it? The Japanese stuff is still lame. I mean, even if it's still lame, it's still probably cooler than that Boba Fett shit. So, okay. Those are the updates I had to prior stories. Now let's move on to current news. Firstly, not Ben Affleck. Fluoride in drinking water at twice the recommended limit is linked to lower IQ in kids.
Huh.
That explains quite a lot, I think. A U.S. government report expected to stir debate concluded that fluoride in drinking water at twice the recommended limit is linked with lower IQ in children. Do you know the whole conspiracy about fluoride?
No.
So the whole thing about, like, the whole conspiracy about fluoride is that fluoride is added to the water by, like, the water treatment plants and stuff like that as a means of, like, killing off bacteria and stuff like that to make sure it's, like, safe to consume.
Yeah.
But there have been studies, like this one, that indicate that fluoride actually, like, makes you retarded. And that's been the conspiracy. Oh. And now this report gets released saying, yeah, children have far lower IQs on average than in the past, and we've also detected, like, a 200% increase in the fluoride in the water. So they're like... So this big government report came out basically giving massive credence to the conspiracy that fluoride is put in the water to make the population stupid and docile, so that they'll just obey whatever they're told. So yeah, government working against itself here. You've noticed that's
you've seen the memes saying it,
yes.
And every dude, I've always been like kind of like a skeptic for shit like this. I'm like, yeah, nah, dude, like it's nonsense. It's crazy, right? I've always been the Salem in these conversations, but lately, I can't help but notice that every single like long time conspiracy over the last couple of years, just like, oh yeah, this is true. Oh yeah, this is also true. Yep, yeah, there it is.
And a lot of them are just like straight up
even
being
the
admitted.
Dumb ones.
Yeah.
Even the fucking dumb ones, like, oh yeah, the pigeons are spies. You're spying on us. The
birds aren't real.
Yeah, the birds aren't
Literally
real.
my favorite conspiracy.
Comes out and it's just like, oh yeah, so actually, the government has started to use birds to,
yeah,
as drones, right? It's just like, bruh, are you
yeah,
dude. I'm starting to believe the meme. Conspiracies are just news reports that haven't come out yet.
They're just news reports for the future. That's all they are.
Yeah, dude. What the fuck?
I mean, it's just one of those, at this point, the jar of quarters for...
Stop proving this kid does, right? Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's just like, if Alex Jones had a quarter jar for every conspiracy that he said was true, that actually ended up being true, that jar, I think at this point, is full. It's full of quarters. It is overflowing with quarters at this point. I mean, like, the whole, like, the turning the frogs gay thing was true. Like, well, kind of. Like, it basically, they were putting chemicals in the water that cause frogs, because frogs have the ability to spontaneously change their sex.
Yeah.
And it's like they were putting chemicals in the water that actually made the frogs change their sex and stuff like that. So that they would all become the same sex and they wouldn't reproduce. And he's like, they're putting chemicals in the water that make the freaking frogs gay. It's like, I know it's hyperbole.
It sounds stupid.
It sounds stupid, but when you look at the kernel of truth that he's basing his shit on, it's fucking true. It's like, God damn it! Can we stop? Because the thing is, if Alex Jones is right about everything, we're fucked. Everything is fucked. So can we please stop proving Alex Jones right? Please, can we get off this train?
It's scary. I don't like it. I want to go back home.
Oh my gosh! And also, like, the thing is that the whole fluoride thing, there is truth to that as well. It's the same thing as like putting chemicals in the air to control the weather. That's true too. Like, that is 100% true. There was like news reports on CNN like this year, where they were reporting on government saying that they were like putting like silver iodine like into the clouds, and that was like basically causing like rain to happen as a means of weather control. And so like there was like these CNN reporters that were like deer caught in the headlights on like live television, going like, "Huh?
What?
So the weather control thing is true." They were conducting interviews with people who were conducting the experiments. So like, yeah, we're doing this, and they're just like, "What? Like, this is real." So it's like that real, and this fluoride shit has a lot of validity to it. Fluoride has been shown to be like, it like mellows you out emotionally, in high doses, and apparently the Nazis actually used it to like make their population more docile as well. So
Checks
like
out.
It has like actual like historical usage as a means of basically dumbing down and mellowing out the populace so that they're more docile and easy to control. And
I love when you're like, man, what's the government doing? Looks there, it's like, Nazi research.
Yeah, right?
And it's just like, dude, it happens so often. It's insane how often it's just like, yes, we hate the Nazis, but also, this was pretty cool.
Yeah. But like, they're admitting it here in this report, which is why I'm putting it here, because it's another put a quarter in the Alex Jones jar. This is a government report. It makes the first time a federal agency has determined with moderate confidence that there is a link between higher levels of fluoride exposure and lower IQ in kids. So this is the government just coming out and admitting that, yeah, fluoride makes you retarded. And we're putting it in the water. Like, it's like, it's just another one. It's just another one to add to the list of conspiracies or just news reports for the future. Fluoride, this was the other like justification. Fluoride, it doesn't just kill bacteria, but it strengthens teeth and reduces cavities by replacing minerals lost during normal wear and tear. So it's like natural mineral growth inside of like pores inside your teeth. But like, how about instead of fluoride, you just push the culture to stop, dosing everyone on massive amounts of sugar every fucking day, because that's what causes cavities and tooth decay is sugar. That's like what the whole the whole thing about like British having bad teeth, that comes from
sugar in their teeth. Yeah.
Well, that comes from their discovery of chocolate, basically.
Oh.
Like they found out about chocolate, and like chocolate became like this delicious thing, but it was like the first time they had like sugar in like a normal part of their diets. It's also a thing. Chocolate is a delicacy. Only the aristocrats typically ate it, which is why the aristocrats were the ones that had the bad teeth. So that's where that bad British smile shit comes from. It's like fucked up teeth from all the chocolate they were consuming because they didn't know about cavities and shit like that back then.
It's funny.
So, anyway, just another quarter in the jar. That's what this story is. Oh my gosh. Fluoride is the bullshit they sell you to replace the enamel they have you scrub off yourself. Yeah, it really is. It's bullshit. Because that's the thing, like, if you brush your teeth every day, you're going to brush the fluoride right out of your teeth before they have a chance to actually mineralize into any kind of significantly hardened form. Like, accumulate and mineralize, and if you brush your teeth every day, that's not doing shit. You're just brushing the fluoride right off your teeth. So all it's doing is making you stupid. Don't drink tap water.
You see, my Cuban ways have proven to be true. Never drink the water. I don't care how safe it is.
Well, you know how, like, when you brush your teeth, you put the toothpaste on, and then you, like, run it under the water?
Yeah.
Well, just run mouthwash over it. Just use mouthwash instead of water. So, that's, like, the best way to do it.
But it's not like I'm drinking that water, though.
Well, the thing is it does, like, residually will run down your throat. Like, you do swallow a little bit of it. Kind of like how people who, like, do chewing tobacco eventually end up with throat cancer. Because, like, they're not actively swallowing it, but it just kind of slowly leaks in, down their throat. Because it just sits in their mouth for a long period of time. But, anyway. Yeah. Another quarter of the jar.
I wash my mouth with the water in the sink, like, all the fucking time. It's fine. If I get retarded, it's fine. I think I have enough IQ to...
You just filled my 50-ounce cup with tap water? Faith, no! This is my 5th refill today.
My love!
Honestly,
no!
If you get like just get a Brita filter and stick that onto the end of the faucet of your kitchen faucet or whatever, and that'll filter out fluoride. So.
Yeah, I like all the water that like I drink, and that's funny. You only bottle of water just needs like a filter. Like we don't drink water from like the tap in my house, even though we do drink from like the fridge, and like we have like a filter outside, so that like one of the taps outside, which is where we use like refill like our water bottle.
Your potable tap.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's filtered water.
Okay.
We also have like a filter on like our kitchen sink as well.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
it can't. The thing is though, is it has to be. It can't be just like a particulate filter. It has to be like an ionizing filter, I think. So, because Florida is like, because fluoride is like fully dissolved into the water, so it'll just go right through like a normal particulate filter.
Yeah.
But if you have like Britas, I think are like ionizing filters. Like it runs the water across a catalyst that will react with the fluoride and actually pull it out of the water. So you got to make sure that you have that kind of filter.
I think that's how outside works. I think the one on the inside.
I think your typical filter actually does do that. It has like a catalytic agent that will pull shit like fluoride out of the water. So, but it's a worthwhile investment, chat. Is Jenny roboting?
Oh god, I'm giving you the disease. Do you also have it now?
I don't hear anything. It's fine on my end.
Yeah, it's pretty fun for you. It's gonna be terrible for chat.
Oh, well, I know that.
Oh no!
How do I fix it?
You're doing some my audio.
Uh-huh.
And then you're gonna change it. Dude, wait. I think I wonder if there's maybe an issue with like issue with yeah. And like that beta feature.
Should I get to anything except? Okay.
Anything except mine.
Okay.
It will come back.
Okay. How about now?
Comes back more often if you don't leave it alone.
Typical filters are mostly charcoal. Yeah, charcoal is a catalytic agent, though, isn't it? It's like a carbon filter.
The one we have in the on the sink in the kitchen. It's like this like a white stone. It's like a chalk.
It's just porous. I don't know. Well, Whatever it is, make sure you get a filter that pulls fluoride out.
There you go, chat.
There you go, chat.
Don't be retarded, chat.
Yeah, don't make yourself retarded. Okay, next story.
It's okay to go stupid, but don't go retarded.
Kentucky State Fair disqualifies innocuous miniature contest winner after discovering an X-rated link. You're gonna know this. Look, I'm gonna show you the picture of it. It's literally called the casting couch. So this bro is like a perfect. He does this as a hobby. He makes these miniature kits and enters them into like state competitions. And he made the casting couch as a miniature. It won a prize before they figured out what it was. So the guy's name is the Bearded Miniaturist. It's very appropriate because he has a beard and he makes miniatures. He won 3rd place for his entry into the miniatures exhibit before it was removed and deemed inappropriate. It's not like, why though? It's not like he modeled some girl getting gangbanged on the couch. It's just the couch. Like,
it's actually titled The Casting Couch. How did no one know this? How did this get by everybody?
I mean, think of the kind of people who are judging fucking miniatures contests at state fairs. Do you think
in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, do you think those fucking sheltered boomers are gonna like know? They're not gonna know. They're so sheltered from this kind of shit. They're not gonna know. Speaking with WDRB,
I was a sheltered boomer.
Polik said, "I created it piece by piece to be an identical replica of the one that we're all familiar with, or we don't want to admit that we're familiar with." Maybe that's what they did. Maybe they knew it right away, but they didn't want to like admit that they knew it, and so they gave it a prize, and then like
later we're like, we looked into it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, we didn't realize. We're ignorant.
Showed.
We don't know these things. I got the state troopers involved at the fair involved Wednesday morning. That's when I found out apparently the fair board was considering stripping all of my awards for this year and disqualifying them completely as an artist. Damn, that seems harsh. Entries submitted to the fair are routinely reviewed throughout the event, and the entry in question has been removed from display at this time. Is it actual? The joke is not on the judges. The joke isn't on people who are offended by this. The joke is to submit something that you can either get or you don't get. I mean, I thought the joke was like, I wonder how far. I wonder who, like, at what point they're going to notice. Are they going to notice right away? Or, like, how long will it take? Or can I get away with it completely? You know?
It's funny.
He had won ribbons for 2 of the 3 pieces he had submitted. Damn, this guy's, like, good. I wonder what his competition is, though. Is his competition, like, local middle schoolers with nothing else to do? Like, I can't
this fucking bearded, like, adult just comes in.
Yeah.
Like, I love to, just beat the children at making
it's like, oh, yeah, it's your science experiment, huh? It's like, yeah, did your parents help you with that science experiment? No. Well, fuck you. This is... He gets, like, just blast that diorama down. He's like, eat my ass, eat my beard, kid.
Dude, that reminds me of like in school, right? Like parents always get mad, like whenever like their kids like science experiment doesn't do well, and so like the parents always get super mad. It's because like the parents fucking did it.
That's because they did it. I know. I can't stand.
They did it.
I fucking hate it when parents do their kids' science experiment shit. He added, the superintendent of the fair board asked me to use a little sensitivity in the future because some things might be controversial. It's not controversial. It's just funny. Fuck it.
It's just funny.
Get the stick out of your ass, superintendent of the fair board, whatever the fuck your name is. What is your name? What is your name? John McStick up my ass? Like, come on.
John McMiniature.
John McCarran. Oh man. Okay, well that was a silly little one. What's next? Okay, next we're getting much more.
Wait, we get the other angle is the bare ass cheek print on the couch.
Okay.
Is it?
This is the exact opposite of this article. Terror attack in Germany. A knifeman leaves several dead. Turns out to be 3 dead. After stabbing random passersby in the neck at a diversity festival. This is awful. Okay, I'm going to say this is fucking horrific. This is awful. And I hate the fact that this happened. But I can't help but think that, like, this event, like, is a perfect encapsulation of the madness of the just open immigration that they're allowing across Europe and Britain. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
I didn't want to assume and be racist, but is he the
fact that
one of the usual suspects?
The fact that it's called it was literally a diversity festival, and it's like it was like the diversity is what stabbed people. You know, it's like, how is that not like a perfect microcosm of the whole, like, let's, like, you know, just import millions of people onto our continent from completely foreign cultures and places and norms and mores and, you know, and morals and stuff like that. And if you get mad about the violence that ensues as a result of that, then you're gonna be the one who gets in trouble, because diversity is our strength.
Claimed it to be their doing.
You know, it's just like, it's like a perfect microcosm of that.
If it's not in the headline, it's not white guy. That's a good point.
That's the thing. Like, the fact that if they don't say it's a white guy.
That is true. But whenever it's a white guy, they just say it.
They make sure that you know it's a white guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ann Coulter is a vile person, but she was right about that when she went on Bill Maher like a few months ago and said that about a stabbing, where she was like, they didn't know, like, the race of the killer, and she was like, well, it's not a white man, because if it was a white man, you'd know it. And they all made fun of her for it. Yep. And then, like, a week later, they were like, the guy was like a brown guy. It's like, yeah, of course. We know that's the case. So a knifeman has left at least 3 people dead after stabbing random passersby in the neck in a horrific terror attack at a diversity festival in Germany. 8 others have been injured, 5 of them seriously, in the knife attack at the western German city of Solingen last night. A desperate manhunt has been launched. This guy's at large, by the way.
Oh, great.
Because, of course, they couldn't catch him. A desperate manhunt has been launched to find the killer who fled after carrying out the brutal and senseless killings. The usually quiet Fraunhofer Central Square was packed for the 3-day Festival of Diversity. It was literally just called the Festival of Diversity. God, why do these people like just have zero creativity? But the upbeat atmosphere swiftly turned to terror when those gathered close to the stage reeled as a man randomly began stabbing attendees in the neck with a knife. How the hell did he get in with the knife in the first place? Like, don't they, like... I don't know. I just...
It's wild.
Let's see.
No arrests have been made as yet.
No arrests have been made as of yet, of course, with the subjects to be on the run and a situation center set up in Cafe Kirsting following the savage rampage. Police said they have no idea what the attacker looks like, but warned of future danger. Eerie photos from the scene show officers and emergency services standing solemnly in the darkness, surrounded by blue flashing lights with a helicopter circling above.
Cool cop
We are
photos.
here to protect the diversity. All natives will be shot. Let's see here. Okay, so this is where the city is here. Just a bunch of images.
Just cool pictures of cops. Is that it?
Yeah, I know, right?
Cops are pretty cool. They're on the scene. They're not gonna find them, but they're on the scene.
It's like paramilitary shit. Yeah, they're armed special police officers. So I guess, like, normal police aren't armed in Germany. Is that what they're implying here? Like, only the special police officers are armed?
Yeah, that checks out.
That checks out. Fucking police. Man, dude, I swear to God, from an American, like, the police across all of Europe are a fucking joke. Like, how do they do
Yeah.
how do they do anything? Like, because, like, our police, they don't fuck around. They are very well armed. They're armored up. I mean, they're basically militarized here. You know? Let's see. During a lively performance by the Solon
But Helmsman, don't you know that's a bad thing?
God. I don't want to hear it. One of the organizers came on stage.
The police shouldn't have guns, neither should you. Only the military.
Thing is, I'm an American, so of course I have guns, but I don't need them to unalive people. I am very, very capable with knives or even my bare hands.
Yeah, I don't really own guns. I've never felt like I've always kind of wanted to, but I've never like trusted myself up until like kind of recently. But like I have a mace and I have several knives, and I have used them for self-defense in my home before. Not with the mace.
My home was very much.
I've stabbed a man before.
I have not actually engaged in combat before in that regard. But I have trained. I have trained a lot. I've done like the, where you train against pigs, like that are like hung from a fork. Where kids who kind of learn what it feels like to stab like through human skin and through ribs and stuff like that.
A big thing to train is like, I remember like I talked to like a friend of mine like back when I was like a teenager because he had gone into boxing, and he was saying how like, because he has like an eye impairment, like a visual impairment that it makes it difficult for him to gauge depth. And I was like, damn, that must be like really like annoying. He was like, no, as a boxer actually pretty good because I don't know how close the person that I'm punching is, which means I can pretty much guarantee that every time I punch, I'm gonna punch through. I'm gonna punch as hard. I don't pull punches because you're like kind of like, as a civilized human being, you kind of are like naturally like inclined to pull punches and not hit as hard because A, you don't want to hurt yourself. B, maybe even if you do want to hurt the other person, right? Like, again, you just don't want to hurt yourself, right? So you don't want to go all the way in. And so that's really one of the things that you have to train when you do like not just martial arts, but like any sort of like self-defense thing is you have to kind of train yourself to be okay and comfortable with, going through, right? When you go to punch someone, you have to aim not for that person's face, but the back of their head.
Yeah.
Right? Like you want to actually put that impact. Right?
Well, it's like the whole thing when you want to punch their left. When you want to punch their left ear, you aim for their right ear.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's hard to train people too. This is why, like, I think that you could train this with like if you just put the helmets on, like those padded helmets, and just do full contact, full power sparring. You can train that instinct to like go through people, basically. Because like a heavy bag or even like the the bob dummies, which is like the cut off of a body of like a jacked bald dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys call them bobs in the gym. Like even then, like like I could train like a student to like I want you to punch Bob until you knock him over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even then, it's still not a real person. So like the
only
way to train
the same amount of like give that a person.
Exactly. The only way to train it is to put on gear and like safety gear and have people go at each other for real. That's the only way to train it.
It really is. Cause like this thing, like it's like you can aim for the back of someone's head, right? But if you're used to aiming for the back of someone's head, it's not moving. You're not kind of the fact that they're gonna back up. People are gonna actually want to back up from getting hit. You really have to aim far back there, dude. Like you really have to commit when you go to hit someone. And the same goes for anything. The same goes for like a stab, a punch, etc., whatever. Like that's kind of like one of those things you do have to train in. I've never had to like fight with someone, right? Like I mentioned before, like I've stabbed someone in, like a home defense scenario. I didn't have to fight him. I just like I woke up. I thought there was like someone awake in my house. I went out, like I went to the kitchen, like who the fuck's awake? And then there was like a man just kind of like looking through like the cupboards, and I was like, I don't know who that is, but that's not my mom. That's not my grandma. And I just kind of like walked over into the kitchen, like behind them. He was like very like he had like a thing over his head, so I could see they couldn't really hear me very well. But I just kind of like walked over. I just kind of pulled a knife out of like a knife block and just stabbed him. I just stuck it into him. And I was like, out you go, come on. And like that was pretty much it.
Well, there's like a video going around. I'm not going to show it on stream for obvious reasons once I say it, but it's a video of like a migrant who stabs like a British dude in the neck, and the guy just starts bleeding like all over the sidewalk and shit. Like it's like a very, very clear video of like the knife going into his neck and then coming out and the blood everywhere. It's making the rounds. You can find it easily on Live Leak. It's a video of a bunch of migrants basically mocking native Britons and like getting into a tussle with one of them and stabbing that one in the neck. It's vile. It's a vile video, but like,
God, I hate them.
I know. I wish we can just get rid of them all.
So much.
And I'll let you fill in the blank as to how. Chat.
I think we should get rid of all of them, including them in their native homes. I saw a tweet recently about like a headline of something that happened in like Pakistan.
Is it the rape thing?
Yeah. It was a what was it?
A man raped a woman, and they let him go on the terms that he agreed to let his sister be raped by the woman he raped brother.
Yep.
That was the agreement.
So,
it's like.
Yep. And so they had this like teenage girl basically be revenge raped as the like, this is the law. This is what the law decided.
Yeah.
She had to be basically like raped in front of her parents and like 40 officials.
This girl who's completely innocent and has nothing to do with anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw that too. I saw that too. My first instinct too is like, yeah, this whole part of the world, it just needs to be glassed. The whole thing just needs to be glassed.
That was my exact wording. Peter was like, "What's glassing?" And I was like, "Well, you see, do you know how glass is made?"
When you get something very, very hot. You see, kid, Patho, when a muzzy becomes very, very hot.
When you superheat sand, it kind of fuses together and it becomes this like molten liquid, which then hardens into glass. That is what needs to happen to the entire Middle East.
It can be great in practice, but when the adrenaline kicks in, your muscles tense and it can make you weak effectively. Yeah, dude, adrenaline is another thing that's hard, that you have to actually spend time training how to manage adrenaline and how to be able to maintain your motor skills during an adrenaline dump. And it's difficult. It's hard to train because you have to like train. You have to basically trigger the adrenaline, and it's not easy to do voluntarily. The way that I did it is they would blindfold us, put us against the wall, and then a guy would get like a rubber glove. This is not going where you think it's going. And then he would fill his hand with like what is it? Like hand sanitizer. And then he would basically smear, without me knowing like when it's gonna happen, he would smear the hand sanitizer like all on my face and around my mouth and in my nose, basically making it hard to breathe. And that when your body like finds itself suddenly unable to breathe, it triggers an adrenaline dump. And so he would do that, trigger the adrenaline dump, and then whip off the blindfold, and then have me go at like two guys at the same time fighting me, basically. That's how I train to get through an adrenaline dump.
Makes sense.
It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. I've only done it like maybe a half dozen times over the course of maybe like once a month for like 6 months. I did it because it's not something you want to do to yourself on a regular basis. Kind of like there's a choking method that I've learned that you can only train once a month, because otherwise you actually can permanently damage the airway if you train it more often than that. There's a lot of like shit like that in like, because that's the thing, like everybody's like, oh, you get your black belt and that you're done. It's like, no. Getting your black belt is when you start. That's the thing.
Yeah, because at that point you've mastered all the basics.
What a black belt means is basic competence in the full system. Once you have your black belt, that's when the actual training really begins. So, but like I'm like a third stripe in Kali, which is Filipino martial arts. And I've trained with ex-DEA people who were like tasked with like like going like being like moles inside of cartels and shit like that. So he did like the whole thing with the gang where like one of the initiation rituals is you have to like basically be you have like a little like a half-inch well for air, and they literally do a Texas burial to you over the course of a whole weekend. So you have to like just sit in this coffin underground with just a little pipe for air in and out. For 3 days straight. No food, no water, nothing. Like that's like there's a gang, there's one of the cartel gangs, that's like their initiation. And one of the guys I trained with, he did that so that he can get inside the gang and like start basically be a mole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this dude was like fucking hardcore, dude. I was like, holy shit. He's the one who actually did that hand sanitizer shit to me. Is that guy? Because he was like, this is the only way that I know how to train adrenaline, basically. And I was like, if you say so. But anyway, let's see. Let me get on with the story. Local media spoke to one eyewitness who said it was during singer Suzanne Kocher's set when he saw a person fall over just a meter away. Lars, God, these fucking German names, man. Lars Britsky thought they were just drunk, but noting the expression of shock on the singer's face, he turned and saw several others on the floor amid pools of blood. Jesus. So this guy was just going through the crowd and just stabbing people in the neck as fast as he could. We assume it's a single offender. He's on the run. He killed 3 people at the city festival and seriously injured at least 4. So we can't say that he's not dangerous. You think?
No fucking shit!
We can't say that he's not dangerous? Why would you phrase it like that? Say we could say with certainty that he's very dangerous and armed, you fucking idiots. God,
I hate it.
But is he still on the run and looking for more victims? That would all be speculation. Well, I think if he had victims, you'd know about it. Like, this guy's literally leaving like trails of pools of blood in his wake, for God's sake. No dangers for this person. That's why we still advise caution. Solingen is also known as the City of Blades. That's ironic.
I can't say with 100% certainty that there is no danger from this person. Dude, I can say with 0% certainty that there is no danger from this person.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about?
What are you fucking talking about?
You can say with 100% certainty that he is there is a danger, though. Like, why are they phrasing it this way? It's so weird. This city is actually known as the City of Blades, and it has long been renowned for the manufacturing of fine swords, knives, scissors, and razors made by various firms. What a weird-ass coincidence. The tragedy comes amid a heated political debate about rising knife violence in German cities. It's not just German cities, it's literally all of Europe.
Yep.
Except the Swedes. The Swedes were, like, getting rid of all their muzzies.
Yep.
Chief Inspector
and
Sasha...
Sure the Poles will really let them in the first place.
Yeah. Chief Inspector Sasha Cresta from the Wuppertal police told the local newspaper the attacker stabbed people at random with a knife. There are currently 3 fatally injured victims, 4 seriously injured, and people in shock. Jesus.
More pictures of police.
Huh?
Send more pictures of police.
These are their special forces. Special spec ops. Let's see. A large-scale search for the attacker is underway, and we absolutely want to arrest the perpetrator, but investigations, forensic evidence, and witness interviews are also ongoing at the same time. The local Solinger Tagblatt newspaper reported that authorities told people to leave central Solingen, and 9 people are fighting for their lives. Bjorn Bock, the deputy editor-in-chief, said people were running away from the scene. Many were very calm, so we didn't have to panic, but it was shocking, and everybody who had to see that, I can't imagine what that was like. The city was packed with people as thousands arrived for the Friday festival. Around 40 emergency service vehicles flooded to the scene for the horrific attack. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, Jesus. This guy
That
looks...
is an ugly motherfucker.
My God, I know, right? Doesn't he just look like some fucking...
The penguin.
Fucking jowls, Jesus. Interior Minister Herbert Rohl. Tonight we're all in Solingen in shock, fright, and great sadness. Thanks for your wonderful insight. An act of brutal and senseless violence has struck our state to the heart, according to the Telegraph. Okay, yeah, this is all the people just saying their boilerplate responses. Jesus. Germany's top security official, Interior Minister Nancy Faeser, recently proposed toughening weapons laws to allow only knives with a blade measuring up to 6 centimeters to be carried in public. Dude, 2.5 inches? I can kill somebody with 2.5-inch knife. Like, it's not the length of the knife.
That's pretty close to like the knife length laws in Florida. Something like 3 inches, I think.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Like the max length of the blade.
I've heard that the whole reason for that is because like you can't reach like the major organs with only a 3-inch blade. But it's just like, if I really wanted to,
you can.
Yeah, exactly. If you know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I was gonna say, first of all, like your kidneys and your liver are right there. Like your kidneys are easy to. You can reach your kidneys with a 1-inch knife, for crying out loud. Like they're right there on the outside. All your intestines are right there. You know. And if you know the anatomy of a rib cage, your lungs are also easily to get to with a 2.5-inch knife. Like if you know to like, I don't know why I'm saying all this like publicly, how to like stab people fatally. What should you do with that?
Look, the point of the matter is 2.5 inches, chat. Look, it's not about the length; it's about how you use it. Okay?
Yeah. It's about your experience with it.
Exactly.
How good at you with stabbing with it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's so silly.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think like it is just so weird. I don't know if Florida's knife laws have stayed the same, just because like we've implemented the new laws for like carrying guns and stuff. So I don't know if that transferred into knife laws as well, because we kind of don't really have like concealed carry shit anymore. Like you don't really need a license to concealed carry anymore. So I don't know if that goes into knives as well, where you don't need a license to concealed carry knives over a certain size anymore.
I doubt it
I have
does.
no idea.
Because the whole thing about the guns is that that's a constitutionally protected thing. It's a Second Amendment thing. It's called constitutional carry. So you don't have to be licensed to carry a gun with you because it's within your Second Amendment rights, basically. So that like de facto is your license. That doesn't apply to knives necessarily, though.
Why not?
So, well, because it's firearm specific. The Second Amendment is. Well, I guess
Is
maybe
it?
it could apply to
I
knives.
don't think so.
Now that I think
Why
about
wouldn't
it,
it
yeah.
apply to knives? That was the era of swords still. Sabers were still used.
Yeah, they do say. I mean, keeping bare arms, that doesn't necessarily mean firearms.
No, it doesn't.
Well-regulated militia. Yeah, there aren't actually any specifics about what weapons are included in the Second Amendment. Not explicitly. Not that I know of.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe it does. I don't know. It should.
I need to look into that.
The
Dude,
constitutional
the
carry
only reason I haven't bought a fucking Bowie knife is because of that. If I can go around walking around with a fucking Bowie knife, that'd be awesome.
Hell yeah, man. Get that machete culture going.
Yeah,
Like
dude.
in the Philippines, like if you go to like a lot of countries, like in Southeast Asia and stuff like that, like everybody's got a machete just hanging off their hip. Like it's just normal. So, bring machete culture back. Make machete culture great again. So that happened, and then this happened. Islamic militant group claims responsibility for the horror knife attack in Germany that left 3 dead and several injured. So the Islamic State claimed responsibility Saturday for a knife attack at a festival in Germany that left 3 people dead and 8 hurt. And they go over the attack again. They said that a 15-year-old was arrested Saturday in connection with the German incident. Police cautioned the young suspect was not the attacker, but instead had been accused of failing to report a crime. Well, that's not helping. Witnesses claim the teen had spoken to an unidentified person about intentions that would match with the crime. Oh, so this kid apparently spoke to this guy before he did the attack. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, arrest that kid and bring him in for questioning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, senior public prosecutor Marcus Casper said in a news conference reported by the Washington Post. Authorities
Wait, is this all part of the same thing still?
Huh?
Is this all part of the same thing still?
Yeah, so this is like a follow-up report.
Islamic State claim responsibility. Oh,
yeah.
damn. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. And they arrested this kid who apparently talked to the guy
Revenge
before he did
from Muslims in Palestine and everywhere. That's so fucking stupid. Revenge against who?
God. You know, there wouldn't be an Israeli-Palestine conflict if Palestine just stopped existing.
I know,
Just
right?
a thought.
We
You know,
want to get back at the people that hurt the Palestinians, so we're gonna hurt the people that hurt the people that hurt the Palestinians.
There's a reason that all the neighboring countries like Jordan and all these and Egypt and shit like that refuse to take a single Palestinian refugee.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. I'm not going to say it on stream, but I don't think I need to.
Yeah.
3 people, 2 men, aged 67 to 56, and a 56-year-old woman were killed. Oh, wow. These are older people. Okay. Among the 8 hurt, 4 are very seriously injured and in the hospital. The mayhem. Okay, so this is just going over. So this is basically the thing, is that the Islamic State has claimed responsibility. So, who knows? Maybe we'll have a follow-up story next, or 2 weeks from now. Who knows? The Arabic countries always tried to gang up on Israel, and it didn't go well. No, it didn't. Okay. This one's dark, but weird. Accused serial killer dubbed Vampire and suspected of killing 42 women escapes custody.
Huh?
An accused Kenyan serial killer dubbed a Vampire and suspected of murdering 42 women has escaped from custody with 12 other detainees, officials said Tuesday. So this is...
What?
This is not the story. Okay. I was going to say, like, what is this link for? Let's see. Mohammed Amin, the head of the nation's Directorate of Criminal Investigation, said Collins Jumayasi, Kalusha of Kenya, and other suspects from Eritrea had been allowed to escape from Nairobi's Gigiri police station with the help of 8 officers, including the station commanders.
What the fuck?
What the fuck, dude? Officials claim the inmates cut through wire mesh in their cells and scaled a perimeter wall with top brass, only learning of the escape when officers went to the cells to serve the detainees breakfast. Wow. This is what the station that they escaped from looks like, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, it looks pretty easy to get.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have, like, giant 10-foot walls with barbed wire at the top of it and fucking sniper towers surrounding the place or anything. So, I could see with a little bit of planning and the right tools, I think it's plausible to escape a place like this.
Yeah.
Our preliminary investigations indicate that the escape was aided by insiders. This is the juicy part of the story, is that the whole thing was an inside job. Considering that officers were deployed accordingly to guard the station, this was a high-value suspect who was to face serious charges. Amin said of Kalusha, 33, whom police have described as a vampire, a psychopath. Man, the Africans are really superstitious. I don't know why. Why?
Is that why? Is it just like superstition?
I don't know. Like, I could see psychopath. That makes sense. But why vampire specifically? Like,
he is a vampire.
I want to know what he did to get the name vampire.
He killed the women and then he eat them. He drink their blood. He is a vampire.
And then he eat the poo-poo. We are investigating the incident. We'll take action accordingly. The breakout occurred after officials ordered Kalusha to remain under police custody for another week as detectives continue to investigate the 42 homicides linked to him. Kalusha was arrested in July after authorities were made aware of the discovery of 10 mutilated bodies inside a quarry in Nairobi's Quarry neighborhood. The quarry is in a place called Quarry. It's a little on the nose. Officials claim Kalusha confessed to not only killing the 10 women, but 32 others within the span of 2 years, with the first victim being his missing wife. When he was initially taken into custody, Amin described the suspect as a psychopathic serial killer who has no respect for human life. But why vampire? What is the story for vampire? I swear to God, I don't want to get blue-balled on this. Kalusha's lawyer, John Mena...
He is a vampire. He only kill women after their period.
He can smell their period miles away. He wake up in dead of night, sniffing for the blood.
He sniff for the blood.
He sniff for
Women,
blood.
if you want to be safe from the vampire, you must be pregnant.
Do not have period. Be menopausal.
Go pregnant today.
Go on birth control.
Women over age of 50 are safe.
Crazy cat ladies, nothing to worry about.
Alright, let's continue.
Okay. Amit described the suspect as this. Okay, I already just read that. Kalusha's lawyer, John Mena Negwa? Whatever. Previously told reporters that his client was innocent and that his confession was made after he was allegedly tortured by police.
Wait, what?
Okay. I mean, honestly,
they
I can believe
him for the answers.
I can honestly believe that too, to be honest.
That's true.
If it's coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, I can believe just about any fucking thing. You know? I wouldn't be surprised if it's the fucking... Was it goblins? Is it goblins? If the goblins are the ones who killed all these women?
The goblins killed them and they framed this man.
and then they stole their underwear.
Yes. And then they moved to Mexico, which is why they keep finding the goblins over there.
They moved to Mexico?
Yeah, the goblins, yeah. So they keep finding goblins in Mexico.
Okay.
They are colluding with the aliens.
Better watch out, Patho. Patho better watch out. The fucking vampire period goblins are coming for you.
Pat's already dating a vampire period goblin.
That's true. He last spoke to his client Friday, but the court ordered him to be held for 7 more days, but the lawyer baffled over the prison break. I'm also confused by the news, he told the AP. I mean, fair enough. The 8 officers accused of helping Kalusha and the other inmates escape are facing disciplinary measures, according to Acting Police Inspector General Gilbert Massingeli.
Why do they call him a vampire?
Yeah, there's no answer. Why is he a vampire?
Bruh.
God damn it.
Like, at the top where it says, like referred to as a vampire?
Yeah,
Dub is a vampire? Like, wait, click that. What is that link? Go down? The
this
dub is a vampire.
That's this. 16th century vampire buried with brick in her mouth to stop bloodsucker from eating the dead. It has nothing to do with the story. This is an old story from... Oh no, it's from March. But still, like, why in the hell is this guy called Vampire? Oh my god, that's so disappointing. It's like, fuck these bitches, I don't care. I just want to know why he's a vampire. Oh my god.
Kalusha was brain controlled by the aliens after they colluded with the goblins. My man is innocent. I can promise you that.
He does not drink the blood.
Look at him. He is clearly gay. He is not a drinker of the blood. He is an eater of the poo-poo.
Oh my god. Well, that was disappointing. I was hoping it would tell us why he was a vampire.
See if you can look him up. See if you can look him up and you can find
What's
some
this
more
guy's
about, like,
let's
his
see.
murders.
This is the guy's name here. Copy this.
You can find some more of his murders. It's just some quick like detective work, some internet detective work.
Yeah. Why?
Some armchair
vampire?
detective work.
Yeah, that's the same there. He lured. Oh. This is a little bit more. Here we go. Here's the Newsweek article. Well, Bodies and various body parts. Two other suspects from the cell phones belonging to engagement. Doesn't say why he's called a vampire though.
The remains were found, I guess. Like how?
He
was strangled to confess. You could tell he was in distress, terrified, and angry.
The word vampire is even mentioned in this article. Fuck. I mean, apparently he like cut the bodies up and like wrapped them up, but that's like a common serial killer thing.
That's like normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Not normal, but like, you know what I mean.
Well, for serial killers, that is normal.
No, it's a normal way to get rid of bodies.
See this one? Hey, guys, chat. Like, if we find an article that actually has the explanation, then we'll show it. Let me look up here. Vampire. We are dealing with a vampire, a psychopath. Okay, once again, it's just calling him a vampire.
Same quote.
Why some Kenyans are skeptical about the vampire serial killer? Oh. There's another side. Kenya's Ted Bundy. I kind of like that better.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That makes sense. All his murders were women.
Here. Vampire. Vampire psychopath. Vampires. Allegedly confessed he lured in and then killed dozens of women before dumping the remains in a Nairobi quarry, which is used as a rubbish tip by residents of the surrounding Makudu slums. Detectives who described Kalusha as a vampire, a psychopath, that's that quote again, said they found several mobile phones, identity cards, a machete, industrial rubber gloves, rolls of sellotape, and nylon sacks similar to those of which the victims were found at the suspect's home. It is crystallizing that we are dealing with a serial killer, a psychopathic serial killer. That's redundant.
It's more the same.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. So there's no explanation as to why he's a vampire. They're just calling him a vampire.
I moved to explain to the locals why he did it. I don't know.
Well, that's just fucking lame.
Smoge.
Yeah, it's totally a smoge.
Right. Blue bold.
Okay. We're going into my backyard for this one.
Oh boy! The water train. Oh, I know, sorry. Aragua train, my bad. I keep reading it as just the tren de agua, and I'm just like, oh yeah. The water train, baby.
Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, or the Aragua train, gives green light to members to shoot U.S. cops, Homeland Security memo warns. So the background about this is that there's a small town in Colorado that was basically taken over by this Venezuelan gang.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So members of the violent Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua have been given the green light to attack and open fire on cops in Denver. So Denver is my former stopping ground, chat. A federal memo obtained by the Post reveals the gang is already tied to hundreds of crimes, including the shootings of 2 NYPD cops who were trying to arrest one of its members in June. Credible human sources from Colorado provided information on the gang giving a green light to fire or attack law enforcement, said the memo from the Homeland Security Investigations Office in Chicago. As you may know, we have a TDA presence here in Chicago, so this gang is like all over the Midwest, apparently. So please be vigilant as you encounter TDA members or affiliates during your investigation and operational activities. The memo added that credible human sources from Colorado provided the intelligence via the Albuquerque Police Department, which is also strange because Albuquerque is where I'm living now.
So it's like dealing with a Venezuelan gang here as well. I wonder if it's the same one.
Well, remember how like a couple streams ago I said it's not a conspiracy that Venezuela is literally like emptying their prisons and sending their prisoners and criminals and gangs up here to America?
Yep, it's the same gang that's been doing shit in Miami.
That's this. It's completely real.
Yeah,
like, that's
people
not a
have been
conspiracy.
finding like it was like, so I remember like this was like last year, the year before. I think I had already started streaming. I remember I had gotten news that like the neighbors were freaking out because one of the neighbors found like chopped up body parts inside their fucking bin. And then like since then, like this year, like we've had like so much news around like Venezuelan gangs like just leaving like bits of people on the street and shit.
Oh my god.
Like I told you guys when I was driving to that interview, that first day when I was driving to downtown Miami. On the way there was like giblets and like a not like a trail, but like, you know, like when someone is like dragged right through like asphalt. They like obviously like it scrapes off their skin and stuff. It leaves like a trail of like blood almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like it kind of like paints right
Yeah.
the ground a bit. It was like that, and there's like little giblets and stuff. And it seemed like it was mostly kind of scrubbed, but not completely scrubbed.
Yeah.
And I remember like I saw that on like the drive, and I was like, that doesn't look like the usual like paint they use for construction stuff.
What could have
There's
been
no construction
roadkill?
being done in this area. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it could be roadkill, but it just
Like an iguana
too
or something?
big. It's like too big of a splatter to be roadkill. Like it wasn't like a small splatter, you know.
Hmm.
So
Trying to think
like, it
like
was just
what
like
is
it was just
roadkill
weird.
down there?
It's also not like we're also not talking like an area where there would be roadkill. We're talking like a major like road with like 4 fucking lanes in the middle of a city. Like there really is not much to roadkill here.
Well, like I was
You
saying,
don't
like, those
usually
like I can think
find
of are the
cats in that
iguanas.
area. Even iguanas, you don't really like. You see those like the more like suburban areas. We're talking about like the area that like connects into like the highway, right?
Uh-huh.
So like, there's really not a whole lot of like suburban. Like the suburbs are like around this area, but like all the greenery is like further north. Like the nearest bit of greenery is like, it's just like north from there.
Hmm.
Like the if I want to see iguanas, I'll probably go to there's a park like north of. Actually, I think they have their own airport nearby.
Go down to the
it's-
Keys too. The Keys have got
Oh
iguanas
yeah,
all along
the
the
Keys have
roads.
tons of iguanas.
Yeah.
There's a park called Amelia Earhart Park, and there's just tons of iguanas there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But just generally like out and about, like you'll maybe see like some iguanas like people's lawns, but like iguanas do not go and cross the fucking like the 4-lane. I'm talking like
No.
4-lane on each side.
It's
road,
too hot.
right?
The asphalt's too hot.
Yeah,
That's why
there's
they
just
stay
no
in the
way.
they stay in the grass. Like they literally like will bask in the grass like alongside the
Yeah.
roads.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was just really weird. I remember like I drove by and I was like, that's like a big like trail, and there was like giblets and shit. Of like I was like, oh. And
Yeah.
again, like that kind of checks out with like the fact that they will like chop people up and just dump them wherever.
Yeah. Ugh. The prison gang, whose name means the Aragua Train, a reference to the Aragua region in Venezuela, has infiltrated the U.S. by sending members posing as asylum seekers across the southern border. Yeah, that's one of the things that the Democrats deny is real, but like we have like absolute 100% proof that this is a real thing that Venezuela is doing. So, from there, its members have flocked to major U.S. cities, including New York, Chicago, Miami, and Denver. See,
Yep.
look at that, Miami and Denver, the 2 hotspots. U.S. Border Patrol only began tracking the group last year and has recorded catching 70 of its members. That's not a lot. There's thousands
not.
of members of that gang across this country. Many are getting past law enforcement at the border and its vetting processes because younger members are careful not to get gang tattoos or other identifiers in order to stay under the radar. That's smart, actually. That's actually really smart to not get the tattoos, because that's like a huge,
Yeah.
flag that you're waving that I'm a member of the cartel. I mean, that's how Bukele like basically completely imprisoned like pretty much all of MS-13 down in El Salvador, is because they all have the same tattoos, like head to toe.
Identifiers, yeah.
Yeah. So they're super easy to see. Like they're just like, if you see anybody with these tattoos, you just arrest them and throw them in prison.
Yeah.
So they're they're
No
wising
trial,
up.
just
Yeah.
throw them in prison.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're wising up, and the people love them for it.
Yep.
I do too, actually. I'm totally in favor of it.
Dude, yeah. Oh yeah, dude. He's great. He's
Bukele is
absolutely
fucking
great.
amazing.
I've listened to like a few of his like speeches and stuff, and I'm like, dude, this guy's really intelligent.
It's great.
Like
Yeah.
this guy's actually like this guy's really fucking intelligent, and he's managed to worm his way into like a really corrupt country, and just convince everyone like, hey, I'm actually on your side. I'm gonna be completely like genuine with you guys. Here's what's going on, and like the way that he breaks everything down is just really really like good.
Yeah. And he
Like
also
even
like
speeches that are really just for like the members of like, his own council. He's very like humble,
yeah.
and
He's
like he just breaks
he's-
everything down. Yeah.
He's really really good at that leadership quality that's hard to do, where you like walk that razor's edge of like being humble while also maintaining the authority of a leader.
Yeah.
Like he's really good at keeping that edge. So, and his approval
He's fucking
rating,
great.
his approval rating is like 90-something%. It's like so damn high.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
Because like they've interviewed
was he like
girls.
not supposed to serve like another term or something like that, and the people voted to have him just serve again?
Yeah.
Even though it's like past, like it's like obviously like it's unconstitutional, right?
I
Like
don't know
that would
about
be like the
that.
equivalent of that would be like the equivalent of us having like a president that's so good that we're like, dude, fuck it, just keep him. We need him to fix everything, please. I don't care. Give him a third, fourth term.
Well, like there's
Right.
been like they've done interviews with like people in Venezuela, not Venezuela, in El Salvador, and there's like women who have been interviewed who are like, yeah, like since Bukele came in and arrested, pretty much in prison, built like a whole prison just for the MS-13 gang and filled it up to the brim. Like this is the like women in their 40s and 50s who are like, yeah, this is like the first time I've been able to like walk the streets
Walk out,
and thought
yeah.
that I was safe. You know, like that's how bad it was. Because I think there was a statistic where like literally like 1% of the murders were so high in that country that like 1% of the population was getting murdered every year. Like not 0.1, 1.
Yeah.
Like one out of every 100 people was getting murdered by this gang in that country.
That was one of like the worst countries in the world.
Yeah.
To be in.
And it flipped in like just a few years. So. Okay. Let's see.
You know what Biden calls him a dictator? Here's the thing, right? There's nothing wrong inherently with being a dictator.
Not inherently. I mean, that's what royalty is.
Kinda. Like, there's really nothing wrong inherently with being a dictator. I would prefer a dictatorship, because then I know exactly who to blame for all my fucking problems, than the fucking mess that we have of just everyone being like, oh, it's nobody's fault, right? It's the same shit that we have in these fucking, whatchamacallit, in like gaming companies where it's like there's so much fucking bloat, you can't blame anybody for any of the, like, the problems.
Yeah,
it's the same fucking thing with our government.
You can't put
it's
a name.
so fucking bloated, right? With like just nonsense and nothing gets fucking done. I'd genuinely rather have a fucking dictator. Because it makes sense. And here's the thing, chat. I think I've said this before, but you know, most of you probably know this already. I'm not someone who's into like democracy. I don't like the concept of democracy because democracy relies on the majority of people being both intelligent and informed, and that's just not a likely thing. Just basic bell curve tells you that's just not going to be the case, ever. Right? So like, you're always going to be better off having a dictator who's actually good, like Bukele, right? And yeah, it's a gamble, right? Because even with a shit one, well, fuck, right? Everything's fucked, right? But you can actually get something fucking done. And for that man's lifetime, that place will be fine. Rather than every 4 years you have a new fucking stupid bullshit, right? And everything's kind of the same, but, you know, still shit.
You know what's funny? It's
like
you sound exactly like Anakin from Star Wars.
Yeah?
Yeah, he gave this exact same reasoning. He was like, you know, I fucking hate this Senate and like how like bureaucratic, nothing ever gets done. Like, rather just like one person who like knows what the hell they're doing to get in there and just like get the things that need to be done for the people. Then Padme is like, well, that's like dictatorship. And then he just shrugs his shoulders and goes, if it works.
I've never watched Star Wars, but yeah, he's fucking right. He's fucking right.
I don't know, like I'm of the thing where like
that's why we have a republic, Jenny. Here's the thing: even with a republic, it's not it. It's just still not it.
Well, there's two famous quotes that come to mind. One is that the quote is, "Democracy is the greatest form of government, except it's the worst form of government, except for all the other forms of government."
Yeah, that's true.
And then there's the other one, which is like the best case against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my whole thing is it's like
true.
I
think it's stable, you know, like it's more stable. You have stability when you have democracy.
The thing is, like,
right?
democracy.
The case with like,
democracy can't, you know, it can function and work properly, but the thing is about the problem with democracy is that it's very easily corruptible.
Yeah.
And when you corrupting a dictatorship, it's much easier to change that, because all I got to do is convince the military leaders to just do a coup against the guy, or whatever. But if it's a democracy, you have like a whole machine. You know, it's like it's really, really difficult to change a corrupt machine, especially like a super complicated one like we have in the United States. You know, after it becomes corrupted, which is what it does, which is where it is now. So it's like, I don't know, like there's positive. I mean, there's a reason that there's like a monarchist movement right now amongst like certain pockets of the right.
Yeah.
It's because they're looking around and they're looking at democracy and going like, well, if this is where democracy takes us, then I don't want to have a fucking thing to do with it. So they start looking for alternatives, you know? And it's like, well, you know, before this shit, we had a monarchy and we seem to be doing pretty good under the monarchy. So maybe that's actually a better form of government. You know what I mean? Like that's it's like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it enough to like form an opinion about it, but like I could sympathize with the complaints and stuff like that. Totally. So
no real country has a pure democracy for good reason. Yeah, none of them have a pure democracy. The thing is, like, even like with a republic, like it's just not. It's still too much power in like the hands of people, and still very easily corruptible.
Mm-hmm.
Especially these days, where we're seeing fucking. I'm not gonna go there, but.
Yeah, we don't need to get like overtly political.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just. But
I don't know, man. Dude, I think Anakin was right. I'm just saying. I think Anakin.
Well, that's the thing. Like in the movie, they actually you could tell that George like wanted the audience to be sympathetic with Anakin and his ideas, because if you're sympathetic, you want to be, for a tragedy to work, you need to be sympathetic to the character before the turn, right?
Yeah, before the fall.
Yeah, and so like he was like trying to set up like yeah, this is kind of like on his road to being like an evil warlord, basically.
He was a man of the people, and then
yeah, but like you want to like put it in the audience's head. It's like, where the audience is like, I don't necessarily agree, but I see where you're coming from. Like that's the idea. You know what I mean? So
I just agree. He was right.
But Eddie Venezuelan migrant Bernardo Raul Castramada, 19, who was accused of shooting 2 NYPD officers on June 3rd, allegedly told cops he was recruited by the Venezuelan gang's Big Apple coordinator. Imagine this badass sounding gang. What's your job? I'm the Big Apple coordinator, bro. Homie. To join and snatch and grab moped thieves. After illegally crossing the border into Texas last July, Castramada allegedly said he was encouraged to get gang tattoos to prove his allegiance. Sources previously told the Post. Yeah, that's all the tattoos are. It's just... Castramada also revealed that the gang has been smuggling guns into New York City's migrant shelters and food delivery bags. It's also believed that the gang is tied to the assault of 2 cops in Times Square that occurred in January.
Scream just died.
Did it?
Oh, no, it's fine now. He randomly was like, "Hey, here, have some new suggestions for what to watch." And I was like, "Huh?"
Oh.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That was weird.
Okay. Now, in response to this, Colorado agencies are like, maybe we should do something about this. So, Tren de Aragua in Aurora. So, Aurora was like, it's like 15 minutes away from where I live, or used to live. So this is like, I know, I actually, if they name some streets, I probably know them. A special task force comprising the Aurora Police Department, Colorado State Patrol, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation has been created to crack down on the Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua in the city. The main goal of this task force is to help local agencies by pooling resources and sharing information to support the ongoing investigations. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman said the task force has been put into practice for a while and added the currently one of their main focuses was connecting with and learning from the community. Fucking baby bitches. Connecting with and learning from from the community. It's like, fuck, we don't have time for this shit.
Yeah, stream totally just died for like a second, but it came back.
Man.
That was weird.
Just refresh, please.
Yeah.
We're also aggressively, having presence in these pockets where there's concentrations of Venezuelan migrants to be able to try to ourselves, or at least our law enforcement personnel at the local, state, and federal levels to identify who these bad actors are and get them off the street. However, Kaufman mentioned he believed it was important to dedicate more resources to this issue. He also wanted residents to know that he and the police were taking the situation seriously. So the way the gangs move in and out of Denver is they basically go back and forth between Denver and Fort Collins. So Fort Collins is like another smaller city that's it's like a sister city to the north. Like, you can get from, like, downtown Denver to downtown Fort Collins in about an hour. And, like, when I moved there, I moved into a gang neighborhood, actually. But, like, the gangs were, like, on their way out. Like, when I moved there, like, there was, like, graffiti all over, like, the underpasses and shit. None of that's there anymore because they all basically were cracked down on and forced to flee into Fort Collins. And then Fort Collins eventually will crack down on it, and then they'll push back down into Denver, and they just go back and forth, basically. Let's see. So those who just came in belong to El Tren de la Agua. We should kill them, Salazar said. To quickly change their tone to we should pull them by their hair and kick them out. Salazar made these comments in response to a question about the Dignity Act, an immigration reform bill she sponsored to strengthen the U.S.-Mexico border. No, you were right the first time, lady. Don't fucking don't let people moralize to you about what how violent gangs should be handled. No, we should kill them is the proper response. Like, stop pussyfooting around this shit. You know, like, you have a very, very, very violent, dangerous Venezuelan, foreigner gang that's taking over whole blocks of neighborhoods across your city. You can't deal with these people lightly. So, you need to just kill them. That's what you need to do. Not pull them by their hair and kick them out. Jesus. Because if you kick them out, they're just going to find themselves coming right back in. Like, give me a break. Elon said that the U.S. needed a fair process that supports and protects those looking for opportunity and safety while keeping out gangs like El Tren de Agua. Oh, you mean like you need a vetting process? What a fucking novel idea. She criticized Salazar for using this opportunity to push her violent rhetoric in line with Trump and MAGA extremism. Fuck you, Geller. God. Of course, he's going to connect it to Trump and MAGA. It's like, no, they've got it right on this. Sorry. The reason that they have gotten to be the problems that they are is because you have pussyfooted around them for this long. So, at this point, playing with the gloves still on, you're not going to get the job done. You have to take the gloves off and do what's necessary. Like, I mean, honestly, what they should do is they should make an example out of like a few of them. Go into a few of their houses and fucking, spray and pray the place up. And send a message, like we know where you are, and this is going to happen to you too, and that actually has a good chance of maybe scaring some of them away.
I don't know about that.
Although, if this gang basically said that they're authorizing themselves to kill the police, they'll probably just be like, "No, we're just going to shoot back." Which again, grabbing them by their hair and getting rid of them. That ain't gonna cut it. Like they're ready to they're not ready. They're not just ready to die. They're ready to kill, which is being willing to kill is a much greater conviction than being a martyr. So
I don't think that whatchamacallit, that like the idea of like, oh, let's just try to scare them off like with this or do this. Like it really just has to be like a systematic thing where you just kind of have to go through everybody and just be like, like. It sucks, right? But the only way that you scrub someone like this out is thoroughly.
Yep. It's like you let it get like this. It could have been avoided if you tried to nib it in the butt at first, but you didn't do that. You let it happen. You let it get like this. Like, look at this fucking these slums.
Look at this.
Look at this fucking smash and grab shit. Jeez. Yeah, you need to armor up. And you need to do the job. It's gonna be dirty, but that's what's necessary at this point.
Yeah.
Like again, they're ready to kill you. They have more conviction than you do. So, Aurora, by the way, is like well known in Colorado to be like a gang-ridden shithole. That's like where all the meth houses and shit are in the city. In Aurora, so. Yeah, it's not a good part of town.
Yeah, dude, I just don't get how it gets this bad. Like, how does it get this bad and they just don't know anything about it, It's like, and then again, we look over at England, it's like, well, I guess like that,
Yeah, exactly.
The constant just like, oh, they're not bad people, while they're like
They're
stabbing
just
everyone.
mentally
Like,
ill.
they can't be
Like Jeff
bad.
said.
They're brown. Everyone knows there's nothing wrong with brown people. They just, they just belong on the short bus. That's why we,
Yeah.
lower the standards for them in school. It's not their fault. They're mentally ill. It's like the most like backhanded, like actively racist way to like defend someone.
Yeah. And it's not just that, but it's just like they've declared themselves willing to kill your police officers.
Yeah.
So literally none of that shit matters at this point.
They're not bad people. We're bad people. They're not bad people. I mean, they're being silly.
Yeah, no, they just want to kill us and our policemen.
They're brown. Brown people can't be bad.
They're just little Aladdin, so the future doctors and lawyers.
Yeah.
They're gonna teach these kids one day. Fuck, dude. Yeah, they better get their shit together and actually put the hammer down, or because this soft footing around this shit is just gonna allow it to get. Because that's the thing. They're counting on them soft footing around it. That's what they want to happen. They're like.
You see, what I think is be funny is if we ever somehow reach the point where it gets as bad as it is in Europe, because that just wouldn't fly here, would it?
No, your communities themselves will rise up because, as the Japanese said when they invaded Pearl Harbor, they said that we can't invade the mainland because on the mainland of the United States there is a gun behind every blade of grass.
Yep.
That's the quote. And it's like, yeah, exactly. That's why, and that's the thing. It's like, if you keep soft footing around this shit, that will inevitably be the solution.
What happens?
And guess what? You don't want that to happen because that there's going to be a lot of blood and a lot of bodies on both sides of that. And you don't want that. You do not want that. So, yeah, the police really need to get their shit together and take care of this shit like ASAP. They need to, honestly.
121 guns per individual in the United States. That's fucking wild.
That sounds about right, actually.
Holy shit!
Is that
wild.
true? If that's true, I hope that's true. I want that to be true. I actually want that to be true. Could you look that up real quick?
Nope.
120.3? You did.
I'm seeing 120.45.
Still.
100
Damn,
American
dude.
Civilians, not the military. This is just civilian firearm ownership. American civilians own 46%, approximately 393.3 million of the world's 857 million civilian use firearms.
I am so proud of that. That makes me so proud to be an American. Like, and the thing is, I'm not even a gun guy. Like, I own a couple, but I don't take care of them. I don't go out shooting with them. I don't do anything with them. They just kind of sit in the closet. I'm a knife, bat, empty hand kind of guy. I'm like the Joker. I like to look them in the eye. That's
the Zuma mentality as well. The number of firearms per capita ranges significantly between states. The lowest is 3 per 1,000 people in Rhode Island and New York, and 229 per 1,000 people in Wyoming. Wyoming is by far the number of guns per capita. It's crazy.
Now, I would love to see that map overlaid with the crime rate. Map. I have a feeling it's low in Wyoming.
I actually found you something for that. I found you a really interesting chart. I'm gonna send you someone.
Oh my god.
Let's see if I can get this to load. This is here. I'm gonna send you this.
Okay.
It's the chart of the day: more guns, less gun violence between 1993 and 2013. This is actually really amusing. Hold on. I don't know how accurate this is. Just the first thing I found on Google, by the way. So this isn't like something of like a research into this. Like, no, it's just the thing I found right now.
Okay, let me bring this up. Chart of the day: more guns, less gun violence between 1993 and 2013. Oh, that's so beautiful. Guns per person versus gun homicide rate. So the blue line is guns per person, and then the light blue is the homicide rate. So the more guns per person, the lower the homicide rate. Although, to be fair, there seems to be like a general inflection point, like right about here-ish, like where like once you get to, it says one. Okay, so once you get to a gun, it goes down, basically. Because like whether it's one, and it says, well, am I reading that right? Is that the right way to read this? Hang on. Yeah, because at one gun it's there, and then at 1.5 guns it's there. Yeah, so like if you own a gun, your homicide rate goes down by literally hundreds. Like what is it? 8765. It goes down.
Gun homicides per 100K.
From 7 to 4, so it goes down by about half per 100K. From 7 to 4.
And I don't know how accurate this chart is.
Center for Disease
This chart
Control.
might just be nonsense for all I know.
Well, it says it's from the Centers for Disease Control. Congressional Research Service.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's right here at the bottom.
Oh, there you go.
So, then we have number of privately owned firearms. It's gone up in the 20 years between 94 and 2014. It's increased by 56%, and gun homicide rate coincidentally has gone down by 49%. I love it. Now, obviously, this is one of those like very much correlation, not causation kind of potentialities, you know? But it's still funny. Anyway, okay. I think we've had enough about Venezuelan gangs. Okay, this next one. Prepare yourself, everybody in chat. This one actually is potentially traumatic.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before you go into that, I'm gonna send one more thing because this is actually related to the UK, and I think it's actually really funny. Okay. Hold on. Because I want to fucking. It's being weird. It's making me download the thing. I don't want to download it. I'm just gonna copy the image and send it to you.
Okay.
Look at that.
UK violent crime rate. Violent crime and firearm ownership. Handgun ban year. Oh god. So
look at that.
It's like it's kind of like creeping up.
Yeah.
But the year that they do the handgun ban, it goes way up. Who'd have thunk it?
The handgun, yeah, it's fucking wild.
I don't know, can I... Hang on, I can't just drag it over.
I think part of that might just be the fact that, like, obviously having a gun is now illegal, which means now any firearm shooting becomes a firearm crime. That might also be part of it.
So the green is... Oh, let me zoom out one more tick. Is firearm crime. Red is just violent crime in general, so this is any violence. But you see here, firearm crime, it's creeping up. But the year that the handgun ban happens, the handgun ownership plummets, and there's a dramatic incline in firearm crime. I mean, because who'd have thunk that the criminals don't care about the handgun ban, you know? Like, yeah. I know it's like a cliche right-wing talking point, but it's like the data's the data's the data. You know what I mean? Like,
like what's that? People that break the law don't care about the law? That's crazy.
Yeah, like, who the fuck it?
It's fucking common sense.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's funny. Obama's considered the #1 gun salesman. Gun purchases skyrocketed during his reign. Yeah, and particularly among minorities and gay people. So, that's actually one of the things that, like, one of like a weird political crossover is that over like the last like decade or so, like gays and minorities have become like almost like flipped on the Second Amendment, where they're just like, actually, you know what? Maybe we should have guns. Like, we keep claiming that we're like targeted for all this violent shit, and yet we refuse to use firearms, you know? And so there's actually been like this big push in like the last decade or so for like gay people to like own and train and know how to use firearms, which I think is great.
Yeah, same.
So anyway,
basic logic is a very talking point. Whoa, yeah, I know. Well, I know, right? It's not a talking point. It's just a basic fucking like it's not an observation. It's just basic understanding of fucking definition.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the left has surrendered like just normalcy and very and, like basic like. Not I won't say humanity, but like basic human nature. Like they basically like surrendered human nature to the right. So we could say it's like, yeah, it's human nature to like want to defend yourself and, you know, all these very, very normal things. And then let this like, no, it's bad.
Talking point.
It's just like,
well, maybe the right's right then.
Yeah, like it's like
what the fuck do you mean?
Like, why would you surrender so much normal things and normal people to your political enemies? Like, that seems that like y'all are fucking retards.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay. I gotta
criminals
move on.
Still using guns are right on talking points. Like, no, it's just a fucking definition.
Yes.
You know what a criminal is? It's a person that commits a fucking crime.
Yeah, and it's on you if you want to surrender that talking point to the right. Like, you can politicize that if you want, but you're gonna lose in that, you know? So.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody, prepare yourself, because this next one is harrowingly terrifying. And it can happen to any one of us.
Wait, is this the new, oh no, okay, yeah. Oh no.
Man bitten in the testicles by 12-foot snake in bathroom's worst nightmare. It came out of the toilet, chat! The toilet snakes are real, and they're chomping on your testicles.
I actually have a toilet snake-related story.
God. Well, is it you? There's literally, is it you have a sticker of you coming out of a toilet.
I do. But I actually have.
Oh my god, dude, this is.
I have a snake toilet related incident. I have a story, not really an incident, it's a story from my childhood. Was the toilet attack totally nuts? It wasn't an attack, but it is a fun story. You want to hear the story first? Or do you want to go through this first?
Let me go through this first, so you can tell your story.
Okay, go.
Okay. So a Thai man, we're going back to Thailand again, was bitten on the testicles by a 12-foot python while he sat on the toilet. So he beat the serpent to death with a toilet brush, leaving his bathroom splattered with blood, according to reports and stunning photos. Thakta went on, felt a sharp pain after he took a seat Tuesday. Oh my god! And so he reached down and grabbed the snake by the neck and tried to rip it off his privates. Ah! Jesus! This is worst case.
At least it wasn't poisonous. Otherwise, you would for sure lose that testicle.
Oh my god, dude.
Maybe even your cock. And a significant amount of the flesh around your taint.
Yeah, don't pythons are they're like constrictors, right?
Yeah, they're not poisonous, but their saliva is a blood thinner.
Oh my god.
So that's it's no fun. Yeah, the way that pythons kill is that they basically constrain you so that your blood can't really flow. They restrict your blood flow to the point where you just die. So you pass out, and then they bite you, so you bleed out. So all the blood basically just bleeds out of that wound. And so
it's because it's super thin. It can flow like water.
Yep. So you pass out, and then you bleed out.
Oh god.
You die from lack of oxygen and from...
Rosa, you are a sweet kid, but if you told me you were a serial killer at this point, I wouldn't bat an eye.
Where did that come from?
Ask Mr. Mackey. Snake was released and sued for assault. They also have a ton of tiny razor-sharp teeth.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of birds that are like that, too. A lot of birds have serrated beaks, so when you look at their beaks, their beaks are actually like a bunch of like little tiny sharp like teeth. Ugh.
Yep.
Listen to this quote. I felt something biting my balls. It was very painful. You don't say. So I put my hand to the toilet to see what was wrong. I was shocked that I grabbed a snake. When the snake didn't budge, he grabbed a toilet brush and began beating it in the head, prompting the snake to release its fangs. Oh my god. Ah! Look at this photo. Oh my god.
I like how he censored the blood.
Oh. Well, I'm actually glad because it's YouTube safe now.
Yeah.
I quickly stood up and plucked it out. I felt pain, really bad pain, and there was blood oh my god, dude. This is like almost on the level of the dude who had to get his dick amputated from cancer that I covered like months ago.
I remember that.
Oh my god, dude.
I was in chat during that.
But I was more.
What's up with Mackie on that one? Hey!
God. Damn, dude. Chat's like going hard on you right now.
I think I've heard you say, "Dear God, how are you still saying?" What? It's just, look, man. I'm Floridian in Cuba. I got a lot of stories.
I quickly stood up and plucked it out. I felt pain, really bad pain, and there was blood everywhere, but I was more shocked to have found a python at the toilet. Jaw-dropping photos he posted on social media showed the bloodthirsty serpent lying dead in his bathroom. At least he came out victorious.
True!
Thang Tawanan, was immediately taken to a hospital to get a tetanus vaccine, but he thankfully didn't need stitches. My testicles are safe now. I'm lucky it wasn't a venomous snake. You are extremely lucky. A cobra would have killed me. But I haven't, I haven't used that toilet again since. I mean, yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, that would fucking PTSD and all that, I think is legit here. Several other people have been bitten by snakes while using the loo in Thailand in recent years. I fucking hate that word, the loo. In May 2016, a 10-foot python sunk its teeth into Apatorn Boonatue's penis while he was relieving himself in the Chachuangasso province, according to the BBC. So this shit has happened before. He wrestled off the scaly sucker, which had been hiding in his home plumbing system, and then briefly hospitalized. In January 2020, a snake chomped down on the Thai mother's thigh as she sat on the pot, causing her to pummel it with a hammer. 10 months later, a 7-foot python in Bonsung Pek. This is a normal thing. A 7-foot python bit Boonsong Plaikau's buttocks while she was on the toilet in the Samut Prakan province. Sui Paramas, who was also from the Samut Prakan province, was washing her hands when she spotted a 12-foot python in her toilet in March 2023. Oh my god, so there's like... This happens multiple times a year, every year then.
There's just fucking pythons in the plumbing, dude.
God
These
damn,
are fucking
dude.
pythons.
There's much worse snakes it could be. 2 men are shown in wild footage.
I'm gonna switch my mouth with some Jaeger real quick, and then I'll explain as you finish that.
2 men are shown in wild footage smashing the toilet to get the massive serpent out of a pipe at her home. She was not bitten. Residents of Louisiana and Arizona were also gobsmacked to find snakes slithering up from their toilet pipes last year. Whew.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fucking nightmare scenario. Okay. I think it's story time with Rosa. Prepare yourself, chat.
I was like 11 or 12, chat. I'm home alone with my grandma. So, around this time, I was showering in her bathroom because my bathroom's heater broke. Long story short, chat, is throughout my childhood, my life, I've changed where I slept and where I showered based on how long it had been since I last seen an insect in that place. And then this was like the one case where like it wasn't an insect thing, it was more so just the water was cold. But I was showering my grandma's bathroom for a while until, I found like a roach in there. But TLDR, it's just me and my grandma at home, right? I just finished my shower. And I'm drying myself off with the towel. And I hear like bubbling from the toilet. And I'm like, huh? So while I'm naked and wet, still drying myself, I open the toilet lid, and lo and behold, there's a fucking rattlesnake in the toilet.
Ooh.
For anyone who doesn't know, diamondback rattlesnakes, eastern diamondbacks, are native species here.
Incredibly deadly.
And yes, they're extremely venomous. And I was like, oh. And so I just closed the lid back down and finished drying myself. And I was alone with my grandma, and it's her bathroom, and I don't want her to fucking deal with it, chat. So what I did was, after I finished drying myself, I went over. Well, I checked again to see it was still there. It was still there. I went over to my grandma. I said, "Hey, Grandma, you know where they keep all like the barbecue stuff?" And she was like, "Oh, like I mean, we got this, we have this." And I was like, "No, I'm looking for something specifically." There is not tongs. There is a barbecue fork that we have. That it's like a 2-prong fork. Use it to like skewer like sausages and stuff. Hold them over the barbecue. Yeah. And so it's got like 2 long prongs. And I was like, "This is perfect." And so what I did was that, I asked her for that, and I was like, "Okay, cool, come with me. Can you go get the door?" And she was like, "Why? Just get the door. Don't worry about it." And I just used the fucking grill fork, the 2-pronged fork, to basically like keep its head away from me while I grabbed its tail. Like the rest of it, I kind of like pulled it out of the toilet using this fork, and then I just kind of I used the fork to keep its face away from me while I grabbed its tail. And I was like, "All right, Grandma, open the door. Move." She was like, "Adios mio." You can imagine. And I just kind of like, I just let it out into like my neighbor's backyard. And that's it. That's the finish of the story.
That's
like,
the end.
I think like several months later, like my grandpa was like outside in like the yard, like playing with like a ball or something, like just kicking a ball around. And my grandpa came, cause like I live in like a corner house, so we have like, it's not just like a front yard and a backyard. I also have like a side yard. And I was hanging out in the side yard, which is like cemented, and my grandpa came around the corner from the backyard with like a machete in hand and like half a snake hanging off the end of the fucking machete.
That's awesome.
And I was like, "What the fuck?" He was like, "I found a snake." And I was like, dude, so something about my grandpa has a really bad phobia of snakes. So I was like, "Oh fuck, like, are you okay?" And he was like, "I feel really lightheaded," right? Because he's like, his like blood pressure was freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
He already has blood pressure problems. He was freaking out over this thing, right? I was like, "Why don't you tell me anything? Like, are you like afraid of snakes?" He's like, "Yeah, but like, I'm not just gonna leave a snake in the yard with like the family, I love my grandpa, dude. My grandpa's a fucking man, Jet. But yeah, and so my grandpa fucking killed the snake eventually. Eventually came back around and killed it. But yeah, that's pretty much the entire toilet snake story. But the only other time I've seen a snake in like my yard was like when I was like a kid in my front yard. I had some friends over and we were hanging out in like the swings. I was in like elementary. And I remember I seen like a weird thing sticking out of the ground, and I poked it, and then it rattled, and then it went into the ground.
Oof.
So there was like a rattlesnake like burrowed into like the flower bed, because we had like a big like section of like my grandpa's always done like gardening and stuff. A big section of like a flower bed. I guess there was like a small like snake den in there. But yeah, the toilet story was basically that. I just
At least rattlesnakes have like
barbecue pronged.
They have like the courtesy to let you know that they're there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like rattlesnakes are like the only ones who like won't like ambush you without like they want you to know that they're there so that you won't bother them.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate.
Rattlesnakes are pretty cool.
They're like they're like the kindest snakes, like venomous snake species out there.
Yep, they will fucking warn you. They do not want the smoke, and they do not want you to receive the smoke, but they will gladly give you the smoke.
Right. Well, it's purely defensive. Like they don't want to have to bite you, but they will. Like they just want to be left alone. So.
Yeah. Based in as a Floridian, I understand. Handshake. Handshake.
Well, I'm glad that you came out on top in the snack versus snack battle.
Yeah, I did. It was. I did not get bitten anywhere. I always check my toilet before I like sit down in it. Always, chat.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing to do. Check under like the little the toilet lip as well, because you never know what could be hiding underneath there.
That I've never done. I probably should though, shouldn't I?
Okay.
I've heard stories of people have like spiders there, like help people's butts and shit.
True, but they're also assholes. Yeah, they can be. I mean, if they let you know that they're there and you don't react the way that they want you to react, they will fuck with you.
So, they won't just fuck. They'll fucking chase you.
Yeah, they'll chase you because they're extremely territorial.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, this next one is also kind of disturbing. Not like this, but in a different way. It's just like a holy shit kind of thing. Tragic mom of 3 is seen
no.
clinging to the outside of the carriage at the top of a Ferris wheel before she loses her grip and plunges to her death in front of horrified fairgoers.
Oh no.
And yeah, so you can see her hanging at the very, very top right there. I'm not going to play this video, obviously.
I want to see the video.
I'm not going to play the video.
I'm going to watch it privately on my phone and react.
I am not going to showing a woman falling to her death on stream.
I want to watch a woman fall to her death on stream.
I do. I do too, but I'm not going to.
Send me the link. I'll watch it. I'll watch it on my phone, and then I'll tell chat how fucked up it is. I'll be the sacrificial lamb, chat. It's fine. I've seen enough death in my life. This won't haunt me.
There you go. Okay. Okay.
Oh fuck. It doesn't even show it!
Does it not show it?
Everything I do! No, it doesn't.
Oh.
Not the top video, at least.
Oh.
Daily Mail's trying to plant a virus on my phone. Go away. Hold on. Does the bottom video show it? No, it's an ad. Dude, can I just watch the fucking video? No, the video doesn't show it at all.
You'll probably find it on Live Leak or something, but... Does it show her falling?
No. It just no. You click it.
Oh, it just pauses
It just shows
there.
her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just pauses there.
Okay, it doesn't show her actual dying. Okay. Okay, so, the footage taken at the Potosina National Fair in San Luis Potosí, Mexico, on August 12th, shows the mother, identified as 39-year-old Irene Del Carmen, clinging to the outside of a carriage at the top. Horrified onlookers were heard screaming, "No, and I don't want to look!" as she loses her grip and drops to the ground seconds later. Jesus. That's why they stopped the video, because they didn't want to show it either. Because apparently after that, it was only a couple seconds after that she falls. So they didn't want to show that on their site either. Some reports claim she got stuck while trying to alight. And trying to alight? What the fuck? And the ride operator failed to notice, while other reports say the carriage door wasn't closed properly and opened near the top of the ride.
Wait, what?
But how do you fall out of it? Because you're even if that door swings open, these things stay level. And you're seated in a ring around. How do even if the door opens, I don't know how you fall out of it. Police officers were dispatched to the fair immediately. They found the victim with several injuries from hitting the ground and no vital signs. It is believed she died instantly. Honestly, good. I'm glad that she didn't survive the fall. Yeah, exactly. And then she dies in the hospital.
With the view of just tons of people circling around her taking pictures rather than actually helping her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Crime scene investigators went to the fair to collect the body for a postmortem, but and an investigation underway to determine if there was negligence on the safety failure. I mean, that's very likely. I will never go on a fucking carnival ride. Ever. Those things are so goddamn dangerous. And I know because I've actually had a similar thing happen to me. You know the zipper? You know what the zipper is? Let me see if I can find footage of the zipper. I bet it's pretty easy to find on... The zipper carnival ride. This. See if I can get it. Okay. This is the zipper, chat. So it goes up. The carriages, you're standing up in these carriages that rotate, and then the whole arm rotates as well. So it's on a conveyor that rotates around, and then I believe, see, the whole arm itself will start to rotate. Let's see if you can, see? So I went on this way, like, man, back in like maybe like 2002, around there. And near the end of the ride, the door flew open on me and my friend. Yeah. Now you're strapped in, like there's a seatbelt and a bar that keeps you like in place. So like we weren't gonna fall out, but that door opened and it was like probably like one of the most terrifying things that's ever happened to me in my life. Now luckily it was like near the end of the ride. So that the arm wasn't going like full bore like you just saw it. But ever since then, I'm like, yep, I'm never going on a carnival ride again. And especially like when you start looking into it and you learn that like all the carnival workers, they basically like deconstruct and reconstruct these rides like with the same parts like over and over and over again all year long. It's like, man, I do not trust them to like accidentally fuck up a bolt or something. I just don't trust carnival rides. They fucking terrify me now. So what? Okay. Okay, try again. Welcome, Cordell. Is that okay, chat? We good? The ride phobic hills, but no, it's just carnival rides. I'm totally fine with like theme park rides at like, I'll go on roller coasters at like Cedar Point and stuff like that, no problem. Like it's carnival rides specifically because they're not permanent structures. They're built up and they're constructed and deconstructed like constantly over and over and over again as they move the fair around. It's just I just don't trust that. So this is it. Let's see. I accept my condolences to the family of the woman involved in the accident on the rides. I have instructed that they receive the necessary support and that the incident be thoroughly investigated by the state attorney general's office. Why couldn't Disney figure this out? I have instructed that they receive the necessary support. State officials say Irene's husband and kids will receive financial, legal, and psychological support regardless of the investigation's findings. See? It's that simple, Disney. That's all you gotta do. It's that simple. This is the right thing to do. Yeah, exactly. Disney should have been like, we don't run the restaurant. Regardless, we're gonna cover you. And we're gonna pay for your funeral because this is awful that this happened. But anyway, you can't hear Jeannie. You can't hear her at all. What? But it's try now. I'm not. Can't hear her. Okay, there we go. Jeez, damn OBS. I think it is. It really is OBS's problem.
Yeah, so. Maybe all along it's not been my fault.
Maybe. But no, like yeah, like I was to say that like Disney can learn a lesson from this random state fair.
Yeah.
What's next? Let's see. Oh. Ooh. This is the last, like, kind of crazy news story before we get into more cultural stuff. Have you seen this? Dramatic video captures the moment a superyacht sinks off the Italian coast. Look at this.
I don't think so.
We're gonna watch this whole thing because it doesn't take long. It's a 130-foot super yacht. I think it was like $30 million.
Jesus.
Holy shit, dude. And it went under pretty damn fast, too.
Another wreck for the sea.
So multiple people died in this. The dramatic footage has emerged at the moment of the 130-foot super yacht capsized off the Italian coast over the weekend, sinking stern first into the water. That'd be the back. The video released by the Coast Guard showed the yacht named My Saga struggling against the waves before sinking near the Catanzaro Marina on Saturday. Apparently, the initial story is that it was hit by a water spout, and that's what caused it to capsize. Yeah. So it lists to the starboard, and then this is the front. So this is the aft stern, and the boat eventually sinks stern first. They rescued 9 people from the boat, but I think like 5 people died. Officials confirmed that 9 people were rescued from the sinking vessel. The cause of the incident is under investigation. Designated by naval architect Tim Haywood, My Saga was built in Italy in 2007. At the time of the incident, the boat was en route from Gallipoli to Milazzo under a Cayman Islands flag. Following up on this, search called off for the day after bodies of Mike Lynch and daughter Hannah were recovered from the sunken $30 million super yacht alongside 2 others, with 1 body remaining in the yacht and 6 passenger unaccounted for. So that's at least 5 people. The search for the 6th missing person on Mike Lynch's sunken super yacht has been called off for the day. So they found the 5, and the 6th person was basically like, yeah, well, if we found those 5, the 6th, we can't find it, but, you know, they're dead. They're down there and they're dead. So it's like, why risk our own lives looking for this last body? A 5th body was also found at the wreckage of the Bayesian, but is yet to be, I think that's like the class of the yacht. I don't know. Yet to be recovered. It emerged this evening. Search teams made the tragic discoveries while scouring through the ruins of the luxury sailboat, which sank off the coast of Sicily after being hit by a black swan water spout on Monday morning.
What does that mean? What is it?
Google. What is a water spout?
Black swan.
Black swan water spout. It just goes back to the story.
Images.
Whoa. It's like a water tornado. It's those things from Black Flag. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. They're real. Holy shit. Look at this. Look at this, chat. These are water spouts. They're like water tornadoes. It's fucking wild.
Whirlpools are the opposite? Yeah, whirlpools are the ones that go into the water.
Yeah, they go in. So I guess this is where you have like the atmosphere pulls water up somehow. Like, again, it's just a water tornado. That's wild. Let's see. Search teams made the tragic discovery. Okay, rescue efforts will resume at first light tomorrow, the head of Sicily's Civil Protection Agency said. The chief of Civil Protection have confirmed 2 bodies were identified as British tech billionaire Mr. Lynch and his 18-year-old daughter. So Mr. Lynch is the guy who owned the yacht, obviously. However, there was...
Hey, who's Mike Lynch?
Just a tech billionaire.
I've heard the name before.
A British tech billionaire.
What does he own?
Oh.
I've heard the name before. Sounds familiar.
Let me see. Mike Lynch. American politician, business person. There you go. So, let's see.
Never mind.
British tech entrepreneur who co-founded Autonomy Corporation, Invoke Capital, and Darktrace. Sold Autonomy.
Machine learning.
Yeah.
That's how I've heard of this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he works like machine learning stuff.
Okay. death. There's already an article on his death based off of this week's story about the yacht sinking. Okay. Let's see. There was confusion last night after local Italian media claimed that the bodies recovered were not that of the Lynches, although these reports are unverified. 2 men and 1 woman were taken into the morgue to be formally identified, while the gender of the other 2 are yet to be confirmed. This is cool. It's like the kind of like underwater robots that they use to help like with these kinds of searches.
Yeah.
Kind of neat. Those still unaccounted for are Morgan Stanley boss Jonathan Bloomer, his wife Judy, and U.S. citizens Chris Morvillo and his jewelry designer wife Nada Morvillo. So this is like just a boat full of millionaires and billionaires. The body of one crew member, Chef Ricardo Thomas, was found on Monday. The freak incident came as 59-year-old Mr. Lynch, known as Britain's Bill Gates, was enjoying a victory trip to celebrate winning his U.S. fraud trial over the $8.3 billion sale of his tech firm Autonomy to Hewlett-Packard, which we just read about on the wiki. That's getting interesting. In a separate tragedy, Stephen Chamberlain, the former vice president of finance at Autonomy and Mr. Lynch's co-defendant, died after being hit by a car while out jogging in Cambridgeshire on Saturday. Okay. There's some sinister shit going on here.
Go back to the video real quick.
Uh-huh.
No, just go all the way back to like the video, like all the way to the top.
This one.
Look at the sky.
Wait, go back.
I think it's to like reload the page.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at the sky in that picture.
It's pretty clear. I mean, it's cloudy, but it's not stormy. I mean, you could tell that. I mean, there's a lot of wind.
But there's just wind at sea. That's normal.
But, yeah, exactly. But there aren't the dark kind of clouds you need for like a tornado to form.
Yeah. Now go look at the picture of the like water spouts. I think to re-Google it. Oh, there it is.
This.
I don't know, Chief.
That's pretty dark clouds. You know what? You know what's funny? Is that I looked into this as well.
Can you just look up water spouts like by themselves, like without like the black swan wording? Just water spouts.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, no, yeah, that. I don't know, man.
Now I think that
it's a little sus.
It is sus, which is why I pulled up this story. Investigators say 5 bodies were found in the same cabin of Mike Lynch's superyacht as prosecutors begin looking into crime hypothesis.
Oh.
This shit's getting interesting. Investigators have said that the bodies of 5 people who died at the British tech tycoon Mike Lynch's superyacht sank off the coast of Sicily were discovered in the same cabin. Speaking at a press conference on Saturday morning, Bentivoglio Flandra from the local fire rescue service said, "The yacht tended to the right, and obviously the bodies tried to go to the other side and take refuge in their cabins. We found 5 bodies in a cabin on the left and another one in the third cabin on the left. They were in the higher part of the shipwreck." Prosecutors say that they have opened a manslaughter investigation following the sinking. Ambrosio Cartosio, the head of the public prosecutor's office of Termini Imeresi, said he was investigating a crime hypothesis of culpable shipwreck and manslaughter. The Bayesian, a 184-foot superyacht, sank on August 19th off the coast of Porticello, Sicily. Mike Lynch, the founder of Autonomy, and his 18-year-old daughter Hannah were among 7 people confirmed to have died in the incident. Lynch was on the yacht with friends and family celebrating his recent acquittal in a fraud trial. He had won the 12-year legal battle over his tech company in June. Stephen Chamberlain, a former vice president of finance at Autonomy, who was also a defendant in the fraud trial, died in a separate incident just days before the Bayesian sank.
That is sus as
That
fuck.
is so sus. Oh my god. I really, really, really want this to be a massive like conspiracy or something like that. I really want it to be. If it is, I mean, this is worthy of making a movie about it. If it turns out that like somebody was like orchestrating these like elaborate murders to like get back at, you know, for losing the trial or something like that, like, oh man. Jonathan Bloomer, chairman of Morgan Stanley International, and his wife Judy also died after the yacht went down. A second couple, Christopher and Nada Morvillo, also died in the sinking. Christopher Morvillo was a partner at Clifford Chance and was Lynch's lawyer. A chef on the yacht, Ricardo Thomas, was the only crew member to have died in the incident. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more to this story in the future.
I think so.
It's gonna take some time, but we might see a grand unraveling of something pretty fucking incredible in like within the next year or so.
Take a pulse on that one.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep my ear to the ground on this story because this could be something.
Go up real quickly, like what was the stuff at the start? My bodies were found in the same cabin.
Now, get credit.
That's
his cabin is huge. His cabin is a fucking luxury apartment. You know.
Wait, did it say they were found in his cabin or just in the same cabin?
The same cabin of Mike Lodge's Superyacht. So it's probably one of the bigger cabins. You have to remember, like, these aren't like cruise ships that have like tiny little hotel room cabins. You know, this is a yacht for rich people. So the cabins are there's only a few of them, and they're pretty spacious.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So. But yeah, there's so much sussiness. There's something stinks about this. Like, the weather conditions don't seem to support a waterspout forming. And the fact that his associates who were also acquitted died just days earlier in a separate, like, crazy car crash kind of incident.
He was just hit by a car.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a car crash. He was just hit by a car.
Just hit by, yeah, which is different. You know, that means that someone could have been paid to actually run into him and kill him. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
see if you can find the article on that one.
Let me see here.
What was his name?
Stephen Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Let's see here. And no one on the yacht had a life jacket or knew how to swim. Well, they were all indoors, I think. But
yeah,
there's a lot of sussiness around this. Chamberlain, car accident, death. Here we go. Autonomy Stephen Chamberlain dies mysteriously in an accident just 2 days before, as former boss Mike Lynch disappears after yacht sinks. Stephen Chamberlain, the former vice president of financial autonomy and a key figure of the U.S. fraud trial alongside U.S. passed away following a car accident in Cambridgeshire. The incident occurred on August 17th while Chamberlain, 52, was out jogging in the early morning. He was struck by a vehicle. Oh, so that's not even a car wreck. He was just jogging. On Newmarket Road in Streatham, Cambridgeshire. It was critically
hit by
injured.
A car, not that he got in a wreck.
Chamberlain was airlifted to a nearby hospital where he was placed on life support. Despite the efforts of medical professionals, his life support was turned off the following day due to the severity of his injuries. Oh, man. Chamberlain's death comes at a tumultuous time, coinciding with the disappearance of his former boss, Mike Lynch, who has been missing since his luxury yacht, the Bayesian, sank off the coast of Sicily during a violent storm. Didn't look like a violent storm, but, you know, who knows? Lynch was one of the 6 people aboard the $14 million vessel, which was caught in a freak tornado and capsized. Was it, though? The incident occurred near the port... Oh, we already know all this. Chamberlain's role in the tech world was significant, particularly in his work at Autonomy, where he served as vice president of finance alongside Lynch, the company's chief executive. The two were deeply involved in the company's sale to Hewlett-Packard in 2011, a transaction that later became the center of a legal battle. In the U.S. fraud trial, both Chamberlain and Lynch were accused of inflating the value of Autonomy, which was once the largest software firm in Britain, before its sale to Hewlett-Packard. The trial, which garnered widespread attention, concluded in June 2024. with both men being acquitted of all 15 charges by a jury in San Francisco. After leaving Autonomy in 2012, Chamberlain continued to build his career in finance and technology. He worked as chief operating officer for Darktrace, a cybersecurity firm that has gained recognition for its innovative use of artificial intelligence and threat detection. In addition to his professional pursuits, Chamberlain was actively involved in his local community, serving as the treasurer of Hardwick FC, a team of the Cambridgeshire County League for over 14 years. He also held the position of finance director at Cambridge United, contributing his financial expertise to the soccer club. Cambridgeshire police have appealed for witness to the accident that claimed Chamberlain's life. As investigations continue, his family has expressed their grief in a statement, calling him an amazing individual who made a lasting impression on everyone who had the privilege of knowing him.
So, like, no one caught the guy that hit him with the car. The guy just ran away.
I was going to say, there was no description of the guy who...
There's nothing about the guy that hit him.
Isn't that interesting? The media is silent on the perp. Yeah, there's some sussy shit going on here. There's got, oh man, I mean it's morbid, but I really want there to be some sussy shit here, because if there is, that's an amazing story. Oh man. Okay,
that's a very, very interesting one.
Close all this. Okay. Let's get into some wokery.
Okay.
In same moment, biker destroys his Harley Davidson with a cannon over firm's embrace of DEI woke crap. So, are you familiar with the Harley Davidson DEI fallout?
Oh, wait, hold on. So, the driver of the car for the previous one was a 49-year-old woman who remained at the scene. That's all of the information I can find on her.
Okay. That doesn't fit the profile, but who knows?
Might have just been like, Hijita just can't drive. It doesn't say it, but she was probably Chinese. They didn't say she's white.
I mean, if she was white, we'd know it. Okay.
True.
Oh man, even when you have money, you are not safe. Yeah, it seems kind of common for like really freak weird shit to happen to very rich people.
Man, it's crazy.
You want to get more info about it? I can check the Italian side of the news for the shipwreck. Ooh,
that'd be cool.
That'd be cool. Yeah. I don't know if you're in my Discord, Taiping, but there's a link in the description of this stream, my Discord. And once you get in, under the main deck chat, there's a thread for all the stuff that we cover on these streams. If you find anything with further details, post it in that thread, and I will follow up. Okay. Are you familiar with the recent string of high-profile boycotts against American companies exposed as being woke?
No.
So, like the Starbucks one. Oh, not the Starbucks. No, it was Bud Light.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like that, right? So it was Bud Light, and there's this guy on Twitter named Robbie Starbuck, and he basically has made it his mission to like expose like DEI, the embracing of DEI shit within like major companies, and he's particularly targeting like companies that basically like brand themselves as like, we're America, so like Harley Davidson and like Jack Daniels and shit like that, like very like stereotypically American companies. Like he's the one who exposed like the tractor supply company DEI shit that they backed off of. And there was another one. There's another tractor supply company kind of company. John Deere. John Deere was the same way. So he like looks into these like super like quote unquote American companies, and he exposes DEI bullshit inside of them. And he's been like, basically he has a perfect record of getting these companies to to basically abandon their DEI programs.
Yeah, the second that the people that you're marketed towards.
It's actually exactly. It's actually a really good target because the customer
you're
base...
butting you're nipping at the bud right before it gets too far.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like he's going after companies whose customer base is absolutely not going to be on board with this shit. So it will severely impact their business if they do it. So that's why he has such a good record of doing this. And one of his most recent ones was Harley Davidson. And now Harley Davidson has since backtracked on their DEI stuff. They're no longer reporting statistics to the Human Rights Campaign or whatever it's called that does all the equity index, diversity index bullshit that they use to rank companies. And this one produced a rather funny video of a man named Brian Lenkowitz, who is a gun tuber, basically, an all-American gun tuber. And he was because Harley Davidson has embraced all this woke crap, I'm gonna blow up the Harley Davidson motorcycles that I own. So
it's crazy.
Oh man. So he did two videos. One was he and his friends basically just use machine guns and shit to just pepper the shit out of the motorcycle with with bullets. And the other one, which is the amazing one. See, this is this video.
That's fucking awesome.
But I got the video here. So this is our guy here. Oh wait, chat can't hear this. There we go. Crap. Yeah, I don't want to use this. Crap. Why isn't browser? There it is. Okay. Chat should be able to hear this. Maybe. Can you hear this, chat? So they're just... Damn. Oh, the gas tank's on fire. So they just pepper this thing with bullets. That's impressive, actually. Here it is. I have an actual cannon. Yeah! This is so fucking amazing. This woke Harley. This is so awesome. Pack that fucker in there. Woke Harley. Oh, did they get it? Oh, damn, that's a direct hit. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh. That is fucking awesome. Damn. That is so great.
That's the most fucking dude, bro.
I fucking love it, dude.
My life. Yeah.
That is so great.
cannonball of patriotism.
It's not over. Oh yeah, Target was another one. Damn right. How awesome is that? This is one of my favorite videos ever made.
This is fucking great.
Oh my god. This is so good. I love how he still has his, like, Ray-Bans on.
Shades, yeah.
So I think this is an explosive cannonball. I don't know why the music cut out there. Boom!
The sparkles around
Holy fuck! Boom! That's amazing! There goes the drone coming in. The fact that Americans, like, if you if you go through the proper channels, can legally do shit like this, is just brings a tear to my eye.
Oh,
It brings a gunpowdery tear to my eye.
I don't know if you access chat, but if you can, type in to refresh again.
Wait, say it again?
Type in chat for them to refresh again. My chat hasn't loaded yet.
Oh. Did it die again?
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. God dang it. Okay. Oh, that is so amazing. Oh, don't soy face, dude. Oh, that's so cool. All right. That's pretty much it.
That was a very proper soy face. Come back.
It really was.
That was one of those soy faces I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm not a... He's really soy facing out pretty hard there. Outside of this, fucking amazing. And then in a not so explosive vein, with a string of victories that Robbie Starbuck has inflicted upon major U.S. companies, Tractor Supply Co., John Deere, and now Harley Davidson. Jack Daniels is next on his list, and Jack Daniels scrapped all of their DEI policies before Robbie Starbuck even put out anything, because they caught wind that Robbie was, like, going after them next, and so they just did it without any kind of pressure. They just did it. Like, that's how, like, this after threat of anti-boycott, the boycott didn't even get a chance to happen, and that's how quick they caved. Like, if this isn't a sign that like companies are actually terrified of this shit at this point, I don't know what is. You know?
Yeah.
So let's see. Spirit's giant Brown-Forman Corp, with a market capital of $21.37 billion, is the latest company to scrap its DEI program following Harley-Davidson, Tractor Supply, and John Deere. Major firms that rely heavily on a red state clientele. Honestly, it's just a clientele of normal people. That's the thing. It's not even like a right-wing thing anymore. It's just like, it's a normie thing now. Like, you can't create this level of pressure with a strict political movement of political actors for a specific cause. The only way you can get this level of pressure is the normies have to get on board. So, like, when they say that it's like, red state clientele, it's like, no, just normal people. Like, because that's what it is. It's not the woke versus the right.
The purity spiraled so fucking hard that they basically pushed everyone in like the moderate to like center left into what isn't today considered to be the right. None of these people have any sort of like super like right leaning views. It's just they're just not woke.
They're just normal. They're just normal people.
Yeah, most people do not fucking purity spiral.
Exactly. And it's like it's so bad that in this recent election cycle, again, I don't necessarily want to get like directly political, but a fucking Kennedy endorsed a Republican. Like, you know how like how bad you have to be as a Democrat Party to get a Kennedy to endorse a Republican? Like, that doesn't happen, you know. But
like, I think I get caught with some like charges for something though, like right after that happened.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, of course they're gonna like the moment that happens, they're gonna fucking start trying to pull, all the dirt and all this kind of shit.
No, I think it was like something happened. Hold on, let me go see if I can find it again.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't paid that close attention to it, to be honest. But it's like more
claims of cocaine dealing in college. Bullshit though. Okay, bet.
Oh, well, it's like okay, okay, Hunter Biden. It's moot. I mean,
boom, done.
Yeah, done. Like, give me a break. That's nothing. I mean, Theo Vaughn was joking to Trump about cocaine on his podcast, for crying out loud. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's not necessarily the kitty, but like, it's like people like Elon Musk, and people like that who actually weren't very political, just a few years ago. Are like looking around them and they're like, the people that normally used to be able to like have like normal conversations with are like gone, and they're calling him like a Nazi, bigot, racist psychopath now. And it's like, so he's just standing there going like, what the fuck is going on? And I think that's a story that a lot of people that are like, what's the word, like default liberal, are finding themselves in. Or they're just like, they just kind of, their voting reliability is not that great. Like, they're not like super motivated to necessarily vote in any given election. They have,
that's me.
They don't have like super strong opinions about most things, only a few things. And it's like,
not about that one.
They typically will just find themselves on one side or the other, but they can talk to people that disagree with them like a normal person can, and that person is now looking around them and being like, where the fuck did the left go? Because all my friends on the right are still my friends and they're still like normal, but all of my friends on the left have gone fucking insane. And not only are they insane, but they're calling me all these awful things. And it's like, what the fuck did I do to you? Like, And I think that's
the window has moved so far left. The classic liberals are being called Nazis. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. And what's funny is like I was talking to someone like on Twitter recently. I was like, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like lately, the more I look into like Trump's like stuff, the more I'm like, I'm actually kind of with this guy, like a lot.
Dude, streamers should vote for Trump just because he doesn't want to. He wants to get rid of tax on tips.
Please, thank you, please.
Like, if you're a streamer,
don't, please. But what was I gonna say? But like, I don't like someone like brought up recently on Twitter. It's like, oh yeah, like my biggest problem with him is like the Project 2025. It's like, well, that wasn't like him though.
It wasn't him, and he disavowed it.
His team suggested. Yeah, he's disavowed it like twice, right? Like, oh, but like his team and like blah blah blah. It's like still.
And
like,
the guy who wrote it,
right?
the guy who wrote it in the Heritage Foundation, he resigned. So,
well,
yeah.
No. But here's the thing though. A lot of the stuff on there that is like more. First off, a lot of the stuff on there is just great. Right? There's lots of stuff on there that's just straight up good. Like, yes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stuff I disagree with is usually like hyper Christian nonsense, right? Because here's the thing: the section of the right, because the right is not immune to purity spiraling.
No.
Right? This isn't like a new thing that the left is doing. The left just found themselves a religion to do it with. They made one.
We saw a little bit of right-wing purity spiraling at the convention, the RNC convention with Amber Rose, I think.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly it. Yeah. When like Amber Rose came up, like you saw like Melanie Mack, like a bunch of other like it's almost always
Matt Walsh.
It's the Christian. Yeah. It's the Christian right that tends to purity spiral, because purity spiraling comes from a belief that there is a purity, right? There's the belief that there is a truth, an overwhelming truth that cannot be denied. Right? Which is why wokeism, oftentimes you argue with people don't understand how you could possibly disagree with them, because what they think is to them the holy truth that cannot be denied.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the root of purity spiraling. There has to be a purity to aspire to. And that the root of that on the right is Christianity. That's where it comes from. And Trump isn't necessarily someone who caters to the Christian right. He's not a Christian.
He said that after he survived his assassination attempt, he said that I've not really been a believer in God, but I kind of believe a little bit more now. Like, yeah, he's not a religious Christian guy, you know. And somebody who's a part of the Christian right that you just described, I was looking at that stuff and be like, it's like, yeah, I don't agree with this, but it's not. It's a political party. It's not a religious party. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, it's welcoming to Christians, but it's not exclusively for Christians, you know. So I'm just sitting here, like, as a part of the Christian right, just kind of like cringing at fellow Christian rightists, you know, being like, "Come on, guys!" Like,
yeah, they're like freaking out. They're like, "Oh my God, he's demanding Christian." Like, again, the Christian right is immediately trying to jumping over to like try to purity spiral the shit and be like, "Oh, you know, Trump isn't good enough now."
Yeah,
because he's not hyper religious. Trump is honestly. He's really, really moderate, and I'd argue he's closer to like a liberal than he is.
He's a Bill Clinton era Democrat. That's
yeah,
what he is, and he
like
hasn't changed
he's
since.
he's literally closer to a liberal than he is to the Christian right.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that's a concern. I genuinely
a liberal
don't.
from like a blue dog liberal from like like pre 9/11 liberal.
Yeah.
So
it's just like. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think he's closer to that than he is to the Christian right by like a long shot. So I don't think like all the stuff in there, even if this does get passed, it's not gonna get passed without several like changes. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think he specifically said when he disavowed it, he was like, "Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. I think it's just crazy." Right?
He said, "I'm a Democrat." Yeah, exactly. Purple. The Heritage Foundation has no ties to his campaign, threatened legal action, but they keep trying to ride his coattails. Yeah, exactly. I don't believe Jack. They're probably rebranding the DEI policy like every other company. It's not going away. It's just changing its name. Okay. On that issue, I will tell you right now that yes, there is rebranding going on, but the rebranding going on isn't like Bridge, like the boogeyman that is Bridge, which has been branded as like DEI 2.0, like, you know, that's not what's happening. I'm going to give you a little bit of insider knowledge here right now as someone who works as a manager within a Fortune 100 company who sits inside of shareholder meetings and stuff like that for, you know, mega billion-dollar corporations like the one that I work for, and the way that they're dealing with DEI currently. let me give you a little bit of an inside scoop on what's going on. So on my last quarterly earnings call, which is like not the public one but the private one that's only for like employees to listen to, this question was directly brought up about Boeing and a lot of these other companies. They're like kind of going crazy and they're losing face. They're having a crisis of competency, and there's also a lot of companies that are dropping their DEI programs. And then the question was, that was like the preamble to the question to the CEO of my company. And then the question was like, what are you doing to preserve, DEI practices and programs within our company? And the way he answered this was, he said, well, the thing is that the companies who are having problems with DEI now are the ones who basically created all of their DEI programs as a result of the George Floyd incident. And what they did is they basically brought in a bunch of third-party consultants who were a bunch of activists and told them how to implement these programs. And the way that they had them implement the programs were beneficial to those third parties, but not necessarily to the company. And one of the most cited things that they have is that McKinsey & Company report. The McKinsey & Company report is kind of like a patient zero for like why a lot of companies started looking into this DEI shit. And it basically was the report that said that DEI is good for business from a financial point of view. Right? Turns out that even in that report, if you read the conclusion to that report, it even says that it's actually probably not that diversity is what's making them financially successful. It's that the business practices that they're doing that's leading them to be financially successfully is naturally making them diverse. So they basically said that like diversity is a byproduct of successful business and not a driver of it. And a lot of these companies didn't understand that. They allowed the activists or third-party organizations in during the George Floyd thing, who basically fleeced these companies into adopting all of these quota systems and all this kind of stuff, and all of like the DEI that everybody hates now, right? Now, back to my CEO. What he said, he basically said it's like all these companies that are struggling are the ones who did not implement it properly as a result of George Floyd, and so now they're paying the piper for it. Our company, meaning my company, had like the right idea well before the George Floyd thing, which is a focus on just inclusivity, and that's it. And what he said is like our only focus in the DEI equation is inclusivity. Equity, he even said equity is ridiculous, and it's not a goal that should be gone after, nor is it a goal that's even possible to achieve. He said it's antithetical to good business. So he said like E is out. And then he also said that diversity, while good, it's not something that you directly pursue. It's something that naturally will happen if you engage in inclusive hiring practices, basically. And he basically said that like inclusion is nothing more than just, looking at everybody and not just these people or that people. And he said that we have been focused on inclusion for many years now, and as a result, we have become a Fortune 100 company, and we have not had like these ridiculous DEI policies, essentially. And we're going to continue to do that into the future. And what these companies are rebranding to, no matter what they're calling, that's basically what they're doing as well. Is they're rebranding to try to save face with the activists, but what they're actually doing is what I just described, where they're just going to focus on the inclusion, which is actually fine, and then whatever happens, happens. But like all the quotas and all that kind of stuff, that's going to be going away. So that's like my little insider story. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what company I work for or what I do inside the company.
Yeah.
Rosa, you're pretty close to knowing everything about what I do. One of the few. But that's when we talk about these rebrands, that's what's going on. Bridge is never mentioned. Bridge is, at least not in my company. And the thing about bridges, and I think Rosa, we've talked about this before. The whole problem with Bridge that Bridge has is that because what's the whole goal of Bridge? It's to get the DEI shit out of just HR and ingrain it into every single person inside of the company, right? Which sounds awful, but the problem is, what does that actually look like? Like, what does an individual employee, like, if I'm just a schmuck who has, like, I'm just, like, on a conveyor line, you know, checking boxes or filling jars or some shit, you know, like, what power does that person have to make any kind of policy or anything, or any kind of influence or change on anything? None. They have nothing. So the problem with Bridge is that diluting the whole thing into the whole employee diaspora doesn't really change anything. Because because all of the HR people that already believe in the DEI shit it's still going to be the same for them, and then everybody else, nothing changes. And not only that, but, and this is something else my CEO brought up, he said there's also growing sentiments of illegality with the whole kind of program. He says, like, a lot of these programs use very vague language, basically, and they're doing that to basically get around very obvious Equal Employment Opportunity Act violations. That can get these companies into serious discrimination lawsuits and class action lawsuits. And the thing is that the moment one class action lawsuit happens and they win, that's the first domino, essentially.
Yep.
And they're realizing that, like, these policies basically can't survive legally either.
Yep.
So I guess
fucking white people getting the fucking money.
for someone on the inside who knows what C-suiters are saying in a lot of these big companies, don't be black-pilled. I'm just gonna say, don't be black-pilled about it. Things are getting better than you think they are. I know it's really easy. I know it's really easy to be black-pilled on this shit because it's so sinister and it seems like an unstoppable force. But believe it or not, it actually is starting to go away. Like, legit. Not just rebranding, not going back into the shadows. I mean, like, CEOs are actually getting a fucking clue and just actually getting rid of this shit. So, just keep your eye on the prize. Don't be black-pilled. Things will be okay. That's there.
Don't freak out.
Yeah,
that's why. Like when you freak out, I just push people further away. It doesn't help.
The woke is being put away at the corporate level. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is. Also, with that report, the company cited were directly linked with the authors of the paper. Yeah, it was a very unethical study in that regard as well. They made up their own data to justify their conclusion. Yeah, it's the equivalent of, like, those old Marlboro commercials where they had like a guy in a white coat out in the field, like, putting, like, a cow in a box with cigarette smoke. You remember those commercials that were like, see, secondhand smoke is not dangerous. Like, it's like, yes, a cigarette company telling me that secondhand smoke is totally fine. It's very trustworthy. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
that report is the same thing. So anyway, that's my story from inside the company. So anyway, okay.
Chat. World's healing, chat. The only real thing that we need to work on is Muzzy problem.
Well, you know,
that one you can be blackballed about.
Well, the weird thing about that problem, though, is that that's one of, like, the key elements of, like, the weird progressive alliance. And as the weird progressive alliance crumbles, things will realign the way they've always been, which is Christians versus Muslims with atheists caught in the middle. But I've always said, like, you want to defeat like a hardcore conquering religious movement like Islam, you're gonna need another hardcore conquering religious entity to do it.
Yeah.
And that's why I say crusades win.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's why you see like Christianity has kind of started to get some teeth back.
Yep.
If you've noticed,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of Christians like myself who are like more openly saying that we're Christian and we're like not going to apologize for it, and we're just like, no, fuck you, we're done with this bullshit. You're seeing a lot more of that these days, and it's going to keep happening.
Yep.
And the thing is that a vigorous Christian movement is the thing that's going to be necessary to, let's just say, end the Muslim movement. You're going to need basically you're going to have to fight fire with fire. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Enlightenment values, liberalism, all these modern ideas they don't have the strength of foundation to be able to fight something so old world and militant as Islam. You're gonna need to bring out something else, even more old world, to fight it.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
That's and it.
That's why, like if you look at the UK, right? Like the fucking. It's like it was such like a major thing, right? Not the UK. In England, Ireland. Fuck, Northern Ireland. The fucking the different like sects of Christianity like banding together to fucking march together. Like that's like so fucking major.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
dude, the Protestants and Catholics in Ireland marching together is like, that is shocking. That is absolute. You know, things are getting bad when Irish Catholics and Protestants are marching shoulder to shoulder together. Things are awful. If that's happening.
We're talking about a group of people that have been like fighting and killing each other for fucking like ages, chat.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like,
It's like hard to conceptualize, but fuck, how long has that been?
Oh god, man, the IRA is only like a more recent extension of it, really. But, it's a long fucking time. We'll just say that. Like a few hundred years at least. But that's the thing. Like, and the Irish,
Protestant developed Catholicism during the 15th century. So we're talking like before the fucking U.S. existed.
Yeah, we're talking 600 years ago. So, which is that the time that I think that's actually the time of Martin Luther. I think that's when Martin Luther basically invented Protestantism, when he pinned that list of grievances at Catholic Church to the door. Remember that famous moment? I don't know if you know anything about religious history like that.
No.
So Martin Luther was this monk who was disgruntled with the Catholic Church because he felt the Catholic Church was corrupted and doing all these ungodly things. But back then, the Catholic Church like ruled with an iron fist. Like, they ran everything. Yeah. And he made a list of like all of his grievances against the church, and then grew a massive pair of nuts and nailed that list to the door to the church.
Holy shit!
Yeah, like, like he basically just did like a medieval version of a call-out post. That's what he did, which back then took a lot of nuts, especially as a monk within the system. You know, and that basically gave birth to Protestantism. I mean, it's much more complicated than that, but
yeah, well, yeah, that is the day that the Protestant split from Catholicism.
Yeah, it's
October 31st, 1517.
Yeah, that's the fortune cookie version of the story. But yeah, and the thing is, it's like the Irish, like, don't underestimate the Irish. Like when the Irish get violent. You do. I
saw this one fucking video that was like Molotovs are reappearing in Ireland. The world is healing.
They were priests were married to engage with prostitutes, nuns were participating in orgies. Yeah, it was bad. Like, the Catholic Church. That's the thing. Like, the Catholic Church doesn't have the best history. We'll just say that. I mean, the Borgias alone are enough to condemn the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
So
I've had conversations with Broda before, because Broda is what's I'm looking for.
Broda he's becoming a priest, isn't he?
Orthodox. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he still is, but Broda's Orthodox. And like I've had conversations with him about like faith and like Christianity and stuff like that, and like I share a lot of values. And like, cause like the Orthodox faith is like a lot more like, I guess, like moderate, I guess, in the way that it kind of expresses itself.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's a lot like, I guess, softer handed. And so I actually like, I've talked to him before. I was like, yeah, I think if I grew up like Orthodox instead of growing up Catholic, I might maybe, just maybe, still be a little religious. Maybe. Though the root of me abandoning Christianity wasn't necessarily any of like the issues I had with it. Those issues kind of sprung up later in life. And I was like, yeah, this shit's fucking dumb. Or it's more specific like Catholicism. But it was more so just like, I think I've told the story before, but the reason why, how I got, in my head, quote unquote, got over Christianity, right, as a child, I was like 5, was it hit me that my grandma was gonna die one day, and the way that my mom described heaven just didn't make sense to me. So I basically spent like a week just kind of like mulling over different like philosophical ideas just all on my fucking own, without knowing if anyone had ever had these thoughts before, until I eventually came up with what I still to this day is like my general like philosophical, your own
little personal belief system.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember when I went like shortly after I first like had like my first handful of conversations with you. I think I didn't really know anything about you, but I was like, I don't think she's a Christian. And then I said, she comes off as very Aristotelian.
I remember that. I remember you telling that.
Yeah, I remember that too. Because I think that was like the first time where we kind of like clicked, was when I called you Aristotelian, and you took it as like a huge compliment.
I was like, yo.
And I was like, as a Christian, I could totally get along with Aristotelians, because Aristotle was the fucking man. Like, don't get me wrong, respect to Plato and Socrates, but they had everything wrong. They were fucking wrong about everything. Plato especially. Socrates got some stuff wrong, but Plato fucking was wrong about everything. I cannot believe that Plato is the one who taught Aristotle. Like, how did Plato's teachings produce Aristotle? That's crazy. Because Aristotle basically said, like, no, you're wrong. This is how it should be and how it is. It's like, and he was right. Like Aristotle was right about, like, in terms of, like, if there's one person in the ancient world that got it all right besides Jesus, it's fucking Aristotle. Like, those are, like, the two people from the old world that I respect the most. One from a religious point of view, and the other one from a philosophical point of view. So...
I do understand, like, how that could happen, though. I mean, like I certainly wasn't fucking taught, right, to, like, think, if that makes any sense. And instead, like, I was taught the belief system of other people that just, again, to me, didn't make sense. Right? So sometimes it's not necessarily that, like, oh, like, you're taught to think a certain way, but more so in someone teaching you how they think. Right?
Oh, they can just apply differently. They teach you a process, not an end goal. It's like I can apply the process to myself and come up with my own goals, or my own
that's
conclusions.
part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. But I was gonna say more so, like, you know, when someone gives you like some ideas, right? I hear someone who knows how to think, right? You won't just take those ideas at face value. You'll try to understand why those ideas function the way they work. And if those ideas don't fit in your head, you're gonna try to figure out why.
Right.
So, like, it's not too, like, weird to understand, right? It's like, yeah, like, maybe Plato taught, like, you know, Aristotle, but Aristotle was clearly more intelligent. Like, there's a difference. There's a vast, like, difference between knowledge and intelligence.
Well, it's not just that. It's also just a matter of what influenced them, because you also have to remember that about the relationship between Plato and Aristotle and the relationship with the Peloponnesian War. You have to also understand that the Peloponnesian War also very greatly influenced the way Plato thought of things. and Aristotle came after. You know.
That is true.
So that war very much shaped that. And I'm not smart enough to come up with this on my own. I just watched Sargon's recent video about this. But he brings up a really good point about the Peloponnesian War and how it influences Plato versus Aristotle. And I never thought about that outside influence of that war before, and I thought that was a really interesting way to look at it. And that would absolutely shape, if you're looking at philosopher kings and stuff like that, because Plato, he's looking, Sparta wins the war, and Sparta very much has this autocratic, system, whereas Athens has got this messy democracy, and so Plato's looking at the war and being like, well, I think the Spartans might be onto something. So that's where you got the the philosopher kings and all this other nonsense.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to think of it in that point of view as well.
So fun story. So I actually learned about all this philosophy and stuff when I was in high school. I took a class on philosophy, and I remember I actually clinged on a lot to Plato's concept of a philosopher king, because something I think there's part of the idea that I liked. Right? Which is the concept of putting thinkers at the top.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, which you talked about earlier.
Yeah, the fact that it was a caste system, I think, is what kind of fucked it. But from that, I actually I spent several years kind of thinking up my idea of how I would do it. But based around the same concept of having quote unquote philosopher king. Right? And I came up with a very, very different concept. It's kind of it keeps the three-party system, not three-party system, but the three-branch system.
The branches that checks
the
and
US
balances
has.
kind of system.
Yeah, it keeps a system like that, but instead, basically everything that we have currently in the US is one of those branches. And then you have two other major branches, which would be again a set of thinkers whose job is solely to think, right? Their job is to come up with solutions. And a third branch that is dedicated to experts, to expertise. And so basically you would have people that are considered to be leaders in their craft, right? Most knowledgeable in their craft. Not necessarily to think of solutions, but to give up all of the information, basically. Those are the people that will act as sources for...
could you describe those as the academics?
Yes, the academics, yeah. So the people that, not saying academics, but people that are experienced, and I'm talking in every role. Literally, you would have a representative for every single possible
the plumber's representative, the farmer's representative,
exactly,
or
precisely,
the corn syrup farmer's representative, yeah.
Yeah. You have a representative for every single role, and so representatives would basically be pulled up to give their thoughts and their information, right? Which would then be used by the philosophers, the thinkers, to come up with a solution, which would then have to be approved by said specialists, right? So that's kind of how that would work. So it would essentially be a partnership between those two parties, with the third party simply being the people who then, basically air their concerns, right? And their job is basically just to manage the people and maintain everything else.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel we can literally go on for days.
That's an oversimplification of it. We'd be here all day. But that was pretty much the premise that I'd come up with.
Because I guarantee you, I can go through and pick that apart. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, these are thought experiments that can go on literally endlessly.
Yeah.
So you don't think that the founding fathers sat around? You don't think that the founding fathers sat around thinking of similar things?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it's anyway. Okay, we're gonna move on for this philosophizing idiocracy. You're some kind of philosophizer. Let's get into the final segment, which is gonna be about recent pop culture nonsense. Starting with a little bit of a blast of the past as a preface for something. Do you remember the combat wheelchair? For D&D. What did you think of that?
Stupid.
Yeah, it's retarded.
I'll explain to you why it's stupid. I'm gonna send you something. This is from a D&D book that's recent. After
Okay.
Tasha's that actually did this right. Did this really, really well.
Okay.
Hold on, let me actually find it. What is his name? It's like Ivan something. Ivan D&D. Yes, Ivan Delisnia. That is his name. I'm gonna send you this.
Okay.
Show up the chat.
Wait, wrong window.
Did that send? Yeah, did.
Yeah, you send it. I gotta get my windows sorted. Hang on.
So that is Ivan Delisnia, who is one of the Dreadlords, one of 2 Dreadlords for his domain. His domain's very unique. And
Sorry, Chad, I can't make it.
he is a cripple, effectively.
Uh-huh.
He is a cripple. He's like an old, mad, like crazy cripple.
Yeah.
And he just kind of, goes around on a fucking, spider thing.
Yeah, this is my exact criticism of it as well. It's not that disabled people don't deserve representation. Okay? It's that you have to bother to have at least one creative bone in your body to make it work inside the world that you're. Because in a world where there are fucking magic healing, where you can literally resurrect from people from the dead and mend broken bones and all this other shit, wheelchairs would not exist. Period. And it's not like magic is like only accessible to the elites. It's a common thing. It's a high magic setting. Disabled people in wheelchairs is going to be a thing. And not only that, but it's like, I'm sorry, but I don't want to go around in what looks like a wheelchair that you just got from the local urgent care and you slapped a shield on the wheel. Like, no matter how much you try, you're not going to make a wheelchair look cool. You're just not. Like, because my whole criticism about the combat wheelchair shit is that, like, well, why would you do that? Why not actually be creative? Because there's let me actually fast forward a little bit to this. So I went to Know Your Meme, and looked up the combat wheelchair, and I wanted to hone in on this right here.
I sent you something else.
This image right here, which is a tweet by Todd Kendrick. If you can't handle the concept of a wheelchair in D&D, you lack imagination, history, and a sense of adventure. The first wheelchairs began in our 5th century in a world of intricate traps, artificers, submarines, warforged, modrons, and walking turrets. There are wheelchairs. This is completely backwards. The fact that you have just a regular-ass wheelchair in a high fantasy setting with magic and golems and shit like that.
Yeah, that is a failure in technological advancement.
It's not only a failure in technological advancement, it's a failure in creativity. He says that I lack imagination. No, you do. Because you just took a wheelchair out of the local fucking urgent care and just slapped it into your D&D setting. That is lazy and the opposite of imagination. Like, if you want to do disabled shit, have you sent the thing to me? Oh,
I sent you something else, and that is Babalai Saga, who flies around on an upside-down giant skull.
Ha! That's fucking cool. On
a pile of
skulls.
How you balance this is, that's just kind of added, I think, for the thingy. Really, it's just hollowed out. It just kind of sits in it. That's how it actually is in the story.
Okay.
But you can very easily balance this. Just make it something that just hovers.
It's like a metal version of Koopa's clown copter.
You know what? I have exactly what I just mentioned.
Okay.
As something that's already in D&D, built in. Ready?
Go for it.
Super, super easy. It's called Tensor's Floating Disk. I'm gonna send you a link. You can open it, you can read it in the chat.
Oh.
So, spell creates a circular horizontal plane of force, 3 feet in diameter and 1 inch thick, that floats 3 feet above the ground in an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. You can summon this thing anywhere within 30 feet of it. The disc remains for the duration, which is an hour. It lasts for an hour. You don't need concentration. You don't need nothing. Also, it's a ritual spell, which means you can cast it. If you have ritual casting, you can cast it for free. All it'll take you is 10 minutes. And it holds up to 500 pounds. So unless you're like fucking like mega sloth, you'll be okay. If more weight is placed on it, the spell ends and everything on the disc falls to the ground. The disc is immobile while you're within 20 feet of it. If you move more than 20 feet away from it, the disc follows you so that it remains within 20 feet from you. It can move across, this is more, it can move across uneven terrain, up or down stairs, slopes, and the like, but it can't cross an elevation change of 10 feet or more. For example, the disc can't move across a 10-foot deep pit, nor could it leave such a pit if it was created at the bottom of it. If you move more than 100 feet from the disc, typically because it can't move around an obstacle to follow you, the spell ends. So basically you have a floating disc that there is nothing in the world stopping you from having a friend cast it so you follow them around, having a fucking dog or something to lead you around. This thing isn't heavy, it's floating. It's a floating piece of space that you can sit on. So you can have, for example, let's say like a disabled like monk character or something, like monk, mage, whatever, that just sits on this thing, has a dog on a leash to walk it around, right? And there you go, that's it. You have figured it out.
Yeah.
You have figured out a way around your disability without having a fucking dumb wheelchair.
Yeah,
and all it takes is this fucking spell.
That's always been my whole thing, is that, like, you will never make wheelchairs cool. And it's just an exercise in performative narcissism.
There is, I think it's Invisible Servant. There's a character in my D&D campaign called Blair, and in the campaign, she is an amulet, right?
Uh-huh.
But I have played her in a different campaign. This is another spell that can be used in tandem with this one. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to send it to you. And this is what she does. She doesn't like to walk around because she's lazy. She's like a witch, and she's very very posh, and she talks like this, and she just doesn't like to get her hands dirty.
Yeah.
So she just casts spells from a floating disc, and she doesn't walk around anything. And so what she does is that she summons a Tensor's floating disc for her to sit on, and she summons an unseen servant to pull it.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like she's just floating around on a disc, and there's an invisible thing she's floating on, and there's an invisible man pulling it. Or pushing it, or whatever.
Right.
And that's her thing. You see how fucking easy that is?
Well, not just easy, it's also way more interesting. Like, it's a fucking wheelchair. Because that's my biggest gripe, is that it's like these people refuse to make it cool. Like,
yeah.
My whole thing, it's like, instead of a wheelchair, why not have them like stuck inside of like an animated, like a magically animated golem suit, or something like that, or like a bit
more intense, a bit more overpowered.
Well, you know what I mean, though. You can find ways to balance it, or like this. It's like the spider legs. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many creative things that you can do to actually make it cool and make sense inside of the world, and not be prohibited by a fucking flight of stairs. It's just the laziest state. Like, it's this thing, if having a character that's been cured ruins your character. You were playing a person, you were playing a caricature. It's like, yes, exactly. This was like
the idea is if you play a race that has wings, you fly around everywhere, but when you land, you're immobile. You just kind of drape there, like a bird.
This was the only picture I saw of the wheelchair that I thought was actually kind of cool. But that's because it's not a wheelchair; it's a fucking motorcycle.
It's a tricycle, yeah.
Yeah, it's like not a wheelchair anymore. I mean, this is like it's like a Mad Max tricycle, And even then, this looks kind of lame, But it's just like, I'm sorry, but you just won't. This look at this thing. Like,
there's stone wheels. What the fuck is that?
Look at this thing. Why the fuck would anybody think this is cool? Like, my feet are. Why are your feet tied together? It's like I'm gonna stab you. I found this too. Let me see if I can. Ricky Berwick put out a thing making fun of this. Look. Oh wait.
Oh, that's because Rainbow Siege has a new operator.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you seen that?
Yes, I got it here. It's right here. This is why I brought it all up in the first place. It's because Rainbow Siege has a new operator, and it's some dumb bitch in a wheelchair who just controls robots. Look at her skid into place.
I will say the fact that she's like you don't play as her, just rolling around everywhere, instead you're just controlling robots. It's kind of interesting, but
I get it though. It's just like the thing is, like, it doesn't empower the disabled person. It's like, oh, like no. I can't do anything. What if they put her in like an exosuit, like akin to like the exosuit that they wore in the Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise? You know, with like the shoulder-mounted guns and that kind of shit. Like, what if she was just in one of those exosuits, and that's what like made her able to move around and stuff? You know, that's like, that'd be way cooler. I just like, I swear to God, these people that are obsessed with like representation are the most uncreative, lazy fucking people, and I can't stand it. It's like, could you?
I love having doctor representation. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why do you want representation to be like? This is the thing. Like, I don't give a fuck about being represented. I want to be inspired. You know what I mean? Inspiration is what matters. And it's like, I'm sorry, but like, just seeing a lame mirrored version of yourself in a game isn't inspiring at all, you know. But like seeing a character like does things that don't have to look like me, you know, they just have to do inspiring things and have inspiring attitudes and stuff like that. You know, it's like, that's what I care about. I care about their character and not what they look like, and not about like these caricature ass fucking disability representation and this kind of shit. Like, it's just, why are all the people that clamor for representation seem to be completely lacking in all creativity completely? I mean, like Ricky Berwick is the only one I've seen that's tried to make it at least creative in making it funny.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hang on.
Ricky's great.
I don't think that the chat can hear this. Hang on. But it's just like, it's just so tiresome.
Oh god, she's like fucking dying.
It's all just so fucking tiresome.
She was struggling.
Lagging again? God damn it.
Yeah, it's like pretty far behind.
Okay. Well,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. They'll catch up. Okay, now that that's what I have for wokeness. Let's get into the last little bit here, which is a stream of successes and failures.
Okay.
First, talk about Black Myth Wukong just real quick. I don't want to get into like the gameplay a ton because I think we both played it. It's fun.
Yep.
It feels more like God of War with some Souls-like elements than an actual Souls-like game.
Yeah, it's Game of the Year.
And I kind of wish I could climb shit because I'm a monkey.
Same.
I feel like I should be able to climb trees and shit as a monkey.
My biggest issue is like there's just like invisible walls, like not just in the outs of the map, but sometimes in the center, places where you can't really climb up after you jump down, and it's really fucking obnoxious.
My only real complaint about the game is the lack of a map, which isn't the worst because it's pretty linear. But having a map...
but like having a map to show you where the edge of the map is. Like, it's just the edge of the map is my biggest problem. Because I have to, like, manually check where the fuck the edge of the map is.
Yeah,
Because sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this looks like... I don't know, like, the last time I saw a place like this, I couldn't traverse down. Let me try it anyway. You jump down a fucking cliff. Oh.
Yep.
There's a whole area down here. Like, I can't fucking tell. There's no obvious visual way to tell without physically walking into an invisible wall. And walking into an invisible wall in a video game takes you the fuck out of it.
It's immersion breaking.
Like, I'd rather just have, there's like a fog wall that pops up or something.
something in the world
right?
that,
or there's like a mini map or just something,
like
some
even
way
Assassin's
to indicate.
Creed, even in Assassin's Creed, when you hit the invisible wall, it turns into like that digital wall because that's like the limits of the program that you're in. It's like, okay, this is like, it's simple, it makes sense to the world. That's just at least give me that, but don't just like have me running in place into nothing.
Have like a bunch of trees that are marked with like little like red ribbons or something.
Something, yeah,
right?
something.
Like there's something to mark. This is the edge. This is the no-go zone.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing that way. So when you see that thing, you immediately know like, okay, I can't go that way.
Exactly.
Right. So you don't have to manually check and like pull yourself out of the game by walking into an invisible wall and being like, oh, can't go there.
Yeah, visible walls are so immersion breaking too, because I feel like I'm no longer in conflict with the game. I'm in conflict with the programmers. You know, it's just like, it's like, gosh, come on, guys. That's honestly though, that's my only like real criticism of the game. Everything else, I'm loving.
Pretty much same. I didn't like the end of chapter 3, but I'm not gonna say anything because you haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I don't even think I'm at the end of chapter 1 yet.
It made me go from wanting to plan the game to just wanting to finish it and be done. Like I actually hated it. It was
it's that
terrible.
bad.
It's really bad. Like the game borrows from like a lot of other games as far as for its like ideas. You can see there's like inspiration, like really like it's really well done inspiration. Like honestly, like they take inspiration from other games and they honestly do it better than some of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And all I'm gonna say is at the end of chapter 3, I think is a reference to Mountaintop of the Giants and Elden Ring, because you are really much kind of inclined to run past enemies and not fight them because they're all just tanky fucking like tanky fucks that take all of your fucking mana to get through every single fucking enemy, unless you can like cheese spam them with like your like heavy attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so fucking obnoxious to get through. Again, it really does feel like you're not supposed to like fight everything. Like you're supposed to not really like you're not really incentivized very much to like explore. And if you are, you're really just gonna run past everything to get to like where the things are, because it's just like it is just jam packed full of like obnoxious to fight enemies, right? One after the other. That I really just feel like you don't really want to be close to. You just kind of jab it from afar until it's dead. It's just fucking like they're just damage sponges. And then like the boss fight was also just ridiculously fucking annoying at the end. One of the like most poorly designed boss fights I've ever fucking fought, ever. Gave me like Destiny vibes. It reminded me of like a Destiny fight. From Destiny 2. So there's a certain thing that they did. Let's just say that adding fucking like damage. What I'm looking for. Making it so that a boss can go fucking invincible in the middle of your turn to damage it is not fun. Not a fan of having a boss just become invincible and then just monologue at me while, fucking making me just avoid it. And I'm just kind of sitting around waiting for my turn. That is not fun. But yeah, that area legit made me want to just I was like, dude, if the rest of the game is like this, I'm not even sure if I want to finish it. Yeah.
Oof.
But it wasn't. I got into chapter 4 and it was okay.
Got better. Okay. Well, that's good. Purple said even Mexicors were better than the wheelchair shit. That's another thing I can't stand about. There was like a guy that made that Twitter post. I know I'm going on a backwards tangent here, but he tried to make that. He basically tried to smear Gary Gygax as this like white supremacist guy that like D&D is irredeemable. Did you see that?
No.
Oh well, there was like a Twitter post by some Jagov VTuber. It was like Gary Gygax was a white supremacist. Those problems and like it's baked into D&D and all that kind of shit. And I basically just replied to him. And I was just like it doesn't matter because what WotC is, the prog trash that WotC is putting out today isn't as good as the OG stuff that Gary Gygax put out. You know what I mean? So it's like doesn't matter what kind of moralizing, from a nameless, faceless account on Twitter, on modern day social media, from like mid-witted fucking, idiots who just can't help but open their cock holsters, say Gary Gygax is still better than modern shit. And the fact is, D&D, the whole point of tabletop gaming is that you can literally, your group can make it whatever the fuck you want it to be. So none of it matters. and all the posts, and because none of it matters, none of your moralizing matters, the only reason that you made this post is to sow division amongst the D&D community. In which case, fuck off, you commie scumbag. You know.
Yeah.
But one of the things that Wizards of the Coast is doing is that they're like inoculating all the different races, like they're turning orcs just to be like coded as Mexicans. It's just like they're not.
Yeah,
they're not human, so stop humanizing them. Like, what are you doing?
Dude, it's so annoying. It's just like, yes. Dude, and of all groups, why? We were fine. We were chilling, alright? I had no fucking problems. But people were like, oh my god, everyone's being mean to the orcs. So, like, we identify with the orcs. Why don't you just make them fucking black? They already identify with them. Why'd you have to shove them on us? What the heck?
Yeah, it's so... I know.
Bullshit.
It's so bullshit.
I didn't ask for this.
But the thing is, it's like, why can't the different races be their own races? Why do they all have to be coded as just a different form of human? Like,
yeah.
It's like you're eroding the creativity and the actual diversity of the game. You know? And I fucking hate... I hate WotC so much. I still say that third Advance is the best version of D&D ever.
Dude, like, people always ask me all the time, like, hey, Rose, I've seen this new thing that, like, Wizards of the Coast is putting out for D&D. I've seen this new D&D thing. I was like, no, I haven't. I don't... Here's the thing. D&D died to me with Tasha. That's it. Every now and again, when I look to, like, the spell list, I'm like, okay, I guess some of these spells are cool. That's fine, these can stay, right? Because it's stuff that, like, ends up making its way into, like, official. Because all they've done since Tasha's release, right, was... The whole point of Tasha's release was basically a love letter to wokeism.
Yeah.
And this, like, this complete lack of creativity, this lack of... It's not even lack of creativity. The root cause of this is that they're catering to a group of people that can't stand the idea of having to deal with consequences of their actions. That's all it comes down to. These people...
Accountability.
Like, if you look at... Yeah, accountability. If you look at how the rulings are in Tasha's and all the things that they change, it's all basically from a standpoint of, I don't want to have to make sacrifice when I pick what class and race combo I pick. I don't want to have to be accountable for what I choose. I want to be able to change it later on if I want to. And I'm going to use this book instead of rules to tell my DM that I should be able to, and I'm going to turn into an argument, even if he rules otherwise. That is all that ruling is. That entire book is nothing but just, hey, what's that? We heard you don't like taking accountability. I got just the book for you. And then all of the actual content of that book is just stuff that was taken from UA and dropped in whether or not it was ready. UA is Honest Arcana, by the way. It's the playtest material, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's basically they took stuff from UA that was popular but not necessarily yet finished. They were like, yeah, just put it in. The point is that the point of this book isn't to put out content. It's just a love letter to this group of people so we can get their attention and get them to buy our shit. And that's why they've put out more fucking books since Tasha's, which has only been like a few years, than they did in the several years since 5e started. And it's because they're just like, oh, well, now we have this demographic of people that are like obsessed with our stuff, and they'll just buy anything. So yeah, just keep dragging stuff out of fucking UA and just jumping into books. Oh, I wanted us to do it, let's make a book about dragons. Just take a bunch of dragon shit, just put it in there. Dragon themed stuff, boom. Alright? And it's just, they're just releasing just tons of just, like, unfinished content, which is why a lot of it isn't balanced with the older material. And I find myself constantly having to rebalance spells, constantly trying to, like, fix things. I literally revised all of the, cause I'm planning on playing a ranger for a campaign that Jacob is gonna DM on my channel. And I was like, well, fuck. I want to do the it's called the Drake Warden, right? Which is like, it's like a dragon rider type thing, right? But the issue is that this thing is built like shit. It's built the same way that the other animal, like Beastmaster one works, right? Where it's just not very good. It requires high commitment for very low quality, like for low benefit. And so I reworked the entirety of Drake Warden, and then while I was at it, I sat down with Jacob and I reworked the entirety of Ranger, so that you're actually incentivized. You actually have value when you invest into it, because the thing is that like a lot of the ranger classes are built so that everything is really front loaded, so then you can kind of multi-class from there and do whatever you actually want. And all the later stuff is useless, but obviously for subclasses that require investment, like the animal ones, like the animal taming ones or the dragon riding ones, right, for those subclasses, it feels shit to have to invest so much into this class, this really shit class. It's really front loaded, so you don't really feel like you're getting much benefit at later levels aside from the stuff from that subclass, which isn't even that good to begin
it's like
with.
that diminishing returns grind that just annoys you. Yeah,
Exactly. So what I did was I made it so that ranger itself as a class a lot more balanced from start to finish. It's still a little bit more front loaded, right? Just because again
it's meant to be a little bit front loaded.
But it's the actual value in the stuff that you get later on in that class, so you don't feel like you're fucking yourself over by not multi-classing at later levels, and deciding to actually commit to ranger for the sake of, for example, those other classes, right? The Beastmaster class. I also made so those classes don't suck. Those subclasses don't suck because they do. It's for Drake Gordon. I changed it to Wyvern Guard. I themed it around a Wyvern instead, using House of the Dragon as my end spell.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm excited to play it and like for chat to see the stuff I worked on. So basically, the entire class and subclass that I'm using are entirely homebrewed. But like that's the thing. Like I've hit the point where like they're just releasing slop after slop after slop, knowing that all these fucking faggots are gonna buy it, right? No matter what. So they're not bothering to test any of it. They're not bothering. They're just like, yeah, just push out more books. Just they're literally just printing money. That's all they're doing. Just printing money. And people are buying it. People are fucking buying it. So like whenever someone asks me like, oh Rose, have you seen this thing? No, I haven't. I haven't looked at anything D&D related post Tasha's, with the like sole exception of some of the books that are like entirely built around just like not new rules, but having just like closed in stories, like the
I was gonna say locations and stuff like that, set pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of those being the Van Ryten's book, which is actually where the Ivan Delisnia, the guy on the spider thingy that I sent you, that's where he's from.
Oh, okay.
That book came out like right after Tasha's, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, my whole thing.
And it's still mostly good. There's still a lot of stupid shit in there as well, but it's mostly good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mean, I'm not like a D&D aficionado. But the stories I've read about Tosh, like my thing is, it's like, oh, we're getting rid of racial traits and all sorts of nonsense, and like they claim to be doing it in like the name of like freedom, but it's just like unlimited freedom isn't a good thing. Like, no, you want some direction, you want there needs to be some guardrails, and the thing
all that does is that it turns every single player into a min-maxer.
And now that turns it into a min-maxer,
you have no reason to not.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but like it also like it diminishes like what the player characters like choose to be. But if you nullify all of like the racial traits and this limit and that limit, or that bonus and this bonus, this exclusivity, that exclusivity, you're basically saying like, oh, nothing matters then. Like, choosing this is the same as
special. Yes, no one is special.
Yes, choosing this is the same as choosing that. You know what I mean? Which is like, yeah, congratulations, you have gained equality as you so foolishly proclaim to be your goal. But to do that, you've basically just homogenized everything into just boring, meaningless sludge. To the point where nothing matters. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if nothing matters, then I'm not going to get invested. And if I'm not going to get invested, then I'm not going to care about consequences, like you said back at the beginning. Like,
yeah,
it just...
That's what it all boils down. They're catering to a group of people that have been fucking catered to their whole lives. They're little fucking children that grew up on the internet, right? And they're used to being catered to, and they're not used to having to deal with consequences. The same fucking group of people are trying to like push up the fucking like age limits for everything because they don't like the concept of having to grow up and deal with like their own fucking shit.
Well, another thing that comes with that is commitment.
That's who it's pushing to.
Like, they're terrified of commitment as well. Because like I get. Like,
I'm also terrified of commitment. But like, you have to understand that it's not because commitment is bad, it's because I've been fucking scarred, and I have to learn to deal with that, right?
But like, just
like
playing a game like D&D, it's just like, when you choose this race or this race or this class, you're gonna get this bonus, but you're gonna get this detriment as well. You're gonna get this negative thing. It's just like, and to be able to commit to that to one or the other is basically accepting that detriment for that bonus. That's commitment.
So here's the thing. That a big part of the stuff that was changed was around the monster classes, because all those come with negatives. Right. Most classes don't come with the negatives. The only negatives that you're missing out on all the cool stuff of another class. That's it. Right. You're committing to this cool stuff instead of that cool stuff. But some of the monster classes, they come with actual negatives. A big one is kobolds. The thing with kobolds is that kobolds have a like -2 to strength or some shit like that. They're like, most classes like net stat gain is 2 or 3, right? From racial traits. For kobolds, it's like a 0. But the reason for that is because kobolds have an incredibly fucking strong ability that lets them have advantage on basically all of their attacks, as long as they're not in sunlight, which is pretty easy to avoid. Unless your DM's a complete fucking asshole. Which, you have other problems then, right? And so you have this incredibly useful ability, but it comes at a detriment, right? That detriment is that your stats are weakened, and you also you have disadvantage in sunlight. But as long as your friends nearby, that disadvantage is being cancelled by the fact that you're getting an advantage. And if you're not in sunlight, you have advantage, which is insane. Like, advantage means that you roll twice and you take the higher roll.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really good. Right? And again, as long as you have friends with you, which you should because you're playing as a party,
you'll always be able to do
that. The disadvantage, you'll always be able to do that if you're not in sunlight. And if you are in sunlight, the advantage from being there with your friends will cancel out the disadvantage from being in sunlight. Because kobolds have sunlight sensitivity, so they don't take damage from it like vampires do, but they have disadvantage on attacks and shit.
I always thought the monster classes. I've literally never played D&D before, and I always thought the monster classes would be the most interesting to play because you have to deal with these actual disadvantages, and it makes for a more interesting scenario with the party, a dynamic with the party, how the DM has to kind of I think it's more fun for the DM as well because they actually have this this dynamic to work with.
Yep, there's that, and as a player you have the challenge, right, of making something really good out of this thing that's inherently weakened, right? And like that's part of the fun, at least to me, in building a character. A lot of people will tell you that, like, a lot of people that play D&D don't do min-max characters. I do. I like to min-max my characters because I like to be as useful as possible or as good at doing a certain role as possible, right?
Right.
A lot of people just like to, a lot of people like to just have silly concepts. Hey, what if I played a like, orc, like, wizard, right? That'd be funny.
Or an
right?
orc acrobat or something.
Yeah, a lot of people like to make characters that, break the norm. And if you make it so that the norm is that nothing matters, those characters stop being special.
Yeah.
Right? No one expects the fucking kobold that starts with a -2 to strength to be a fucking barbarian. But you can do it. I remember I had a conversation with a friend who was one of my players who loved doing kobold specifically. And the touch came out, I was like, no, I don't like this rule. And they're like, why? And I was like, okay, well, like, it's stupid, right? It defeats the whole point of having, like, I know this is someone that, like, growing up, I grew up, like, talking to this guy. And so I get why he feels the way he does, right? And I get what his home situation is and why he thinks the way he thinks, right? But the truth is, bro needs to fucking grow up. And that's it. Learn to accept fucking consequences, learn to deal with, responsibility, and fucking move on with your life. Get your shit together. That's just the truth. Right?
Just adapt and overcome.
Yeah. And what ended up happening was that I basically explained to him, I was like, okay, well, check this out. Right? I'm gonna make a strength kobold, and then we'll talk. And I sprung up a character, a kobold, into the story who was a wizard. And this kobold was chunky. This kobold was a muscle kobold. So this kobold had 20 strength, right? It was a strong kobold. You'd expect him to be like a warrior or something, right? Nope. He's a wizard. He uses a wizard staff, right? But wait, it gets better. He's actually a blade dancer? Blade dancer? Blade singer. That's it. That's the class. Blade singer who specializes in fist fighting. So when he's out of spells, he just enters a blade dance, puts his fucking staff away, and then goes around and like punches dudes with his intelligence buffed melee punches. So he's punching dudes for fuck tons of damage because it's dealing strength and intelligence at the same time because they're just magically buffed fists.
That seems broken.
Yeah, but you can do it. All it takes is like 14 levels. Theoretically, this actually comes online like level 15 or so.
Okay.
But it takes 1 level in fighter, just 1, and 14 levels in wizard, so you can get all the extra stuff like that you need for the damage and stuff, right? You don't need it, right? But obviously having the extra damage is what really makes it good. And then you can just go around and fucking punching people. Like, I'm out of spells. Luckily, I have these guns.
That does
and
sound
you just go
fun.
around and fucking, yeah, you start fucking bopping people. So I not only did I make a kobold that is a strength-based kobold, right? But I further made it weirder by making a strength-based wizard kobold. Like, you can fucking do it. You fucking can. It is awesome when you do it. And you're like, wow, this is stupid, but it works.
It's retarded, yeah,
right?
but it's fun.
Exactly. And it's just like, if you take away the value in finding little combos like that, and like actually like, you know, you are completely eliminating the build crafting aspect of the game by making it so that nothing matters and you just pick whatever you want.
You're literally replacing actual choice with the illusion of choice.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. And they think that's good. It's like, God, I hate these people so much. But anyway, we need to get back to Black Myth Wukong. I'm not going to spend too much time in it because we are pushing 5 hours here.
Yeah.
I think everybody already knows that this game is like, no, you're good. That like the tangents are the best part of the show. But this game, it sold more than 10 million units in like 4 days. And it has produced a good amount of cope, I have to say. The first bit of cope was this ridiculous article. They thought that
the Chinese people is people. They
Well,
don't think Asians are people.
or at least
they
it's
don't like
gamers.
Asians.
Yeah, it's just
Because
like,
Asians are too, you know,
well, you
they're
want to know
too
why?
much like white people. Asians are too close to white people.
Well, I think a big part of it is, at least in the gaming sphere, is that Asia, China, Korea, Japan,
Doesn't give a fuck about the DI nonsense.
they get to develop outside the Iron Fist system of Western development. You know, they aren't shackled by woke bullshit, and ESG money and all this kind of shit. This applies more to Korea and China than Japan, because Japan is actually getting corrupted as we speak.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not black-pilled on Japan yet though, because I have a feeling that like a lot of this woke ESG shit is like in the middle of a collapse right now.
Long term, yeah.
And Japan isn't Japan is gonna like turn tail from it before it gets a chance to like really get its tendrils like woven into absolutely everything. Like Capcom is fucking done. Capcom is like Capcoming to a lesser extent Sega and Square Enix. Those are the 3 Japanese companies that seem to be corrupted by ESG bullshit. Capcom being the worst. But Capcom can still make some good stuff. Like Monster Hunter still looks like a ton of fun. So like despite
it's full of bad bitches, dude.
Yeah, despite the
bad bitches in that game. God damn.
Despite the corruption, they're still capable of making fun, good games. It looks like. So that's why I'm not like black-pilled on Japan.
Yeah.
we'll see. They do need to wise up to it, because this is the thing. Japan has a pretty a culture around politeness and stuff like that, and that can easily be weaponized against them.
Yeah.
So I worry about them, but I don't consider them lost quite yet, like a lot of people have. And there's a ton of studios in Japan that are flat out not corrupted.
Yeah.
So we get the success of this. We get this stupid cope. We get this hilarious thing, which I know you guys went over on the podcast on Wednesday.
We did.
I wanted to hone in. I cannot believe. God, Jazz is so fucking innocent. The fact that he never heard of Reset Era blew my mind.
I mean, I haven't also heard of Reset Era.
Reset Era has been notorious since the Gamergate days. Has been just like the forum for like the most toxic, psychopathic, authoritarian people in the entire gamer sphere. But there was a section down here, right here. The unfortunate reality is most gamers' knowledge of a video game begins and ends with seeing it plastered on a digital storefront. Most gamers are normies, unplugged from the hype cycle, let alone any controversy cycles. They stumble on the game on the storefront of their choice, and they find the posted trailers and some reviews, and that's how they decide whether or not to play. Maybe they run into a commercial or TV or a YouTube ad that perks their interest first. Maybe they hear it offhand from a friend. This has always been true. Nothing's really changed here, and that's kind of the frustrating part, that outside of gamers opting for digital media and subscriptions, aka weaker forms of ownership, these kinds of attitudes haven't really changed at all. This
Why is that frustrating?
Well, because he basically their attempts at influencing are falling short.
So I'd say let's talk about with Jazz. The first thing that fucking people look at when they buy a game, I've worked at one of these storefronts. If they're not certain, they look at, well, first of all, aesthetics. But if they're uncertain about a game, after they pick up the case and look through it, and they're like, I don't know. Let me go watch a video on it real quick. People will pull up their phones in the middle of the store and just look up the game reviews, 1. Look up gameplay, 2. If you look up the reviews for Wukong, you're gonna find an 8 out of 10 and a 6 out of 10. That's the 2 things on the front of the page.
Mm-hmm.
If people like I think they're really like they're so lost in their victim mentality, they don't realize how far they've fucking gotten. As far as like their ability to influence the normie.
Yeah.
I don't think they understand that they are front page on these people's phones. The attention from IGN, who was just nice enough to pick up a decent fucking human being to review the game, and not the person that originally did the hit piece.
Yeah. Rebecca Valentine.
Right? But if it wasn't them, if it was someone else, right? That could have very well been a 6 out of 10 and 6 out of 10. On the front page, when you look up this fucking game, this absolutely fucking stellar game, that would have been front fucking page, which is what people look at. They'd be like, oh, I mean, people guys have shit reviews. Maybe I'll pick up another one. Because some people don't get this, the step 2, which is looking up a video. Some people don't. And so, like, it's like the concept of, like, oh, man, the right is, like, influencing the normies through the blah, 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 blah. It's like, motherfucker, what have you been up to?
Yeah. It's like, name a single, like, actual institution in the game, in the gaming sphere, in the gaming market, that the right has co-opted to their political advantage. Name one. You know,
it's hard.
Now
right?
and
so, like,
nigh
they're
impossible.
mad they're mad because people that are independent and are not forced to fucking like swallow the fucking bullshit can go on the internet and be like, yeah, this game's actually good, and because people will listen to them. They're mad because, like, it's like, dude, do you I don't understand. Do you want the people that you don't like to play the game, your games, or not? I don't get it. Like, it's like, oh man, yeah, the average person, they don't know about the problems. If they know, they don't give a fuck. That, or they don't consider them problems. That's the truth.
Yes.
These problems are not real problems.
Or the only
just stupid.
they're only. That's the thing. It's like, and this applies to both sides of it, because Razor Fist recently went on a rant about like gamers need to stop simping for the CCP and buying dumbass monkey game, and now it's like, and I'm just like, motherfucker, like the vast majority of gamers don't give a fuck. They don't care about this shit.
I'm not simping for the CCP. I'm simping for the monkey.
And not just that, but it's just like, this is literally the same argument that the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy boycotters used. That like by supporting that game, you're supporting, the turf queen J.K. Rowling. You're supporting genocide and this kind of shit. By saying that's like by supporting Wukong, you're supporting the CCP. It's the exact same argument. It's just like, how do you think that's gonna go? It's like, this is the thing. Like, people on both sides need to learn. Like, the last thing that you should be doing is trying to moralize and berate gamers for making decisions that you don't want them to make. Yep. That's literally what all the journalists decided to do when they turncoated on the gamers back during the original Gamergate. And they started basically being simps and propagandists for the devs and for political ideologies instead of being consumer advocates. And they should, and now that it's a routine for game journals to shit on gamers. How has that worked out for the journos since Gamergate? Not well. It's like, why? Stop berating gamers for the decisions that they make. It's not going to work. Like,
that reminds me of I think like Kirsha responded to something I'd said on Twitter. Because she made some like a really fucking retarded kind of like a fear mongering type post about like Bridge and DI and you have to do more and like people aren't doing enough, like the normies, blah blah blah. It's like, dude, stop trying to like villainize the normies. Because they don't care
do that
about this fucking nonsense. Like stop trying to fucking fearmonger. Stop trying to like villainize the normies. Stop trying to like pretend like it's the fucking end of the world. You goddamn fucking idiot, right? Because all you're doing is pushing them away. You're doing the same fucking shit that the left does. You're no fucking better. You're not. Right? And, like, again, they feel like, oh, but, you have to fight fire with fire. It's like, no, you fucking don't. You really it's fine. Trust me, it's fucking fine. The average person doesn't give a fuck as long as the game is good.
Exactly.
And no matter how much DEI bullshit is in the fucking game, if the game is still good, the average player is gonna play it anyway.
This is what I said.
That's it.
And I said this way back in remember that big presentation I gave about Gamergate and Gamergate 2 and all this shit, that big thing that I did? I said this way back then, how like there's the subset of gamers that won't buy a game because there's like a little tinge of wokeness in it is actually not very big. It's big enough to move the needle. Yes, absolutely it is. Cabrutus's list is significant. It is millions and millions of dollars. It is easily the difference between profit and loss, between success and failure for an indie game. That's for damn sure. And for a AAA game, it's the difference between massive success and mediocre success. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I completely acknowledge that. But the thing is that the wokeness stuff for the vast majority of gamers, because the thing is that the vast majority of gamers, when they hear all the stuff about wokeness, that's not, for a normie gamer, that's not an instant not gonna buy. But what it does is
get some to look into it.
Is that exactly? And the thing about wokeness in a game is wokeness is a proxy for less than competent game developers, because very, very rarely do you game that is woke that is also like a technically good, competent game. When it comes to
they exist.
When it comes to, they do exist. They're rare though.
Yeah, they're rare, but they do exist.
They do exist.
Which is why, again, like, people are just gonna play with like what they think is good. And here's the thing: even if a game is full of wokeness, right? If people still buy it and still play it, then it's not that bad objectively. Yeah. I hate to break it to you. As much as I might hate the game and be like, wow, this game's fucking trash, right? I don't fucking like Elden Ring, dude. I think that game is really fucking poorly designed.
And
it's still better than most of the other games.
And Spider-Man
right?
2 sold a ton of copies.
That's another good example. Yeah, like Spider-Man games, I think suck, but people like them. I'm objectively fucking wrong on that. The games themselves are good, no matter how much fucking nonsense woke bullshit's in them, no matter how much stupid shit's in them. People are still enjoying them, and at the end of the day, that's what fucking matters with video games. All it fucking comes down to.
This is the thing.
If
is that
people are still buying them, it's not that they're like, oh my god, they're being stupid, they don't understand. It's that the amount of value that they're losing from the game being woke is not enough to tip over their interest in the game.
Exactly.
Which means the game is not woke enough yet. It's
exactly.
fine. Leave it.
And I say this because, like, the vast majority of gamers, like, just the mere presence of wokeness isn't enough to turn them off, because most people have a tolerance, some level of tolerance for some amount of wokeness in the game. Most normies are fine just eye-rolling through it. You know?
Yeah.
Now, if it's everywhere, like, say, in Dustborn, then they're just going to avoid it like the plague, which they have. But, like, normie gamers, though, like, and this is the thing, and this is what I said in my presentation. I said, wokeness in and of itself isn't what turns normies off from a game. What it does is it indicates to them that the game doesn't have good gameplay, doesn't have good characters, doesn't have a good story. It's a proxy for the bad parts of the game that actually do matter to normies. Because usually when you get woke people making a woke game, you get incompetence in character, in story, in combat, and gameplay, and all this other shit that actually matter to normie gamers. So it's gotten to the point where we've seen this pattern so many times now. It's been so solidified by so many recent massive failures, which we're going to kind of go through quicker than I originally intended pretty soon here. But normie gamers, they say like, oh man, that game's got all this woke stuff in it. It must be a bad game because it's probably going to have insufferable, awful characters with awful dialogue. It's probably going to have, you know, shitty, boring combat. I mean, this is literally what Suicide Squad ended up being, right? And that's what normies kind of, that's the kind of calculus that they do in their heads. They're like, if they see, if they see like a complaint, like the whole thing about Hogwarts Legacy being woke, it's like, there's only two things about that game are woke. One of them is that there's a bartender that's trans, who obviously they just took a woman's voice and just pitched it down. And she has like maybe a paragraph of dialogue in the whole game. She's like a tertiary character at best.
I will say, hold on, I will say, she's one of the coolest fucking characters in the game.
I don't know. I don't even remember.
I do. She, right off the bat, defends you from, like, one of the big bad, like, evil wizards, right? She stands up for you in the face of him. And instead of being like, oh yeah, she's like the big strong girl boss. Instead, they do it smart. And it's that she has a reputation for keeping a proper establishment. And the people in the establishment get up. And they're the ones that intimidate the big bad, not the trans woman. He's not afraid of her. He's afraid of them and her influence over them. Which is a very smart way to do it.
Yeah,
it doesn't come off as like, oh, you know, they're trying to make her like this, like, oh, she's actually a Chad and she'll just
girl boss,
right? Yeah,
trans boss, whatever the fuck. They
made her a really good character. She's the owner of this bar. She has a respect of the people in her establishment. She's earned that, and they defend her. They protect her. And by proxy, you, because she's protecting you. That's a really great way to have a trans character that doesn't make me fucking eye roll. Her being trans is not mentioned. It's just who she is. It's not being shoved down my throat. She's not some insane girl boss.
She doesn't correct the pronouns. She doesn't do any of that shit.
There's none of that shit. She has normal dialogue. The dialogue goes through normally, right? She has her role in society, and it is well displayed. Again, you know, she doesn't get into any trouble herself. She just, you know,
she's just kind of there.
She's just kind of there, and she has the respect of the people. She runs a fucking bar. She provides these guys with drinks. Of course, they're gonna be fucking nice to her, right? Gives them a place to hang out. Like, she fills her role without stepping out of her bounds, and she comes off as a normal character.
Yeah, with a weird.
She's trans. Yeah, she's trans, But she's a normal character. She comes off as a normal character that fits within her setting. And it's fine. Her identity is not at any point brought to question. It's not at any point made like a weird thing. There's no weird plotline around it. Right? She's not a girl boss like fucking Mary Sue. There's nothing insane about it. It's just normal. And when you do it like that, right? That's the argument that got gay people in the door. It was, we are normal. We just want to fucking get married. That's it.
And then they went crazy.
And then they went fucking crazy. And it's just like, dude, like, you can't... I hate when, like, cause, like, there's a lot of, like, gay groups that are like, oh, wow, fuck, what's this one group I follow on Twitter? I think Gays Against Pedophiles or something like that.
Oh, yeah, Gays Against Groomers.
That's it, Gays Against Groomers. And, like, they basically post, like just loads of, like, anti, like trans stuff.
Groomer shit, yeah.
Yeah, like, there's really anti-groomer shit, right? But kind of throwing, like, you know, they're actually fucking, like, trying to, like, gatekeep the bad apples out of the LGBT, right?
That's what needs to happen.
That's what needs to fucking happen. And I remember, like, they made a post basically saying how, you know, the whole way that how they got accepted was by appealing to normalcy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one person there in their fucking chat was like, oh, but, like, you know, are they really accepting me if they're not accepting me for who I am and what I'm into and, like how I want to be? It's like, well, here's the thing. If what you're trying to tell me is that you don't want to be normal, then my answer is we should have never accepted you in the first place.
Exactly. That means
It's
you were
not,
Trojan,
oh, well,
a Trojan
fuck,
horse from the very beginning.
That means, exactly. That's all you're fucking telling me. Right? So, like, if you want to be normal, right, that was the original push by the gays. That was the original point of, like, all the parades and all of the marches and stuff, was gays dressed in, like, formal wear, being like, hey, look, we're just people.
It's
right?
how MLK conducted his protests back in the 60s.
Yep. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. That is how you make peaceful protests that actually fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
You appease to the sense of normalcy that everyone has. No one wants their fucking society turned upside down, right? So you have to appeal to their desire to maintain normalcy, right? If you are going to turn around and be like, actually, we're not normal, and you have to accept us for not being normal, my response to that is, no, I hope you die.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're basically telling me that I have no right to have any standards or morals or boundaries of my own. For that of society. And it's like, no, that doesn't fly. That's how society is literally destroyed. You're trying to basically appeal to my better nature and trying to weaponize it against myself, and I'm not going to fall for it. Like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the answer to that is no. I'm not going to accept you if this is who you are. If this is who you are, we should have never accepted you in the first place. Be fucking gone.
You fucking liars.
Or I'm not gonna say what I said on the other podcast. That one.
But the thing is, besides that character, the only other thing I've seen that's been called woke about Hogwarts Legacy is that, like, it's super diverse. But it's just like, of course it's diverse. They've had global portal technology for hundreds of years. Like, it's like magic portals that just go from Africa to England in the blink of an eye. Like, of course the Wizarding World would have diversified racially and geographically a long time ago. They have some
silly stuff. So they do have some silly stuff with the way that they do, like, the wizarding for, like, different areas and stuff like that. There's some silly stuff they added. So the game is, like, a little, like, it's left leaning. I don't really want to call it woke because it's not insane.
I wouldn't call it woke.
Right?
But
the game is very much like it's progressive. You know, it's a progressive leaning game, and yet the game did fucking numbers on the right. You know why? Because people buy shit out of spite. So when you, like,
it's a combination of all the arguments we had before thus far. Because
when you go out of your way to villainize people on the other side, whether you're on the right or the left, people are gonna buy that thing.
Yep.
That's the way that works.
You're just gonna push them onto the side of the other people that you're against.
Yep.
And not just that, but like I said, the vast majority of gamers have a level of tolerance for just a small amount of wokeness, and Hogwarts Legacy didn't meet that threshold for the vast majority of people. Because my whole thing, it's like the whole thing about like racial diversity at Hogwarts. It's like, well, Hogwarts is one of the more central schools in the world, and it's one of the oldest. So, and with the portal technology, it kind of makes sense to have like some racial diversity. You know, like I would expect the African school to also be diverse, but mostly black people. The same way that Hogwarts Legacy, like if you go around, it was mostly white people, but there was a good amount of Asians and blacks and blah 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 blah. I would expect something similar in Africa, you know, because of the racial exchange. Because the prejudice in the wizarding world isn't along racial lines; it's along like the pure blood versus mudblood lines. That's where the prejudice in the wizarding world goes. It's not racial; it's like magic blood, basically. So it's like in universe, where the lines of prejudice are drawn in places that actually make sense in this wizarding world, and it's not just like modern day America. You know what I mean? It's its own delineations inside its own fantasy world, and that makes sense. So, but even if you think that like that diversity makes it woke, it's not woke enough for you to not buy and play the game, or at least for the massive 20-something odd million people who bought that game. You know, like it just didn't meet that threshold.
Yeah.
So,
I sent some of the Cassius survey.
Ethnic group. But there's all these things that kind of factor into like this sentiment that this guy is trying to get at. But it's like I don't want to dwell too much longer on it. But they absolutely have influence. They have still fully taken over the vast majority of the institutions in the gaming world. You know, like in fact, pretty much all of them have been taken over, which is why people from the West are flocking to games like Black Myth Wukong or the Hoyoverse or Monster World, or you know, JRPGs like Final Fantasy and shit like that, or more recently like Korean games, you know, like First Ascendant and Stellar Blade, these kinds of things.
Yeah.
DK. Because
I love the way he says. Sorry, cut you off. I love the way he says. I say terminally online gamers have no impact. That's not really true. The chuds very clearly do. The ones that quickly foment outrage and thus headlines, like just the lack of like self-awareness.
Chuds for
baffles me.
Yeah, it's they have this mentality. If we're not winning literally every single battle, then we're losing everything. You know, it's like they're the ones farming views on YouTube and TikTok. Well, the thing is that they're farming views because the people generally agree with them and not you. Like,
yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like they're just putting out a sentiment. Like these people, like Nerdrotic or you know whoever, they're just putting out a sentiment that a ton of people agree with. They're just the ones that have the nuts to do it publicly. You know, like
yeah,
they're not farming views or anything. They're just putting out their opinion, and it just so happens that more and more people are agreeing with them. They're the ones able to make enough noise to permeate into the mainstream. They're the ones. Well, they have now, because even elements of the mainstream are coming around to them, being like, "Yeah, you know what? You're actually kind of right." That's how like fucking Nerdrotic is getting interviewed by, and Critical Drinker are getting interviewed by Pierce Morgan, and Critical Drinker is getting interviews with like Russell Crowe and shit like that. You know, it's like they're doing that because the sentiment that they're espousing is becoming more and more prevalent among the normies. That's all it is. They're not, and it's like they're not manifesting it by saying it, by like spewing into the ether and changing people's minds. It's like no. They're not changing people's minds. They're validating people's minds. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're the ones able to make enough noise to permeate into the mainstream. They're the ones able to inspire unrelated actions outside of gaming itself. Well, it's like nothing's stopping you from doing it, but you're so fucking terrified of leaving your recent era of toxic safe space. You know, That's ignorant down here. Us, we don't get to have shit. Like, motherfucker, you have everything. You have all the Western destinies. You have all the media outlets. You have the publishers. You have everything. What are you talking about, you psychopath? Oh, man. But yeah, I just wanted to hone in on this baffling lack of awareness post.
But he doesn't have China. He doesn't have China.
Again, if they don't...
China's making the game.
If they lose one thing, then they're losing everything to these people. So...
Fucking retard.
And that's the other thing, like, chat just brought it up. It's like, what did the... Like, they said the farming for views on YouTube and TikTok. It's like, what the fuck do you think these hate clickbait articles all over the gaming media are? You know?
Yep.
How is that not also farming, you know, engagement and views and shit? And it's just that...
Why they do it is because it gets fuck tons of views. People open it, people talk about it, like, wow, look at this stupid thing. And, like, then they make money off of it.
Well, and even then they're diminishing. You know? They're consolidating, like, IGN is, like, gobbling up all these organizations and then just shutting them down because IGN is going to be, like, the one to rule them all at the end. So, it's just, like, this is the thing. This is, like, the ignorant complaints of someone whose side is in decline, is what this whole thing is. Which I just thought was bafflingly amusing.
Yep, it's very funny.
I'm not going to get into the...
Your channel? No bad words, come on. I'm sorry!
It's fine, Angel, it's fine. She already dropped the faggot on here, so it's fine.
I did, I'm sorry!
No, I just did too, we're even. You know, this is like one of the people who co-wrote the hit piece on Game Science. I'm so fucking pissed off. This has gone too far. Don't play it back with Wukong. If you must, go and pirate it. If you enjoy it, I do not want to do it. Fuck Game Science and all the grifters who are doing this to one of my favorite people in the industry. Again, don't play it back with Wukong.
What are your favorite people in the industry?
It's like, don't tell me the gaming industry. Or the game journal. Because this is the person who co-wrote the hit piece with, what's her name? Rebecca Valentine?
Oh.
Who's now in hiding. Rebecca fled Twitter and is in hiding now. Of course, she's got her account locked too. Of course,
locked Palestine flag is very funny.
Yeah, I know. Just of course, free Palestine. It's like just these fucking people, man.
Fucking.
But this is the kind of person that this is. She also wrote in January. White gamers have zero nuance, zero understanding of the world, and it'll forever be like this because the world bends over to meet their expectations, and if they're upset, they just scream at their targets until everything works miraculously in their favor. Fucking get a mirror.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Holy
the
shit.
lack of self-awareness is astounding to me. Do I hate white people? Yes. And if you're a friend, you'll understand why this is never personal. I hate white privilege so much. Their ability to scream reverse racism when faced with a tiny bit of criticism. The world revolves around them, even in Singapore, every day. Fucking cope. Cope, you fucking racist. Moving on.
It's not reverse racism, it's just racism. You're
just racism.
Racist.
Yeah.
You are racist.
This is the most recent failure. Concord. So Concord has absolutely failed, and some people are in denial of it. So this is a game that I'm gonna actually fast forward a little bit. It took 8 years, and
oh no!
150 million is the high end. I've heard as low as 50 million. We don't know the budget, but I've heard 50 to 150. So let's take, just for the simplicity of math, 100 million. 8 years, $100 million, and it can't break 700 people on release day. And he did the math here. Less than 100 players for every year of development, valuing them at a range of $214,000 and change per person playing on Steam. Which means that to break even, every single person playing it would need to give the game $214,000. That's how dark this game is looking.
Is you curious? Their numbers dropped down to 400.
I don't got it. Honestly, because when you have this low a player count, like globally, that you're having matchmaking problems at this point. You're having unbalanced matchmaking, really long queue times and stuff like that. Like when you have this low of a player count for a 5v5 hero shooter, you're gonna get so frustrated by the matchmaking at that point that you're gonna quit the game, and it's like a positive feedback loop into just nothingness for games. Like, I mean, matchmaking is really important, and you need to have a solid player base to do matchmaking. So you need to get like 10 people that are relatively balanced, and it's like, good luck. Good luck when you got sub 700 people.
This one's like a multiplayer game. I sent you a link towards a single player game. I think more in line with Wukong. Also came out on the same day as Wukong.
Okay.
Came out the same day as Wukong. It's also a single player game. Alright? This is the other end of the scale.
Oh, is this Dustborn?
Yep.
Oh, I don't worry. I got the tabs open.
Oh, you do? You do the tab with
I don't have the
current
Steam.
fucking tier. That is the current like the current
38
fucking,
people.
Yeah. It doesn't get any higher than 73. There's like 73 people that are actively kind of playing it like on and off. And that's it, everybody.
You have to remember
how much this game cost.
This game was inspired by Trump getting elected back in 2016.
Yeah?
That was the primary inspiration and motivation to make this game, Dustborn. Which is basically...
For how long?
Which is... What?
How long has this game been in development then?
Well, I don't know exactly how long it's been in development, but I know that it was initially like, I want to make a game that basically shits on Trump and MAGA. That spark was done back in 2016. When actual game development started, I don't know. Now, you also have to remember that this game, Dustborn, is funded by EU taxpayers. This is a government-funded game.
Oh, is it?
Which I think makes the government liable and open to lawsuits. People should be able to sue the government for how awful this game is. I mean, besides Concord, like, we have Cope from the gamer. Let's give Concord a chance. It's like, no. Like, here's the thing. Like, at this point, gamers back maybe like 8 to 10 years ago.
Oh, no, Angel!
What did Angel say?
Angel finding out.
My taxes gonna go do this shit? Yes, this is true. Or sue his own government over this game. Oh, man. It's just... But here's the thing, is that maybe 8 to 10 years ago, gamers would have given this game a chance. Because gamers hadn't been fed up with this shit yet. And one of the things that I'm noticing with all the recent failures, like, I mean, they released there's a paragraph in here. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. That cinematic trailer showed off the state of play a few months ago. It really wasn't forgettable. It set up the games as clearly aping Guardians of the Galaxy down to its... Well, how could you avoid that? In any trailer for this game, how could you avoid aping Guardians of the Galaxy with this? Like,
yeah.
There's no way to avoid that. But they have a thing in here. They say Concord has potential. It's like, here's the thing. I equate it to a theme park. You could have the funnest, most amazing roller coasters and rides and food. But if your park looks like shit, and especially if the front gate looks fucking torn down and run down, it's got homeless people in front of it, people aren't going to go into that fucking park. Like, the aesthetic of a game matters. And Western devs have seemingly become, like, anti-aesthetic. Like, they seem to have go out of their way to make games look as bad as possible. And it's baffling to me. Like, and it doesn't help, too, like, how this game has been, like, astroturfed. I mean, they released this trailer, the beta reaction trailer. So this is a reaction from a bunch of streamers who were obviously paid to react. It's been downvoted into oblivion, obviously. But the whole thing is just like streamers, like listen to the way these streamers react to this fucking game. Like they're just like they're clearly like over.
That
like,
King Athalion?
Yes.
Oh man, how he's fallen.
It's just.
It looks like he's lost weight.
Yeah, he looks malnourished, doesn't he? But like.
I remember like when he made that fucking cave. I gotta kill.
Oh my god! There's a VTuber. No. But like,
wow,
they clearly like paid these influencers to like give the best reactions possible to the game so that they can mash it together and to make this trailer, and people saw right through it. You know?
Yeah.
People see right through this shit now, like because gamers and normies even have caught on to like people can smell inauthenticity from a mile away now. Like authenticity is the currency of the future. And people can sniff out inauthentic shit so quickly now. Even Paul Tassi is baffled by this game's numbers. I've been waiting several hours for Concord players to break 700, and it has not happened yet. And he even he regards how it's less than the open beta, which was free, by the way, at 2,300. So it's a quarter, maybe a third of the open beta. Now, there's more factors to this other than just authenticity, and not only that, but like the kind of gamer that this appeals to is already deep into Valorant and or Overwatch. Like the market has already been claimed in this particular genre by those two games alone. And you're gonna sit here and release it day one behind a $40 paywall with these ugly as fuck aesthetics. Like, do you think that the market, like the Overwatch and Valorant players that you're trying to pull, are gonna get pulled by that? Like the baffling decisions behind the release of this game. I mean, the fact that people were already like skeptical of it. So when you add a $40 paywall to that, people are just obviously going to go to the side of the fence of no, not buying. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's insane.
I sent you something that's related to that, but I forgot to send you.
Yeah, we're still going tuxedo.
I don't know if it's something that you've pulled up already. But just take a peek at it.
Concord's developers have allegedly blocked LGBT tags on the Steam page. Oh yeah, I have seen this. I didn't bring it up because I thought it was a minor thing, but yeah, we could bring it up. Yeah, like I guess the idea is that because Grums was talking about this, he says that players are the ones who decide the tags, but the developers get to decide like the order of the tags. I guess is the way it works. I don't know how this works, but apparently like the developers have some control with the order that the tags appear in, but not necessarily the tags themselves, because it says user defined tags. Yeah. So the users get to define them, but the devs get to decide which ones like show up, because it's only like the first, like the devs get to pick like which 5 show up here, and then to see the rest, you have to hit the little plus sign.
Yeah.
So I guess LGBT and politics or political were both there, which I could see LGBT, but like why in the hell? I don't see anything actually political about this. Like
Dustborn did.
Yeah, Dustborn I could see as being political. But I don't know why politics would be added to this game though. That seems weird to me. Prioritizing the preferences, like the ultimate pronoun game seems to be another corporate California pandering tactic, prioritizing the preferences of a small audience at the expense of 99% of the gaming community. Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, how many times does it have to happen? I mean, because again, Dustborn, right? And of course we have fucking devs from Concord, you know, shitting on if I go down here, they're just like, where is it? All white people are unconsciously racist, the same as thinking all black people are unconsciously lazy. So this is what John Wisniewski is a developer on Concord. And so Pitar is kind of like saying like, hey, like having these stupid beliefs are ridiculous. And he's just basically just being a woke Twitter tard, a Twitter freak. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
It's just more. The sentiment being expressed is that whites must acknowledge their privileged position and then actively work for equality. Fuck off! You don't get to moralize to me about to make me guilt trip me into doing work that you want to do. Like, isn't that like the literal definition of enslavement?
Yeah.
It will be hard in confronting work, but if we don't, we're complicit. I'm fine with being complicit, and complicity allows systemic racism to persist. I'm okay with that too. If it means pissing off you people, then I'm fine with it.
Yeah. So the thing is that, like, the concept of systemic racism being against black people is just fucking backwards.
Completely
It's
backwards.
the other way around.
Yeah, that's what affirmative action was. But I'm not accusing you, myself, all whites of being Jim Crow racist. I also don't think anyone hearing it should immediately take it that way. Whites in America have always had an advantage in our social, economic, justice systems just because we're white. So he's just...
No, that's not it.
He's just... The thing is, this is such basic bitch. Like,
any white person
NPC
who's
talk.
like poor can tell you that's just not true.
And again, you know what this all comes across as? It comes across as a fucking, like, communist struggle session. Doing nothing and saying, well, I'm not racist, allows it to persist unchecked. We need to acknowledge the advantage we've had, and use it to help others pursue equality and justice. No, I fucking don't. That needs to become the new I'm not racist, using your privilege to erode that very privilege. It's just this fucking commie doublespeak, man. It's so insufferable. It's like, take your moralizing bullshit and just fuck off. You go and do the work. I don't fucking care. Part of that is humbling myself to listen. People are... See, they do this from a perspective, like, by doing this, it makes you a better, more moral person.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it doesn't. It makes you a cunt.
Yeah.
It makes...
You're just being, quote-unquote, one of the good ones,
like,
but for them.
Here's the thing.
AKA one of the bad ones.
Like, this person comes...
Go fuck off.
This person comes
Go
across...
Sam.
Yeah, this person comes across as one of the most insufferable, racist assholes I can imagine. Just a condescending cunt of a person. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but like, if you're trying to convince me to adopt your beliefs, I'm going to look at the kind of person that you are. Because you are the product of what you believe. So, if all the people that espouse these ridiculous, white privilege and all this kind of shit beliefs, are a bunch of miserable, racist, arrogant, insufferable twats, I don't want to be that. So I'm not going to adopt your beliefs. And I'm just going to tell you to fuck off. Like, these people don't seem to have an understanding of, like, basic human interaction or just humanity in general. Like, they just don't understand people and how people work.
Offering an appeal to hear the humanity coming from the black community right now. Let's help them. Help them with fucking what?
Yeah, like, offering an appeal to hear the humanity coming from the black community. It's just the humanity coming from the black community right now. What does that mean? The humanity. Like, again, it's just like this vague bullshit word salad nonsense. It's like, let's help them. What? Buy a bunch of fucking mansions? You know, BLM bought the former communist headquarters of Canada.
That's funny.
Extremely
funny.
So yeah, it's just another one of these insufferable dickheads that worked on this game, and it's like, these are the kinds of people that can't help but, like, they can't compartmentalize their politics. Like, it's so, like, it inevitably bleeds into all the shit that they do, which is why you get just the most hideous, ugly shit like this. But and it's kind of wild too. Like, this Concord game, again, it's cost, let's say, $100 million, mid ballpark on it. 8 years of development. Sony is pushing this game and astroturfing this game like crazy, and it's failed. I doubt it'll make it to season 2. I mean, it's failed worse than Suicide Squad, it's a disaster. And this is coming off of the big Bungie dismantling, where they laid off a bunch of staff and they're just like merging Bungie and just into just Sony games in general. And this is like a massive blow to like a major studio. And then this happened right after this, where Sony confirms that it's delayed half of its 12 planned live service games. So this happened back in December of 2023. So it's like,
why are you planning so many fucking live service games? Why?
But it's just like, you had 12 planned live service games, which is fucking insane. Like this is such an out of touch plan.
When you make here's the thing: when you make a live service game, you're asking someone to like devote an extreme amount of time to your fucking game.
This is a cannibalizing plan.
If you put out 12 of them, yeah, you're self cannibalizing your fucking self.
Yeah,
that's not sustainable.
So they delayed half, right? And then the Bungie thing happens, and then Concord, which is like the first of their batch of live service games, can't pull 700 people. Like, I'm sorry, but Sony, I think you need to can your entire live service plan. All of it. Because if Concord is a sign of what's to come, and you've already, like, cut back what you're planning on doing with live service, you need to course correct right now. Because you're going down a dark path. There's no way they're going to be able to continue to do this. No fucking way. And then we already talked a little bit about Dustborn, the wokest game ever. I found some footage. I'm not going to go over this. I don't even know what kind of music to call this. It's just, I don't know.
We're the refugees.
It's just, can we call it like fag punk?
Fag punk?
Yeah, because that's what this is. Hey,
play again?
Like, listen to this. Like, they think this sounds great.
What
the fuck is the obsession with vitiligo among these people? Like, why do black people have to have vitiligo? Why is... Like, it's not that common. It's so weird, their obsession.
I got them.
The vitiligo.
Be vitiligo. It's the opposite of what Michael Jackson is.
Also, what the fuck is she playing? Like, this is obviously a guitar, but what in the absolute fuck is this? It's just...
How about you take one of those, like...
And of course, she's got the side shave cut, right? And then this guy who's got, reset the clock vibes written all over him. He's got the aviators, the Timberland boots, with his jeans tucked into the boots, like...
Oh, and of course is the white-haired faggy boy. I just noticed him.
Oh yeah, he's got like these...
That's a guy.
He's got the... Like, of course, he's like the albino...
The Astarian of the crowd.
Dress shoes, no socks.
The one white guy, very gay.
It's just... Everything is just... You know what this reminds me of? Remember that game Invalidate? Which was like that horrible dating sim that was made by the people who are the writer who's currently writing the Wolverine game.
No.
Oh no, the Black Panther game. Sorry, not the Wolverine game. The Black Panther game. These look like characters right out of that game, because that game was basically, it was like a dating sim that was nothing but like woke people. So it was like nothing but people who look like this cadre of people.
Have you listened to like the fucking lyrics for this song, by the way?
Oh yeah, the lyrics, they're right back here actually. Right here.
I think this guy does like a breakdown of them. We're the dustborn.
We are the refugees. Your kind won't last. They are talking about white people. They're not even talking about white people. They're talking about just like natives. Like, if you're a refugee, that means you're in a foreign land, and they're talking about native people. Like, This is like unironically like anti-indigenous. So they're not even hiding it more. The developers even said that we should boycott. Yeah, like I'm not going to play the interview because we're running out of time, honestly. But they don't understand that woke people are commies too, and that they do not play video games. They just pirate them and then bitch about them on Twitter and Reddit because their whole thing is wanting things for free. I mean, no lies detected.
Yep.
But yeah, he goes into the interview for these people, and it's just like, fucking number one, comb your fucking hair. Degenerate. Like you're doing a professional interview, look professional. Fucking comb your hair, you bedhead bitch. Of course,
I've been working from home for like forever. I don't want to go outside.
It's like advanced.
COVID is still out there.
I'm just,
dude. You know what? I just saw something from looking at her. And go back to her real quick. Go back to her real quick. She's a reverse cow.
I mean, she's got the fucking heiferness to it. She's got a tiny head.
She does have a very tiny head.
Her head is tiny. Like, what the fuck is this? She looks like she's made out of sausage links. It's just... it's so... And then there's this gem that I pulled off the side scroll. So this is like a little scene where... Look. Hold triangle to trigger. Oh, it rewinded a bit. Sorry. Here. Press triangle to get triggered to call them racists.
Hey, Maui. It's fucking dying. It's the bottom right.
What the fuck?
Press triangle to trigger.
Like,
wait, how are you triggering yourself? Like, I don't understand.
You're choosing to be triggered by them saying, the black kid dresses like a writer. And they emphasize black. Like, look down here in the dialogue. Black is all capitalized. Like, the black kid.
Wait. Go listen to how the guy says it.
Okay.
Play back?
Oh, I did.
Oh, for the back.
Here. He said it like a normal person. You are racist. Just press triangle to call them racists. I want that to be a new thing. Press triangle to trigger. Like,
yeah.
It's just like the thing is, it's like the only people that
whenever like I argue with someone from now, I'll be like, "What? Are you press triangle? Are you press triangle on me? Is that what's gonna happen?"
Yeah. And the thing is, when you look at this shit,
are you pressing triangle?
There are more progressive gamers than 73, 76 people, which means they didn't show up either. So who was this game really for?
Yep.
It's for the it's just for this cunt. It's for the narcissistic racist cunt who made it. That's it. That's what it's for. It's just it's a vanity project. And I'm at the point now where like these games that are like really overtly woke, not games that like have like a little moment of wokeness in them. Like Harry Potter arguably could. No, I mean like overtly woke games like Dustborn. Like, we didn't just call it like woke shovelware. It's like AAA or AA woke shovelware. And that's like how bad this shit is at this point. We have media outlets that are trying to convince people to buy the game. They're like, oh, it's actually a really good game. It's like, no. Like, because this is the thing. Media, I had that article earlier about them like saying we should give Concord a chance. It's like, no. 10 years ago, gamers had a level of trust and faith in the quote the institutions around gaming. We were like more trusting of them, but now like they have eroded that trust away completely to the point where like if a media outlet says give this game a chance or give that game a chance, even normie gamers are like, no. Like, you have proven yourself unworthy too many times for me to give your shit a chance. You know, that's how bad it's gotten for these people. That's why gamers are just flocking to Eastern games, like Black Myth Wukong and stuff like that. They're like, they're like, we don't care if our money ultimately ends up in the hands of the CCP. That's not an indictment on us. That is an indictment on Western devs, because that means that even with, you know, having to deal with the censorious, you know, bullshit that the CCP enforces on its media, they're able to produce something better than what Western devs can. That's an indictment on the West.
Kind of sad.
It's all in the hands of the Western devs. The Western devs are totally capable of stepping up and actually creating good shit that'll re-attract Western gamers to the Western market. And games like Black Myth Wukong won't be like a game one buy for us, because we'll have all like this backlog of amazing games developed by our own developers. But we don't have that. So we don't really have a choice at this point. You know, like, don't blame us.
Yeah.
You know, we're just going to where the good games are. And if you fail to compete in a global market of game developers, that's on you. You know? So, yeah. Anyway, I want to talk about The Acolyte as like a finale here. Because this is like the last like woke failure that happened. I watched about half of this show. I
watched the whole thing.
I know, you and Jazz watched the whole thing. I watched about half of it. And the whole time, there was all this gaslighting about like how good the show was doing in the ratings. While everybody on YouTube was like looking around going like, no, it's not. Like, it's dropping ratings every time. We didn't even watch the series given the show's abysmal viewership, freaked out and melted down after it was reported the show had been canceled. Deadline's Nelly Andreeva reported that the show was canceled. She wrote the story of The Acolyte will not continue, with Lucasfilm opting not to proceed with the second season of the Star Wars offshoot, starring Amanda Stenberg. Sources tell Deadline. But she got her diss track out. That's what matters. The report came after Nielsen released its data for the week of the Acolyte series finale aired. The show only managed to garner 335 million minutes watched. I can't stand this million minutes unit that they're using. I don't know how to translate that. Like, I can't conceptualize millions of minutes. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like this really high number, but like, I know what like views are. I know what subscribers are. I know what those metrics are. I don't know how to conceptualize million minutes in my head. Like, because I'm sitting here like, minutes. Well, how long is an episode? How many minutes long was a season? You know, I'm sitting here to like doing all these calculations to figure out how to like make it translatable to something I can actually like conceptualize in my mind.
I got you. Hold on. I have a way to do it. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna divide that number, right? 335 million by 60 to get it into hours.
Okay.
And then how many hours is the show total?
Each episode was, I think, on average like a half an hour long. So, and there were 8 episodes. So that's 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yeah.
So divided into 4. Still comes off as like 1,395,833 hours of watch time.
1,035. Okay.
Like.
Divide that by 8.
Like that's like per hour.
Oh wait, well per hour.
If I divide it by 8 total for the total number of.
Well, it's only 4 hours.
It's a grand total of.
It's only 4 hours.
Yeah, so that was divided by hour.
I'm trying to get it into like how many views per episode. That's what I'm trying to do.
So to even it out, it would be about 697,918. Wait, 916 hours worth of views per episode.
Okay. So that's people that, well, per episode, so times 2. Because the episodes were only about a half an hour long, right?
Yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, 1,000. 390.
So look, so the average rating was about like what 1.2 then, because a 1 in the Nielsen ratings is 1 million people.
Okay, yes, that'll be like 1.3.
Okay. That was less than 2 episode premiere, which brought in 488 million minutes watched. Okay, so it lost like 488 to 335. What, like a third of its viewership? By the time from the beginning, for the number of people who watched the beginning to the number of people who watched the end. So that then means like only like 60% of the people actually like watched it through to the end. The first episode received 26,000 reviews, while the finale only received 11,000, so that's less than half. Not only did the show receive poor viewership, but those who did watch it did not like it. The show has a 4.1 out of 10, with the polarity of all reviews being a 1 out of 10. The unweighted means is 3.7. Yeah, I mean, is it worth a 1? Maybe, I don't know. I didn't watch the whole thing.
It's pretty bad.
Everything I saw of it, I hated.
Visually, there's not much value visually. There's not much value like
story,
musically.
The story is a fucking mess.
The story it's not just a mess. It makes no fucking sense.
Mm-hmm. Honestly,
right?
the
acting sucks.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly can't think of a single redeeming quality for this show. I genuinely can't. The choreography was mediocre.
Yeah, best. All the Disney Plus shows have gotten mediocre to bad choreography.
Like, there's really nothing to this show. Like, I can't think of a single reason for it to be a 2 out of 10. I can't think of one. I really genuinely can't think of one reason for it to be a 2 out of 10. Because it makes no sense. The entire story falls apart, like, immediately. And a lot of the characters' decisions are just not logical. And it seems like the only reason why they occur is for the plotline to continue. Because there's no fucking logical reason. There's a character that literally commits suicide.
Yeah, I saw that.
Commits suicide because he felt guilty over something he didn't even know. If he hadn't committed suicide, if he had chosen the other option, the story, which is the logical option for what really happened, right? Which is what someone who is actually legitimately, even if he did feel guilty for it, someone who legitimately feels guilty about it, would go and repent.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense that he fucking killed himself.
Suicide is like a coward's way out.
Yeah, A, he didn't do anything. He has no reason to fucking feel guilty. B, even if he does feel guilty, why wouldn't he just go and, like, tell the people about what he did wrong so that he can repent? The answer to that is simple. If he didn't kill himself, the story would end right there.
Exactly. He needed to die for the sake of the plot.
And there was several points like that. Like, it's just like, dude, like, the story feels incredibly fucking forced because nothing actually makes fucking sense. And at the end, Osha ends up fucking becoming the apprentice of the bad guy. Like,
I hated that, dude.
Like, the entire thing makes no sense.
The guy kills like her whole family,
her friends.
And then because he takes his shirt off and she thinks he's kind of hot, she's like, "Oh, maybe this Sith is not so bad." Like, are you fucking with me? Like, the fact that she just changes her mind on a dime like that for something so drastic, as to switch sides like that after the people that she thinks are the bad guys kills her whole family, confirming that they're the bad guys, is just like some of the worst fucking writing I've ever seen.
Not her whole family. So her family was killed by the good guys.
Well, I mean, like her companions or whatever.
Yeah, all of her companions, all of her friends were killed by this guy.
It's just.
But yeah, so like, yeah, she finds out that her mom was killed by the good guy, without any sort of like the weird context of like, oh yes, he killed her, but she was trying to do a good thing. She turned into a weird ghost monster, a weird smoke monster because she was gonna do a good thing.
It's another one of those shows where like the whole conflict would just be like solved with no like drama if they just like communicated like normal people with each other. Like if you know,
you imagine like
if Asian guy was like, oh yeah, like I killed her mom because she turned into like this giant fucking like demon ghost. It was gonna kill me and everybody with me. Like I had to defend myself. And then and then as she was dying, she said, I was going to give her to you. And it's just like, why didn't you just fucking say that?
Dude, that's the equivalent of like, I don't know, someone's off to like kill someone, right? And like the bodyguard like stops him and shoots him dead, right? Because like, oh, this guy's like pointing a gun at the president, right? And we have an actually functioning Secret Service. And the Secret Service guy shoots him, right? Before he shoots, right? Because again, this is a hypothetical where we have an actually functioning Secret Service. And like the guy's on the ground holding the gun that he was pointing at the president. And he's just like, I just wanted to give the president a gun as a gift. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of that.
Yeah, it's just like, if you just like communicate with each other like normal fucking people, like none of this shit would have happened. Like this plot would have just not happened.
It's just massive holes and like just basic common fucking logic in the plot. It makes it really, really hard.
The cope of this cancellation is so juicy though. Like genuinely insane to me, by the way. Fuck the racist, sexist people who couldn't share a single brain cell and turn an eye away to what they didn't like. The review bombing and harassing that somebody committed without even watching, insane to me. I need to hear from Star Wars themselves that they need to explain why they're canceling the show with a predominantly non-white queer cast that had incredible viewership from audiences that would never have tuned into Star Wars previously. Yes,
I hope that no one typed anything to her and just sent her the viewership.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, first of all, you're completely wrong about the viewership. And second of all, like, again, non-white queer cast is all that matters to this person. This is a tourist. This isn't a fan. This is a fucking tourist. Just fuels the toxic side of the fandom into thinking if they hate on something enough, they can get it canceled. This is not a W for the community.
Man.
Canceled over misogyny and racism, by the way, because this could have easily been some of the best current Star Wars content we're going to get.
Just, like, be like, oh my god, I can't believe, like, it's such a bad president that they can just, like, cancel whatever they don't like. It's like, really? Now you have a problem with it?
That's just like calling the toxic side of the fandom is hilarious when, like, these are your cohorts.
Remember, they have to fucking lie and, like, accuse you of, like, horrible, like, legal shit without any proof and convince the world that women are always right in order to cancel the things they don't like. All you have to do is just not watch their show. All you have to do is be yourself, chat.
Yep.
And their shows will fucking fail.
That's the thing.
Because they don't have enough fucking people that actually care about this shit to keep this shit alive.
And they
can take whatever the fuck they want over, but they can't fucking maintain it.
They can't sustain
because they're
it.
just fucking tourists, chat.
And that's the ultimate reveal of this show, is that Disney basically burned the bridge of the original audience that supported the franchise, made it worth billions of dollars in the first place, and kept the franchise going this whole time.
Decades after the second trilogy was put out.
The prequels, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, decades. Those prequels came out when I was like a kid.
Yeah, and there was like hardly anything between the original trilogy and the new trilogy and the prequel trilogy. There was so little content.
Yeah.
There's basically a few books were written, and that's it. You know,
a few books, Clone Wars show. That's about it.
No, but there was such a massive fan base that kept it alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kept it alive all the way up until this point. And then Disney was like, no, we're going to burn the bridge with those people, and we're going to cater to these kinds of people. And it's like after getting that audience that they chase, which they clearly have because they're all speaking the same way, Star Wars content being the same boring blaster pew-pew media for years, and we finally got a show diving into Jedi Sith lore, and y'all get it canceled because the lead isn't a white man. Well, you didn't watch it either, obviously.
Dude, I hate the context, the concept of like, oh, they just don't like it because the protagonist is black. I remember I argued with someone over the Yasuke thing, and they were saying like, dude, in their own fucking argument, they were like I don't even understand. Like no one had a problem with Yasuke in Neo, and no one had a problem with like the character in like Black Samurai, right? Afro Samurai. Right?
Which was fucking
But everyone
amazing.
has a problem with Yasuke because he's black and blah blah blah. It's like, well, you just told me that no one had a problem with two other characters who were black, literally based off the same character. No one has a problem with Yasuke. So what the fuck does that tell you? Like you literally, it's like I don't even have to fucking respond because you literally gave my response to me. That was the first thing in your sentence. You just fucking contradicted yourself.
Yeah.
You just admitted that no one had problems with this character being black. No one had problems with the black samurai. No one has an issue with that. People have enjoyed media with, themed around Yasuke. Yasuke himself being a Neo. No one fucking complained. So what does that tell you? Your argument that's just because he's black is fucking wrong.
It's not the common
Proven
denominator.
by you.
Yeah,
You literally proved it. Just now.
Yeah, and
you admitted it.
And in that regard, it's not the fact that he's black. It's the fact that you're claiming that you're authentically representing him when you're not. That's what it is. It's like those other two properties never claimed to authentically represent Yasuke, but you did, and you're not doing it right. So you're gonna get shit for it. It's that simple. Massive day for incel YouTube channels and with under 10k subscribers. Hey, hey you, fuck you. Making the worst clickbait and problematic videos you ever seen. Here's the thing though, Jacob. Even if I am these things, I'm not an incel either. I'm very much voluntarily celibate these days. I don't want to have anything to do with that shit. I got too much other shit going on right now. I'm trying to move, damn it. Doing this and saying this shit, it's not going to make me watch your show. You know what I mean? You can't shame people into watching the media that you want them to watch.
Man, these people that we don't like, they don't want to watch the stuff that we put out. Wow, what fucking losers.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, I guess I'll stay away. You
really
don't like me.
Yeah,
no, I need you to watch the thing. It's like, why don't you watch it?
Yeah, it's like you watch it. It's the same thing with remember that Bill Burr bit about women's sports, and he's just like,
yep,
what?
It's literally that.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's like you go to a women's basketball game, and it's like there's 10 people. It's like, where are all the feminists?
Yeah.
Why aren't they supporting the teams that they claim that? It's like, why do I got to do it? I have men's sports to care about. I got my own shit to deal with. When the fuck are you bitches gonna pick up your end of the couch? It's the same thing here. Disney, Star Wars finally gave you the exact kind of show that you wanted, and you didn't pick up your end of the couch. And so they canceled it. Turns out that your ilk cannot or will not support media that you claim to want. And the numbers don't lie about that. The Acolyte was transformative. Okay. Sure. And I'll never forget
transforming something good into dog shit.
Yeah. And I'll never regret supporting and screaming about a show that made so many women, queer people, and POC feel seen in the narrative.
The way my fucking intestines are transformative.
The cast and crew created something beautiful and something it's like, again, the cast and crew created something beautiful and something loved. It's like, well, again, the numbers don't support what you're saying. And all you're doing is you're self-reporting here. You're saying that women, queer people, and POC aren't willing to support the things that they claim to want. So you're not going to get it.
The only characters that knew how to act in that show were men.
So it's like, I'm sorry, but if you don't put your money where your mouth is, you're not going to continue getting the thing that you asked for. So there you go.
I do hope that they do get a sequel. I hope that they bring in Acolyte too.
Oh yeah, by that time I'll be doing media analysis and stuff like that. I'd love to grift off that.
Yeah, dude. I really do hope that they make a second one.
Just they're not going
A,
to.
It's content. B, they're gonna lose a lot of money.
Well, they're not going to, but it's
like. I was talking about it with Diego on Twitter, and he was just like, yeah, this is what some people did with Morbius. They convinced the people that it was
they
good
got
all the memes, and so they aired it again.
I swear to God, Sony is the most tone deaf fucking media company out there. They don't seem to have a fucking clue about what people want. Here's another one
getting making memes. I guess people like it.
getting canceled because
do it
incels
again. There's a bunch more money.
couldn't handle a sexy black girl and sexy Asian man serving evil villainous romance. It's like if I pitched a story as a sexy black girl and a sexy Asian man serving evil villainous romance,
that's not Star Wars.
Exactly. Am I gonna think Star Wars? No.
No.
I'm not.
Go watch a fucking rom-com somewhere else, you dumb fucking
This
bitch.
doesn't belong in Star Wars. This isn't the DNA of Star Wars. Like, go watch your fucking Bachelorette or whatever for this shit. Go watch all that reality TV trash that fucking Rika watches. I'm fucking calling the hedgie out.
Damn! Dude, she had me download like an app to fucking like vote for a thing.
I know.
I was like, dude.
I was like, oh my god, Rika, please stop.
Rika.
The acolyte being canceled is another example of toxic internet hate. Yeah, this is the thing. All the people they call toxic, and like especially incel, is hilarious because like Gary from Nerdrotic.
So toxic. They want to watch what I want them to watch.
Like,
they don't do what I want them to do, and it makes them toxic.
Well, the thing is, it's like the incel thing is such a hilarious thing because the majority of the big YouTubers and stuff that kind of lead the charge on this shit are married.
Yeah.
You know, and just like incel. It's just like, again, like. Calling somebody an incel isn't going to make them like support your thing, like, you know, especially in toxic. That's the other one, toxic. It's like look at all the shit I've been reading so far about this. We're the toxic ones.
Yes.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
The people that are just accusing, like just fucking. Just throwing out like insults constantly and don't have an actual argument and are clearly out of their fucking minds.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
They're
first
the
of all,
sane ones.
Palestinian flag in name can disregard. If you're
You're gonna see that in like most of them.
If you're a
If you look at most of them, you're gonna see it. Like if you open up their fucking accounts, I bet you anything.
There's an LGB flag. That one. But
I
yeah,
think that guy specifically had a Palestine flag when I looked at it before with.
No, you're right though. It's common.
With Jazz. The
issue was never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. I know. If you're celebrating the cancellation of the Acolyte, you are not a real Star Wars fan. I'm in your camp though. I'm not celebrating. I want a season 2. I want to be able to milk it for content. Here are some of the comments in Amanda.
Oh, this was what I was thinking of. Yeah, he has the fucking there's another flag behind his name. What fucking flag is that? I can't remember.
Is it the non-binary flag?
I think so.
Something like that.
Or like the panda flag. I can't remember.
I don't know. It's more just
I see
rainbow
association
vomit.
with Rosa is slowly increasing your own stream time. Started 6 hours ago.
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Thank God this show is canceled. One of the worst things to come out of Disney Star Wars. The power of one, the power of two, the power of real fans got this show canceled. We saved that Disney shit. All that talent couldn't save this series from being so shitty. Can't wait for season 2. So was season 2 canceled because the show sucked or because everyone is racist? I mean...
Mo. I like how they refer to that as like, oh my god, they're harassing her. It's like, no, not really.
Not really. It's like, if you're a public figure, you're going to get criticism. Like, it's that simple. Like, again, I said it before to say it again, like, I'm kind of pissed off that I haven't grown more to the point where I haven't gotten a death threat yet. Like, I'm pissed that I've been streaming.
I haven't gotten a death threat either.